Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Mom Became Green Monarch? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko Midoriya was stressed out. She had just came home from hospital visiting Izuku, who was recuperating from more broken bones. The doctor said that if Izuku broke his arms again, Izuku would mostly likely get paralyzed in his arms. To top it all off, Bakugou Katsuki has been kidnapped and a boy named Tokoyami was almost kidnapped by the League of Villains. So she was having the worst year in her life. She was happy that Izuku had developed his own quirk, but he was too much like herself when I was that age, too reckless and impulsive. When Izuku had been suddenly working out and eating a bunch, more so than usual, she had thought that Izuku was getting his exercise and she at the time hoped that Izuku was moving forward with his life. After all, not everyone is meant to be a hero. In hindsight, however, and reading the latest research on quirks, she had learned that quirks can awaken, or the technical term was spontaneous quirk mutation or SQM for short, and Inko Midoriya had taken Izuku to the doctor as soon as Izuku manifested his own quirk. The doctor had said that sometimes quirks are unable to obtained at the typical age. Sometimes quirks can manifest themselves at PBRY, which is what the doctor believes happened. Anyway, Inko was jarred out of her thoughts when her phone rang. It was Hisashi. Inko immediately answered the phone. Hello Hisashi, I know that you're worried about Izuku but just regained consciousness and there's been no news about Katsuki. Hisashi spoke with worried tone to his voice. Inko, when you told me that Izuku had manifested his own quirk, I was so happy with the news, but you're refusing to adequately adapt to Izuku's situation is absolutely deplorable. After all, Izuku is like a toddler in terms of control of his quirk. Hisashi's voice shifted to his business and stately voice, the voice he uses to intimidate his workers that had disappointed him. Inko, I'm going to come back to Japan and we will sue you for negligence. Inko knows that the tone in Hisashi's voice always meant that he was serious and there was nothing that will make him change his mind. It was one of the many things that Inko had fallen in love with, even though whenever they'd argue about things it's so infuriating. Luckily she and Hisashi don't argue very much, and whenever they did Hisashi would give her chocolate or a nice gift whenever Hisashi would cool off. Hisashi was a dork like that. Inko decided to take a shower, but just as she was about to enter the bathtub she saw her reflection and her hair was floating around her head like she was underwater, and she had realized that her quirk had activated without knowing, which she hadn't done since she was in her single digits. Inko had to deactivate her quirk and did that. When she got out of the shower 15 minutes later, Inko had walked out and went to the kitchen to get something to eat. Now Inko Midoriya has always known that she was a stress eater, of course, but she never considered herself to be a glutton. This is what she had thought when she polished off 5 bowls of katsudan and 3 bowls of leftover ramen from the ramen place down the street. Despite this shameful overt act of gluttony, Inko's stomach still rumbled with hunger and Inko spoke to herself, all right, I'm cutting off my dinner for today. Inko had to ease her anxiety and tried to watch her favorite drama show, but after struggling to retain any type of focus on the show she turned it off. Inko started to rock back and forth in her seat. Her son also rocks in his chair, but for him it's a sign of excitement, but for Inko it was a sign of anxiety. Suddenly Inko felt like she was dizzy, feverish and felt a headache. Inko had tried to get up and go to bed, and with a great effort she made it to bed and changed into her pajamas. Inko, whenever she overworks her quirk, she felt dizzy, feverish and had a headache, so she was used to this of course, but she didn't use her quirk at all with the exception of the quirk slip in the bathroom. Inko was embarrassed by her quirk slip. Honestly, Inko knew that quirk slips happen to everyone, but she usually had excellent control over her quirk. Inko wanted to cry, which was something she did frequently, but Inko felt ashamed by urge to cry right now. Technically speaking, Inko has every single reason to cry. After all, her son was the hospital and Bakugou's kidnapping was horrific and no one knows if Katsuki Bakugou was okay. As Inko was laying down in her bed, she felt like her muscles were being pulled and stretched despite her just laying down and not moving around. Inko decided to call Hisashi even though he would be asleep right now. After setting up her laptop, she started the video chat with her husband. Inko knew he was a heavy sleeper, but to her surprise her husband responded to her call before the first ring. Hisashi looked terrible. Not because of the gruesome nature of his injuries caused by a villain attack 5 to 6 years ago that mutilated the upper part of his face and the scar tissue that wrapped around his head that made him bald for the rest of his life. Even though most of his face was gone, Inko could always sense Hisashi's moods, and she could tell that he had been awake, and she could see his assistant had been helping him file legal papers for obviously to sue you for criminal negligence and other charges. Hisashi brightened up when her webcam finally showed her image. Hisashi spoke first. "Hello, my green-haired queen, you look a little sick, are you doing okay?" Inko responded, "Well, I had a quirk slip and ate the entire fridge and had to stop myself from eating the pantry as well. Also, for some reason my muscles are sore as well." Hisashi looked curiously at her. "Really?" Inko looked down and away from her husband. "Yes, it's so embarrassing." Hisashi the sweetheart spoke. "I'm not mad, I'm just slightly concerned about this. After all, this sounds like it's serious." Inko waved her arms around in a panic. "No, it's not like that, I'm just stressed out about, well, everything." Hisashi cleared his throat and spoke up. "Inko, I'm going to be coming to Japan on the first flight, which will be 2 hours from now, which is why I'm awake right now, and I should be there by 5 p.m. tomorrow." Inko brightened up with this news, then her heart sank because she knew that the only reason why he's coming was because of legal charges against Yurei and to visit his son, who's battered and broken. Inko was shaken out of her thoughts when Hisashi spoke. "Inko, I love you and Izuku, and I wish that I could drop everything and be with the two of you forever, and if you were to say the word to destroy a city, I would in a heartbeat. Listen to me, Inko, if anyone were to even think about harming you and Izuku, I would destroy them financially, emotionally, and destroy their reputation, making them a social outcast or worst." Inko always had known about her husband's brutal, vindictive streak toward people who try to harm the few people he cared about, and Hisashi had tried to ruin Katsuki Bakugou's prospects for being a hero by pressing charges against his parents for Katsuki's bullying and for using his quirk against Izuku numerous times. Inko had to convince Hisashi to step down from the criminal charges by having the Bakugou family pay for damages and Izuku's tuition into even though they made enough money to pay the tuition fees. Hisashi always felt remorseful about when his temper overcame him around her and Izuku. Inko was always able to get Hisashi to see reason whenever his temper flares up. Hisashi was always able to get her to see reason whenever she was about to do something impulsive and reckless. Of course, the two of them have matured over the years and our flaws don't control us like they used to. Izuku, Inko's and Hisashi pride and joy had inherited both good and bad personality traits. Izuku had her recklessness and impulsive behavior, and Izuku had his father's stubborn attitude and his father's temper at times. Inko had seen the best and worst of her son during the sports festival, and the whole world saw Izuku Midoriya laid bare. Inko was shook out of her thoughts again when Hisashi snapped his fingers and spoke. "Sorry for breaking your train of thought, but you should go to bed soon. I have to go to the airport right now, and I'll see you tomorrow evening." "Good night, Inko." "Good night or morning over there, Hisashi," Inko replied. The video chat turned off and Inko put away the laptop and turned off the lamp and settled down and fell asleep as she closed her eyes. Inko had just woke up and her muscles were even worse than what it was before she turned in for the night. They felt like Laffy Taffy candy and were burning worse. Inko was ever the optimist though, because her quirk overuse symptoms disappeared. Inko forced herself to leave her bedside, cringing in pain from her muscle soreness, but she gritted her teeth and got up and walked to her closet. Inko was ruffling around her clothes to find something to wear to the airport, but for some reason her overcoat was too short on the sleeves, which was odd. Eventually she found clothes that fit her comfortably, which was harder than what expected considering that almost all of her clothes shrunk. Inko sighed, probably stress ate too much and she was too big for her clothes. Inko had set her clean clothes aside so she could take her shower. 10 minutes later she had got out of the shower, which was much quicker than what she would have done, but she was rushing after all. As she was blow-drying her hair, she noticed that her hair had white streaks in it. Inko knows that her own genetics are bad for keeping the color of her hair since she has been dealing with gray hairs since she was 16. Inko knows she had dyed her hair a couple of days ago, so this was odd. Inko didn't have access to any more green hair dye, so she had to live with it. Inko sighed again, and her hair was now completely dry, and she started to brush it out when she suddenly stopped when she saw her clothes and everything in her bathroom was floating around like it was in zero gravity. No way! Another quirk slip? How did Inko Midoriya have 2 quirk slips in less than 24 hours when she had near perfect control of her quirk? Well, this was an easy fix. At least that's what Inko was thinking before she tried to deactivate her own quirk. It was supremely, surprisingly, and painful for her to stop her own quirk for some reason. Like she was swimming against the rapids or like capping a geyser. It took 5 entire minutes to force her quirk to deactivate. Inko heard everything clattering to the ground. Inko had picked up everything up and put in its place. Inko took a deep breath and for an eye blink she felt nothing. A moment later and Inko's legs buckled under themselves and she barely had a chance to brace herself for the fall. Inko was on the ground and crawled into her bed with great difficulty. Inko had managed to get back into her bed but her entire body was burning like she was being electrocuted and she had the worst dizzy spell in her entire life and she had a horrible migraine, like a vice grip on her temples. Inko had always tried not to use foul language because her mother was incredibly foul-mouthed, cruel person who was abandoned by her father long before she could remember him, and her mother took her anguish on her with her quirk repel. As the name implies, she was repeatedly slammed into walls and the floor, and if her mother was feeling particularly cruel, Inko would be slammed into barbed wire or glass. When Inko and Hisashi's relationship became serious, she had told him about her mother and showed him the scars to prove it. The look in Hisashi's back then was dark, like nothing she had never seen before in a human being. It was like looking at a volcano about to erupt and destroy Pompeii. Hisashi softened when he saw my eyes back then and told me that his own parents abused him and his younger brother, and the Shigaraki brothers ran away from home and never looked back. The two of them bonded over their shared experiences with abusive parents, and the both us sworn never to abuse their children. But Inko's thoughts were jarred by her spine felt like a railroad spike heated to glowing red was being driven down the base of her neck. Son of a beach, this F sucks. At this moment her phone rang and she angrily picked it up and shouted at the caller. What the F do you want? A soft, warm voice spoke. Inko? Are you? Never mind, you're in pain and I'm almost home. Hold on tight, my queen, I'm coming. The phone hung up. Hisashi must have been waiting for me to pick him up and got a taxi to get to their house. It felt like forever before Hisashi Midoriya violently broke down their front door and come running to their bedroom, and I had to look like crap, and Hisashi rushed over to me and used the massage technique that Hisashi always uses to make her feel like she was floating. Whenever he massaged her back, he had learned to heat up his hands and make them glow like a fireplace, and even though he couldn't produce fire in his hands, he always was able to soothe her or Izuku's pain and aches. Which worked well for me because the muscles stopped screaming at every movement and her dizziness and headache dissolves away. Inko was pain-free now and she felt like she was laying there for a minute, but when she finally turned toward her husband she had realized that it was 2:40 in the morning. Inko spoke like her tongue is sandpaper and forced to speak to him. I'm sore dash. Hisashi interrupted her with a quick reply. Do not apologize to me for anything. Are you all right? Inko had tears in her eyes and responded, What did I do to deserve you, Hisashi Midoriya? And her husband replied with a sudden, deep sorrow in his voice, No, Inko Midoriya, if anyone doesn't deserve anything it would be me. You are my green-haired queen after all. Inko fell asleep with her husband playing with her hair. Inko woke up and she had a terrible headache from last night and she tried to shift her weight when she shouted in pain. It seemed like her muscle pain didn't disappear entirely. Inko felt like her muscles were being cooked in lava and her bones cracked like she was being slowly stretched out. Hisashi woke up beside her and used his glowing hand trick to try to ease her pain, but unlike last night his warm hands had no effect. Inko didn't want to worry Hisashi any more than he already was, and so I lied and told him, Thank you, Hisashi, for easing my sore muscles. Hisashi, even though had no eyes, his face narrowed where his eyes used to be and spoke evenly, My dear. Inko knew she was busted for lying because Hisashi would say that every time she or Izuku was caught lying to him. Inko confessed, Honey, I didn't want you to worry about me. After all, I can handle myself. Inko tried to make the most convincing grin, but when your target is basically blind, her grin did nothing to convince Hisashi that she was fine. Obviously wasn't fine, but she had so much on her plate and she couldn't break down now. Inko knew she can't hide it forever, and deep down she knows she needs help with whatever was happening to her. Inko sat upright in the bed, and Hisashi had returned from the kitchen with eggs and toast, rubbery eggs and a black lump that used to be toast. Inko appreciated the gesture. Inko's husband was a horrible cook, but she was terrible at laundry. She would always make all of Hisashi's and Izuku's clothes pink or shrink them or etc. She had to have Washbot do the laundry. Inko looked at her food, if you can call it that, but her stomach rumbled and she tore into her plate like a werewolf. 20 minutes and 7 bowls of katsudon and 4 bowls of spicy curry later, she was finally full. Inko was honestly horrified by her appetite lately, and now she has a witness to her voracious appetite. After a long silence later, Hisashi finally spoke. Inko? Are you all right? Because not to be rude, but you sure ate a lot. Inko was embarrassed and covered her face with her hair, and she finally found her voice, although her voice was too soft and fearful. Hisashi, weird stuff has been happening to me. Like I had 2 quirk slips in less than 3 days. My body feels like I'm being stretched. My quirk was almost impossible to deactivate it, and when I did finally got it deactivated, I collapsed right before you called me yesterday. You also saw this. Inko just gestured at the empty bowls and plates. Hisashi tilted his head to the side like a puppy, which was cute, and he said with an audible pitch-up that always happens whenever the topic of quirks were brought up, and he quickly started to motor-mouth mumble about his theories about what was happening to my quirk, and he'd start to smoke and smolder and eventually started to produce flames. I hated doing this, of course, but it was the only way to stop his flames without burning the house down. She used her quirk to cork his mouth with a sock and smothered the flames from her husband. Every single thing not bolted down started to float in the air, and like yesterday, she had incredible difficulty in deactivating her quirk, and when she finally did, she screamed in agony at herself. Her headache from earlier was like molten lead was poured into her brain, and her bones were jagged rocks grinding against her muscles, which felt like live power lines zapping around her body, and her pain was focused in her head and neck. Inko's vision went black. Dream sequence. Inko was in a meadow in the mountains and saw a young boy with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes bright with hope and determination, and then she saw a pro-hero who she admired always and replicated her hairstyle after she had died an early death to a horrible villain with a calamity-level quirk. Nana Shimura. She was floating in the air watching her protégé execute brutal training for strengthening his body, for she was assuming for a strength-based quirk. Nana smiled her trademark grin at her student and said, "You don't look so good, Toshi. Why don't you sit down beside me?" Nana floated down and sat down on the soft grass gracefully, and her student collapsed beside her and Nana ruffled his hair. Then Inko's dream shifted. She saw Gran Torino, a much younger man and a very young All Might that had to have been no older than 18 years old, sobbing and screaming trying to reach Nana Shimura, but Gran Torino was rocketing from the battlefield with young All Might in tow. Nana Shimura pointed to All Might and spoke her last words. "It's your turn, I leave it to you." The villain in shadow smirked and landed a terrifying purple arc of lightning that blasted the island out of existence, and the purple light enveloped her dreamscape with a earth-shattering boom. Dream sequence end. Inko woke up in a strange bed that she had quickly realized that was the hospital. Inko was still in pain, but she had a IV in her arm and a quirk suppressing bracelet on her wrist. My God, what happened? Inko saw her husband and her son Izuku was by her bedside, and they immediately and abruptly jerked their heads toward her, and both father and son were mumbling at the same time. Inko had to wave her hand down to try to calm them down, and whenever she waved her hand in downward motion like she was swatting a bug was law in the Midoriya household, it meant one thing. Quiet down now. Hisashi and Izuku obeyed her command and stopped their mumbling. Inko finally composed herself and spoke up. What happened? Hisashi cleared his throat and started to speak. Well, after you deactivated your quirk, your body started to glow with green light, and you. What, Hisashi Midoriya? Tell me the full story. Now. Inko demanded. Hisashi tilted his head away from her and continued with his story. He attacked me when I was just trying to shield Izuku from your situation. You were acting on pure instinct, Inko. You thought that I was attacking our son and just lashed out. Hisashi trailed off. My God, what have I done? That was the only thing that she was thinking about after all. How could she just lose herself like that? This wasn't a simple quirk silp. This was something else. Izuku piped up and broke her out her own thoughts. Mom, you didn't hurt anybody and you were just hugging me and only lashed out at Dad whenever he tried to pry me away for an hour, and then you just collapsed on the floor and then we took you to the hospital. Inko was relieved that she didn't hurt anybody, but she knew that she had scared her family badly and she felt horrible. How could she do that? I'm a monster. Hisashi spoke interrupted her train of thought. Inko, you're not a monster, you are Inko Midoriya, my green-haired queen, foe of Midoriya Medicine's Japanese branch, and the magnificent mother of Izuku Midoriya, and of course my lovely wife, best friend, soulmate. She chuckled at Hisashi's speech because it was spoken like he was making a speech to nations and not to just two people in the room. So the grand speech style came off as really dorky and kind-hearted instead of a speech to inspire awe and prestige. 4 hours later, Inko was embarrassed the whole situation, but her doctors cleared her with a clean bill of health. They warned me because of her stress was so immense it was causing her quirk to go haywire and she had to avoid stress and stop working for at least 2 weeks. The Midoriya family was about to leave when she saw Izuku's homeroom teacher. Eraserhead walked into the hospital and went right to us. Inko had figured that Eraserhead had heard about her incident and wanted to check up on the situation. After all, it was a logical thing to do. Before the homeroom teacher could talk to her, and Izuku, Hisashi stopped him and pushed him very hard, and any regular guy would fall on his, but Eraserhead had righted himself, and with a backflip he had landed upright. The moment reminded Inko of a alley cat. Eraserhead sighed and spoke in a tired, monotone voice. I just wanted to see Mrs. Midoriya. I had heard that she had a quirk slip that destroyed her entire house. Her entire house. Hisashi always wore a dark green hood that covered his entire face except for his mouth, and the hood fabric furrowed, and Inko could tell that he was trying not to torch Eraserhead's face off. Hisashi spoke with gritted teeth. This was caused by incredible stress due to our son's repeated injuries and young Bakugou's kidnapping, and none of this would happen if you Eraserhead. Inko felt her headache intensifying, and just as quickly it disappeared like it was erased. My quirk was erased. She glanced up at Eraserhead and his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was floating in the air like a torch. I erased your quirk, Mrs. Midoriya. Eraserhead just bluntly stated. I'm sorry for the trouble I have caused. Inko responded. Hisashi spoke up. Inko, my queen, don't stress yourself right now and stay relaxed, my sweetheart. Also, don't apologize for this. You did nothing wrong, Inko. As for yourself, Eraserhead, you and your school have neglected your duties to protect your students from villains, even lost a boy to kidnapping and almost lost another boy, and many more children were grievously injured. The full legal weight of the lawsuit from Midoriya Medicine Cooperated will be unleashed. I will destroy you in legal battles and shatter the reputation of you, and that's a promise. Hisashi spoke in his business stately voice that would intimidate most people, but Eraserhead was not like most people and he just sighed and left the hospital. After an awkward car ride home where the Midoriya family was silent, Inko Midoriya decided to turn in early. Inko fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Izuku was released from the hospital at 10 o'clock at night and was dropped off by All Might and walked into the house expecting it to be dark and his mom asleep by this time, but all the living room lights were on and very clearly a man was in his house. Izuku dropped down into a squatting position and creeped slowly into the room and got ready to wreck this dude's sheet, if so much as thinking about moving to his mom's room, and clenched his fists and got ready to punch this dude, but before Izuku had a chance to swing his fist, a massive hand gripped his wrist and Izuku was jolted by the hand gripping him, but the grip was light and non-threatening, and Izuku looked up at his dad's face, or what's left of it. Wait, his dad. Izuku felt like a FING idiot for almost attacking his own dad, but Izuku felt so guilty that Kaken was kidnapped by the League of Villains, so Izuku's senses were dulled by grief and guilt. Hisashi Midoriya, the co-founder of the Midoriya Medicine Incorporated, along with co-founder and CEO of the Japanese branch of Midoriya Medicine Inc., Inko Midoriya aka his parents. Izuku was lifted up by his dad with still absolute ease at picking him up as the day Izuku was born, and honestly Izuku felt embarrassed by his dad's ease at lifting him up and setting him down on the couch right beside him, because Izuku felt like despite gaining OFA from All Might was still just as weak as quirkless Deku. Izuku wasn't stupid, he knew exactly why his dad was here. To make you suffer. Izuku rarely seen the stern, brutal businessman that his father was capable of becoming, but rarer still was the true vindictive, callous temper flares that his dad had been very careful to control around him and his mom. Izuku was completely responsible for his reckless behavior, but Izuku knew where his dad was coming from. Izuku felt worthless right now. Maybe if he mastered full cowl sooner, maybe his dad would have been more confident in you, hey, but Izuku couldn't change the past. His dad knocked him out of his reverie by crashing his head into his cheeks to give him a kiss, one on each cheek as his greeting to both Izuku and his mom whenever dad came back from overseas. Izuku's father, after smothering him his hugs, spoke up, "Hello my prince, how have you been holding up?" Izuku responded with a dumbest response, "I got a quirk now." Izuku's dad face furrowed in a downward slant and spoke evenly, "Yes Izuku, I am aware of this news, but you can barely control it. EA hasn't adapted to your skill level of your quirk, but before you start thinking that I'm patronizing you, don't misunderstand me. It's your teacher's responsibility to teach you how to use your quirk properly. Not your job to defend them." Dad, I understand your reaction to the situation, but no one knows except for Kaken that I'm a rich kid and have genuine friends now for the first time in my life, and I don't want people to flock to me and Kaken for wealth, you know. Izuku spoke with his head down and tucked in his legs whenever he felt nervous around his parents' reactions to things. Izuku knows that his parents would never raise their hands at him. Izuku still balled up whenever he was anxious about something and started to grab his hair to rip his hair out, but his father spoke, "Sit on your hands Izuku." Izuku did to prevent himself from tearing his hair out. His dad spoke again with a soothing voice and soft grin, "Move around Izuku and get all of the stims out of your system." Izuku, before he was diagnosed as autistic when he was 13 years old, he always felt self-conscious about his twitchy and jittery movements, but after he was diagnosed and his parents did their research, they learned that movements were called stimming, and they always encouraged him to stim whenever he needed to. After Izuku shook his body like a dog, or Principal Nizu would whenever they got drenched, and then grabbed his weights to do curl-ups. Izuku found that exercise was very effective for grounding him and clearing his mind, helping him to focus his thoughts. Exercise was also therapeutic and hypnotic to Izuku and didn't stop until he heard a bowl of katsudon clink in front of him and set his weights down, and Izuku cringed in pain from his arms, and his dad must have heard him wince because his dad used his heat pad hands trick and grabbed the sore arms and eased his muscle soreness. When his dad discovered that he had the ability to warm up his body heat using his quirk, and instead of exhaling flames and holding the heat, instead he quickly learned how to utilize this aspect of his quirk to act as a heat pad, a pillow, and etc. Izuku was snapped out of his mumbling when his dad cleared his throat and spoke up, "Are you going to eat your katsudon?" Izuku spoke sharply and too fast, "Yes. I am going to eat some." Izuku tore into his meal and immediately could tell that it was warmed up leftovers, which meant that Mom was not feeling well. Actually, Mom hasn't been feeling well at all. She was acting weird lately. She stopped crying as much, had a quirk slip which never happened to his mom, and been stress eating a lot more than he had seen before. Then again, Kaken was kidnapped and he felt guilty about it all over again. His dad spoke up, "Inko hasn't been feeling well, she cursed at me." Wait, his mom cursed at his dad? But Mom never uses cuss words and hates cursing in her presence. Izuku said with an audible tremor in his voice, trying not to stutter. His dad spoke up, "Your mother was in incredible pain. Our queen is resting." My mom was in pain. Is Mom all right? Well, obviously not, because if she was in enough pain to curse at Dad, then Mom must have been in agony. How long was Mom hiding this? Was there signs that he missed? How can Izuku call himself a hero when he can't even see his own mother's pain? Izuku felt even worse than before. After all, his mom was horrified every time he shattered his bones, so it's no wonder then she was stressed out by, well, everything. Izuku felt horrible about this. He should have been faster in the beast forest. Izuku was right there, not even 10 meters away from Kaken. Izuku was jarred from his mind when his mom started screaming, and he quickly got up and ran to his parents' room, and Izuku stopped dead in his tracks when he saw her hair floating around her head like Eraserhead's hair whenever he used his quirk. But that's not what froze in place. It was the light that started to crawl up her body in an all too familiar manner. It was identical to OFA's full cowling, but the light was green instead of red markings. Izuku's mother jerked her head up and saw the identical X marking on her face and her eyes gaining white pupils that he had whenever he activated OFA. What was this? Is this what I look like when using OFA? My God. This was his mom? Izuku didn't know if he would have run away or tried to stand firm or never would know because Izuku's mother made his decision for him because his mom flew toward him and gripped him steadfast and held him in a hug, but this hug was not her usual comforting hug. No, this was a shield of a hug. Like the thing his mother did whenever she had to brake her car suddenly and whipping her arm up in a protective gesture. Everything the house was floating around like zero gravity and his dad's reached out to try to grab my hand but Izuku felt a shift in his mom and she held him tighter and she bared her teeth at his own dad. Mom wouldn't do it? But she did it. Mom attacked dad. Twice before he had to give mom space and wait. I don't know when I started to cry but I did and half whispered half sobbing said to his mom. Please mom, you have to stop this. I'm safe. Don't hurt dad. I'm safe. I'm okay. Izuku must have gotten to her because the green Vena light started to fade away and her hair started to fall down flat and my mom's pupils became black again and her eyes were back to normal. Izuku felt his mother slump down and his father caught his mother before she fell to the ground. My green-haired queen, it's okay. Izuku is safe and sound. I don't bear any ill will towards you. Just rest easy, Inko Midoriya. Izuku's dad finally spoke with a gentle and shaky voice. Izuku sat in silence for the rest of the night in a hospital again, not as a patient. As an anxious family member watching his mother unconscious and with a quirk suppressing bracelet on her wrist. Inko had woken up much later than she usually did and for a brief moment she had thought she overslept her alarm but then she had remembered her hospital visit. Oh God, it was real, not some horrible nightmare. Inko had attacked her family and terrified her son, Izuku. Inko had broken the vow she and Hisashi had made to each other. To never abuse or terrify their children. Inko looked at her trembling hands and for the first time since she had heard about Bakugou's kidnapping Inko started to cry, no gut-wrenching horrible sobbing about her terrifying actions, the nightmare quirk slip she had. Her awful mother was right after all. Inko did become her mother. Inko didn't think about her mother much nor she didn't want to because whenever she thought about her mother it would bring her horrible memories of her childhood in full clarity. Too late for Inko Midoriya. Because now she was carried away by her memories of her mother. 35 years ago. Inko was 7 years old and was playing with toys in the sandbox in her overgrown backyard with the grass being as tall as the first grader and her face was dirty with the sand and mud in her hair. Inko was messy child back then. Always playing in the sandbox and digging up worms and bugs to watch them float in the air with her quirk. That particular morning, however, Inko had gotten excited and extra dirty. She was floating insects and even a poor hapless toad. Inko was wiggling her entire body with excitement watching the small animals in her quirk's power trying to fly away or in the toad's case trying to hop away. Inko flapped her arms around in excitement imagining she was flying too. Inko's mother, Osu Midoriya, called for her in her grating voice, "Get the F over here, you little sheet-wallowing pig." Inko didn't respond right away to her mother because she was too engrossed with her fun. Osu didn't like that very much. Inko's mother hated being ignored so, Inko's mother decided to teach her a lesson that day. Osu used her own quirk and repelled all the little creatures in Inko's quirk and slammed them so hard into the fence that they became smears of blood on the fence. Then Osu grabbed Inko by her hair and dragged her into the house and shouted at Inko saying, "Listen to me the first time I call you." Osu continued her rant as she slammed Inko into the bathtub and started the water to clean Inko up but she purposely turned it on the hottest setting. Scalding water cascaded through the showerhead and Inko screamed in pain for a couple of seconds before Osu smacked Inko so hard that she cut her face and shook Inko like a rag doll and grumbled, "Listen here, you grubby, worm-brained freak show, I always have to go out my way to raise you, Inko, but you had to be so difficult to raise. Why do you have to be so disgusting, Inko?" 30 years ago. Inko was 12 years old and her first acne breakouts were emerging and she had just learned SEC education earlier that day during school and while everyone else was cringing or otherwise ignoring the lesson. Inko, unlike her peers, was engrossed by the lesson. Too engaged. Inko had started to masturbate. Inko didn't really realize at the time that this was a serious taboo in public. Inko was just enjoying the warm, relaxing feeling of the moment and the urges that followed. Her classmates were screaming bloody murder and her prudish teacher fainted. Inko was ripped from her desk and thrown into the nurse's office, but Inko was blissfully unaware of the severity of her actions and continued her expression of her budding sexuality. 10 minutes later, Izuku showed up in the nurse's office and dragged her home and repeatedly slammed her around with her quirk and into glass for the first time, and the agony of glass piercing her skin on her back was excruciating, and removing the glass shards was even worse. For 3 long hours her mother, Izuku, was cussing and yelling at her, calling her a feral animal and other horrible things. 4 months after this incident happened, Inko was diagnosed as autistic. Inko Midoriya had just turned 13 years old 2 weeks before she got her diagnosis. 25 years ago, Inko was 17 years old and almost 18 years old by a couple of days. Inko had been secretly saving money from her secret jobs for months after her 18th birthday. Inko had also found herself a home made for giants when she was 14 years old. Inko was going to live comfortably here in this secret place until Inko had saved enough money to get her apartment in the city to go to college. Izuku was none the wiser. After all, Inko was just a dirty, spazzy freak. Inko left her childhood home a few months later, September 10th. Inko walked out at 2 in the morning and never looked back at her childhood home. Current day. Inko Midoriya had been crying the whole morning and into lunchtime when Hisashi walked into the room and said nothing because he knew that she had been thinking about her mother. Hisashi sat down with her on the bed and held her for a long time and just gave her soft kisses and made odd grunting sounds whenever he was crying, because Hisashi had no eyes and there was only 2 tiny slits in his scar tissue that the doctors that operated on him gave so he would be able to cry and not have infections from his tears. Izuku was in the doorway sitting down and using his weights to keep his mind blank and said nothing because Izuku knew what she was crying about. Inko Midoriya was so lucky to have her family that she made and cherished with all of her heart. Inko was eventually able to stop crying and slept with only peasant dreams about her true family. Inko fell asleep to the thought that she was so lucky to have Hisashi and Izuku here. Inko was recovering from her meltdown from yesterday when she was hit with the full force of what her quirk slip did. Inko's doctors told her to take it easy and avoid stress until her doctor's appointment in 2 weeks' time. Inko was home alone at the moment and will be until the evening. Izuku was at school and Hisashi had an emergency meeting with his local contacts and later his lawyers to discuss legal problems with Principal Nizu. Inko had only met the principal of U.A once and she felt uneasy around him. Not that he was rude or anything like that, but because he was too smart and not in the way that Hisashi was business savvy or how she was medically inclined or how Izuku was analyzing quirks and heroes. No, Nizu's intelligence was like a chess master, moving people around like pawns and always knew what people would do. That intelligence was unnerving to her. Honestly, Inko was extremely bored and restless. Which for Inko was typically a bad thing. Boredom made her the most reckless, the most likely to do something impulsive. Inko paced around the house and just doing busy work like cleaning the dishes, vacuuming the carpet and things like that. Inko had just finished drying the dishes when she glanced up at the window and saw 4 young men, probably 19 to 20-year-olds, circling 2 girls probably Izuku's age. Inko set the plate down and opened the window and listened to the conversation on the ground right front of Inko's house, and she had heard some unsavory lewd words towards the 2 girls, and Inko knew what to do. Inko walked out to the porch and greeted the 2 girls and hugged them like they were close friends rather than total strangers and whispered to the 2 girls, "Play along you too." The 2 girls got the message and pretended to know her and started idle chat with Inko while all 3 ladies watched the thugs slowly back off and then turned around the street corner, and after a few minutes Inko finally cleared her throat and spoke her introduction. "Hello, my name is Inko Midoriya. What are your names, you two?" The taller black-haired girl with her hair in a ponytail spoke in a formal fashion. "Inko Midoriya? I have heard of you. Do you have a son named Izuku Midoriya?" Inko responded, "Yes, he goes to UA. Are you 2 UA students?" The girl beside the ponytail-wearing girl was a brown-haired girl with little pads on her fingers like toe beans, as Hisashi would describe cat paws, and the term was so endearing that she always called them that ever since. The brown-haired girl piped up, "I'm Uraraka Ochako and the girl beside me is Momo. What was you students doing here, and if this was approved by Eraserhead, why would this kids be here? This couldn't be a coincidence." The girl named Momo spoke in the formal tone again. "Well, Mrs. Midoriya, the two of us were separated from the rest of the class and it was entirely my responsibility. I was sightseeing and Uraraka was my partner and had to follow. Can you take us to this train station?" Momo pointed to her map and Inko knew exactly where they needed to go and escorted the two girls to the train station, and they departed to UA on the bullet train. Inko, when she protected and escorted Uraraka and Momo, she felt an adrenaline surge, and it was exciting, and when they were safe and sound the adrenaline faded and Inko was relieved of course, but a part of her was crestfallen by the adrenaline wearing off. Inko wondered if all heroes felt this way during and after helping people. Maybe heroes and heroines chase this adrenaline high constantly. Maybe that's why heroes keep fighting, protecting, rescuing people despite risk of being hurt, traumatized, and death itself. Maybe this feeling is why her son, Izuku, kept training, fighting, and learning how to be a hero despite the risk of permanent damage. 2 hours later, Inko looked at the welding goggles, surgical mask, green hoodie with the kanji of the word protector on the back, yellow work gloves, black elbow and knee pads, navy blue loose-fitting pants, and finally sturdy black combat boots in her bag, and she had thought that she had lost her mind. There's no turning back now. Inko had put on her disguise and she walked out of her hiding place near her house and hid her backpack, hiding her regular clothes and hair tie, causing her green and gray hair to fall down and around her disguised face, and pulled her hood down and set off to do the dumbest, most impulsive, reckless thing her entire life. Inko was becoming a FANG vigilante, that for a day at least. 9 hours later, Inko was having a time of her life. Saving cats out of trees, using her newly strengthened quirk to pull creeps away from ladies just trying to enjoy their night, stopping 5 muggings in progress, escorting scared kids to safety, and just generally running around helping people. Inko only stopped when her muscles screamed in agony, too dizzy to stand, her body becoming so feverish that her vision blurred, and of course the god-awful migraine. All symptoms of quirk overuse for her. Inko crumples towards the ground in a park near her home. Suddenly she saw a woman in a scandalous outfit, a cocktail of a hairstyle on a leather-clad man, and finally a scruffy man with the iconic yellow goggles and capture gear on his neck. Midnight, present Mike, and finally Izuku's homeroom school teacher Eraserhead. This was samabist dust enveloping her body, causing Inko's eyes to becoming heavy, and she fell asleep. Inko woke up in an interrogation room with quirk suppressing bracelets on her wrists, and her left hand was handcuffed to the table's quirk nullifying bolt. Inko glanced up and saw Eraserhead on the right side and a dog-headed man to Eraserhead's left. Eraserhead finally spoke in his tired monotone voice. "I see where the problem child gets it from, Inko Midoriya. I see where the problem child gets it from, Inko Midoriya," was what Eraserhead had said as an introduction to Inko as she was in interrogation room and shackled to the desk. Eraserhead always cut to the heart of the conversation with no niceties. Inko could respect that. After all, she doesn't do small talk. Inko was extremely exhausted though, and she realized that she was gone for 11 hours without anyone knowing where she was. Oh god, I could be so selfish and stupid. Hisashi and Izuku must rot with worry and fear for her safety. What was wrong with her lately? Inko needs to get a grip on herself, ever since she heard about Bakugou's kidnapping and Izuku's fragile state of his arms. Inko has been spiraling out of control. Honestly, Inko was relieved that she had collapsed when and where she did, with 3 pro heroes finding her. 3 pro heroes that teach at UA. They've been watching her the whole time. Why didn't they stop her? You're wondering why we didn't stop your feral, chaotic rampage of public service and vigilantism tonight before you collapsed from exhaustion, Inko Midoriya, aren't you, woof? The dog-headed man to Eraserhead's left spoke up. Inko was too tired from her migraine sapping her strength, and her stomach was empty and rumbled in protest of any thoughts except for sleep and eat. Inko nodded in response, slowly though because it hurts her head to move it. Eraserhead sighed and got up and walked out of the room and then came back with some curry, 4 bowls of them to be precise, and a new person walked into the interrogation room with a TV rolling out on a cart. They had to be really short because all she saw was his buzz-cut white hair. Until he hopped up a stool and realized that he was Principal Nizu. Inko was however too hungry to even try to be polite about it. Inko had tore into her curry in front of her and had a feeding frenzy. For 15 whole minutes all Inko could think about was eating more curry. Everyone else was waiting patiently for her to get full. 25 bowls of curry. It took 25 bowls of curry to satiate Inko's hunger. My God, Inko was becoming a monster in terms of appetite. What was she, trying to win a eating competition? Inko, after eating all of that food, found that her headache was gone as well as the dizziness, and her muscles were completely fine. It was like magic. This was too weird to be real, but that illusion of "is this a dream" broke when she tried to use her quirk. It zapped her and Inko winced in pain. "You haven't been eating enough, Mrs. Midoriya, especially since you have just went through a quirk awakening." Nizu chirped about her like an amusing puzzle to solve. Inko was not some kind of freak show that needed to be solved by other people who had no idea how she processed things. Inko furrowed her face and she bared her teeth, and it wasn't until the dog-headed man spoke up and looked at her with tension in his eyes. "Mrs. Midoriya, can you please stop your snarling at Nizu?" Inko was snarling? When did she start that? Inko was too tired to try to apologize for her behavior. Inko's mind was muddled with fatigue. What's a quirk awakening? Wait, if you think that I'm a teenager or a toddler who had just awakened their quirk, you're dead wrong, Nizu. Inko spoke with an audible weariness in her voice. Nizu spoke up in detail. "No, Mrs. Midoriya, this type of quirk awakening is called spontaneous quirk mutation, or SQM for short. I'm sure that you are aware that term. After all, your son had this happen to him. Just please listen to me. After all, I'm the only one who will erase your arrest and charges for vigilantism and public quirk mischief. It won't look good to have someone who runs a powerful business dealing with helping others with their own quirks have a record of misuse of her quirk, now would it?" Inko knew he was right about that, but she hated it. Inko took a deep breath and said, "I'll listen to you if and only if you agree to expunge this from the books." Nizu cheerfully spoke, "I'm so glad that you can see reason despite your unpredictable nature." Inko looked surprised by the unpredictable nature comment. Actually, Nizu seemed to be almost afraid of her, like he couldn't get a good read on her. Inko didn't think of herself as unpredictable at all. Inko had the same routines every single day, and Inko had believed that she was the opposite of unpredictable until Nizu had a hint of fear in his eyes when he called her unpredictable. Nizu cleared his throat and continued his monologue. "Now you know how the Public Safety Commission views vigilantes, as unlisted, unpredictable, and unstable, but that's not what they truly fear from a vigilante. They have no oversight over the vigilante's actions. No bureaucracy that they can control. Vigilantes can vanish and reappear anywhere and have no jurisdictions that can be trusted as where they will stay in the area they've emerged from. The Public Safety Commission is already investigating the Protector case." Inko asked Nizu, "The Protector case?" Nizu just turned on the T.V that he rolled in the room, and the channel was turned to the Daily Hero Report. News report. There has been a new sighting of a new vigilante today wearing a green hoodie with the word Protector printed on the back of the green hoodie, due to the fact that the Protector suddenly and rapidly escalated to extreme vigilantism on the debut of the Protector's first appearance. She will classified as a maverick-level vigilante. Due to the following information so far. The Protector's quirk has been classified as a mid-tier type of quirk, but this can change when we have more information about the Protector's quirk, which we will call telepath until we know more. The Protector's debut was during midday yesterday and continued up to the last recorded sighting at 3:42 a.m. this morning. This already shows a boldness that may imply past vigilantism under a different alias, but this is unlikely due to the fact that the Protector will be out the open and during the day. Also, why the Protector is seen as inexperienced as a vigilante is due to estimated age and the makeshift manner of the debut disguise. The Protector is shown to be incredibly nomadic in her debut, traveling from her first sighting in Mistfeisu and bouncing through Kamino, Nurkwa, and all the way to the western edge of Tokyo, and her last sighting was located in Park, traveling eastbound toward Ue. The Protector has shown a variety of attacks with and without her quirk that proves to be very effective and very unpredictable combatant. The Protector has the following physical features: green and gray hair, muscular limbs, rounded face, late 30s to early 40s. The Protector has the following abilities that includes her quirk's abilities that we know currently, this is subject to change, and her non-quirk abilities are as follows. Quirk's abilities: enhanced speed, durability, strength and flexibility. Enhanced sensitivity to people's quirks and emotions. Telepathy, able to lift, pull, push, and lower both inorganic and organic matter. Minor healing abilities for herself. Enhanced senses, hearing, sight and mostly smell. Non-quirk abilities: incredible knowledge of first aid and drags and their effects and how to reduce or eliminate them in a person's body. The Protector also seems to have incredible knowledge in advanced medicine and the ability to perform some complex medical procedures. The knowledge of forcibly deactivating a quirk via of the reflexes of the opponent, this implies incredible knowledge in human anatomy. Unidentified, unorthodox fighting style made incredibly difficult to evaluate, escape, and defend against. The ability to make makeshift weapons on the fly and use them to incredible effect. Able to maneuver multiple terrains and able to make use of her environment around her to increase her chances of winning. So far the following weaknesses has been identified in the Protector. Nellophobia, fear of glass. More so getting hurt by glass shards and shattered glass. The Protector's quirk is most likely fueled by the consumption of food and weakens over time without proper food consumption levels replenished. Lack of social skills and is most likely neurodivergent, although this could be just nerves. The Protector can be stealthy but she is impulsive and reckless. In other news. News report end. Inko was stunned by the report. She traveled that far and that quick, but was more unnerving was how much they'd learned about her in 9 hours. They've classified her as a maverick vigilante, the most unpredictable, most notorious, most powerful, and the most likely to be later classified as a rogue vigilante, someone who can gravely hurt someone or even kill if necessary. Inko looked at her hands and thought that were thousands of people who were judging her, watching her, and were afraid of her. Maybe they're right? Maybe she was unpredictable? Inko had gotten way over her head. That much is clear. But why would Nizu go out his way to find me and give such a deal? Nizu wants something from her. Nizu is definitely desperate, but what could he want from her so badly? Nizu cleared his throat and spoke. Inko Midoriya, I will cut the chase. You can move fast, have a very versatile quirk, sense when people are lying or about to attack you, and most importantly you have no oversight or jurisdiction. You can go anywhere at any time. Inko Midoriya, the first heroes who use their quirks as vigilantes, there's no leads, no trace, no whisper of where Katsuki Bakugou is if he's still alive, that is. Please Inko Midoriya, help us find him. Help us find the truth. Do everything in your power to get Katsuki Bakugou, dead or alive. Inko looked at the sentient animal before her and saw just how much he and the staff of UA wanted to bring him back if he was still alive. Inko didn't know if they were asking her because they actually cared about Bakugou's safety or to save their own buttes from the lawsuit against them, one of many actually. Inko doesn't know if UA cares for Katsuki Bakugou as a person or as a liability. Inko does know this. If they're this desperate for help and she declined to help them, they're going to find someone else who might only care about money. Inko does care about Katsuki. Inko Midoriya resolve was unfaltering and unbreakable. Inko vows to find out the truth about her son's friend, Katsuki Bakugou. She shook Nizu's paw. The deal was struck. Find out what happened to Katsuki Bakugou and find him and weed out the League of Villains and stop at nothing to get her answers with deadly force if necessary. When she completed her mission, burn the green hoodie with the word of Protector on it and bury her vigilante career forever. Inko will have no oversight but also no safety net. A ride or die plan that if she gets caught again, Inko would be forgotten by UA and left to deal with the fallout. Nizu gave her a black voice modulator so her voice was disguised. That's all the tools that UA gave her to help, or will ever give. Inko Midoriya was on her own. Aizawa and the other faculty with the exception of Nizu were trying their best. My husband present Mike collapsing in his arms trying to find Bakugou. All the teachers have been taught to recognize potential threats to people. Inko Midoriya was one of those potential threats. It was obvious to the world that Inko Midoriya, CEO of Midoriya Medicine Incorporated, was having a quirk awakening. Quirk awakenings, artificial or natural, change people for better or worse. Unfortunately for Inko Midoriya and the world at large, Mrs. Midoriya's quirk awakening was changing her for the worst possible way, enhancing her flaws while downplaying her reasoning. And Nizu wants to try to sick this powerful woman who just wants the same things that everyone else wants on League of Villains because they're making him look bad, and possibly manage to discredit the biggest lawsuit by getting Inko Midoriya caught in the art vigilantism again. This time around though, parading her around like a circus. It made Aizawa sick. Nizu's cover story for Inko Midoriya was she had been mugged by an unknown person and stolen her identification and purse, and Midnight fought the mugger, but they escaped from her, and Inko was brought into UA as a Jane Doe until she had been identified by me, Eraserhead, as Inko Midoriya. Japan and all of Inko's overseas connections were furious with this attack. Inko Midoriya had built her company from the ground up, and she was a kind, fair employer who encouraged her workers to create powerful unions, and every single person, even part-time workers, were paid enough money to support their families and have more than enough money to spend their leisure. Inko held every single person who wanted to work with Midoriya Medicine Incorporated accountable to their workers and forced her company's partners to make thriving wages for every single employee and allow the creation of unions in her partner companies, or the work contracts were nullified and faced legal charges against anyone who broke her contracts. So, yes, to say that people were mad would be an understatement. All of the Midoriya family's inner circle, business owner friends, overseas contacts, and the entirety of Japanese workforce was outraged, even though he hates the Public Safety Commission. Their outrage over Inko's mugging was the only thing that Aizawa agreed on about them. Ironically enough, the Public Safety Commission was FANG terrified of the Protector, judging by their actions in classifying her as a maverick vigilante, most likely rogue vigilante if the Protector shows up again. The Maverick Vigilante title was a formality, and everyone else knew that the Protector was going to be classified as a rogue vigilante. There's even rumors that the Protector case and Inko's mugging case were connected. After all, the Protector was last seen right where Inko's mugging took place. The evening news reports alleged that the Protector was linked to Inko's case, and because of those allegations the police and pro-heroes were told to attack first and use lethal force if necessary. Japan even created an executive order to allow for police officers and people to use their own quirks to attack the Protector. If only the case was that simple. The two cases were linked, but in a way no one could ever imagine. Because of the Protector was so hot-button issue, Nizu was forced to set up the first vigilante hunt in his tenure as the principal of UA. Students who were second years and third years in the hero course had to use half of their school day to do one thing: find and engage the Protector. Inko Midoriya was way over her head as the Protector. The Protector needs allies. Aizawa has two people in mind already, two people who have trained their quirks so hard that they had quirk awakenings, and he had already told those two the truth about the Protector, two people who had the most at stake in Katsuki Bakugou's kidnapping, two people that he had secretly supplied weapons, tools, and disguises. The two also had a home base to hide their disguises, recuperate from their battles, and share their knowledge and theories in safety. Flashbang and Glucose, aka Mr. and Mrs. Bakugou. Aizawa knew that the next time he will meet the Protector and her team he will have to fight them. Eraserhead was not looking forward to this. Inko Midoriya was in the hospital again, but she was a victim of a mugging as per the official story, and Inko just played dumb to her questions about the events leading to her mugging. 2 days later she got a text from Eraserhead after she had been released from the hospital saying, "Talk to the Bakugous, they will help you. They know." Inko wasn't stupid, it was vague on purpose. Mitsuki and Masaru knew that she was the Protector and willing to help. Inko was not surprised hearing that the Bakugous had quirk awakenings. After all, their own son was kidnapped, and if she could have a quirk awakening due to stress for Bakugou's sake, then it would stand to reason that they'd have quirk awakenings too. The Bakugous had locked themselves up in their house and refused to leave or have visitors. Inko hadn't seen them in over 2 weeks. Inko, however, her husband became more protective of her. Inko had understood where her wonderful husband was coming from. Everyone thinks that the protector was involved with her mugging. Technically speaking, they're not wrong, but they don't have the full, shady picture. Inko had wanted to tell Hisashi everything, and she always did that until now. Inko knew that knowledge will endanger him and Izuku. Inko could eat dinner until she got truly full around her family because the doctor said due to her quirk she had to eat 10 times the amount for someone without a food-fueled quirk. At least she knew that she needed to, especially when she had to be the protector. But Inko felt so self-conscious about it. Hisashi sat down beside her and spoke, "I know that you are self-conscious about your appetite, but your body needs to have this amount of food. The doctors said that eating the normal serving of food for you is very unhealthy for years, but even more so when you just went through the quirk equivalent of PBRDY in the span of a couple of weeks." Inko knew that he was right about that, but she still felt bad. Inko had to get over herself. Also, the whole jab about PBRDY made her feel like a teenager in the sense of running around town causing chaotic but well-meaning delinquent behavior and getting herself wrapped up in a conspiracy with the DMN rat. Maybe Inko was regressing in terms of her thought process. After all, before all of this stuff she was more patient and more level-headed. Now Inko's recklessness and impulsivity was taking over her reasoning. She really was regressing into her innate instincts like when she was actually a teenager. Inko had more in common with her son rather than her husband. Inko suddenly started to cry thinking about it more. Hisashi spoke gently, "It's okay now, you're safe and sound. Here, have some food, my queen, you need it." Inko couldn't respond to Hisashi at the moment, but her crying was interrupted by Izuku suddenly slamming down some his hero analysis for the future notebooks, and Inko didn't know what to expect from Izuku. Until Izuku spoke excitedly and voice cracking, "You're like Fatgum." Izuku started rocking back and forth in his seat, and Izuku started mumbling about heroes who have food-fueled quirks, and he quickly added, "Momo also has a creation quirk that uses lipids to make objects." Inko had to kill her son's excitement by adding, "Oh, also like the protector." Inko immediately wished she could take back her words. Inko could be so boneheaded about her words. She had gotten better at not making those comments, but she still had her moments of social suicide. At least she could learn how her family truly felt about the protector. Maybe she, despite her mind telling her, no, it's not going to be positive for her. Inko wanted to hope. How naive Inko Midoriya felt in that moment. Watching her son's face fall, and then she felt even worse when Izuku reassured her, "Mom, you're not like that vigilante, she's like a wild animal. You are more like Fatgum or Creati, don't beat yourself up about your own quirk." Wild animal. That's what her son thought of her. Inko really hadn't changed from the scared 12-year-old girl with her first wounds from her mother slamming her in the window and glass shards in her back oozing blood. Hisashi, the sweetheart, tried to cheer her up by telling her, "My lovely wife and queen, do not compare yourself to that violent brute. Yes, you had your rash moments before, but you learned from them. Don't despair over such things, Inko." Hisashi smiled softly and genuinely, which made her feel even more awful. Violent brute. That's what my husband said about her. Her own soulmate and son thinks that she is. Wild animal and violent brute. Those are the words that her family think about her. After dinner with her family, where she was pretending that she wasn't just called an animal and brute by her husband and son, Izuku went to do homework and Hisashi went to file legal paperwork and take business calls respectively. Inko, after convincing her husband to go continue working. Inko was eating her heartache away. Inko had stopped counting the bowls of beef stew. After all, why bother with numbers? They only make her self-conscious and feel like the beast that her family thought she was. While they talking about the protector, not Inko Midoriya. That made her feel better about it. After all, the protector is going to be a temporary thing anyway. Inko had to rationalize it that way because she will always be Inko Midoriya, but the protector was an odd phase in her life that will end. Whereas for the Bakugous, they can't move on until they find answers. Well, if those answers are the ones that she had been bottling up turn out to be true, Katsuki Bakugou might already be dead. After her dinner, she got up and walked into her room and told Hisashi that she was going to the Bakugou's house and she will be gone a while. Hisashi spoke, "Inko, my queen, only there and back okay?" Inko replied, "Hisashi, If they need me for support and I have to stay the night over there. Hisashi cleared his throat and spoke evenly. Absolutely, you can stay the night with them whenever they need it, and good lord they do need it. Good night, my queen, and I'll tell Izuku your plans. Just make sure to call me, okay? Inko brushed the hair out of her eyes and promised him to call him before bed. Inko walked over to her next-door neighbors and they allow her in. Inko was startled by how much they'd changed. Mitsuki was bulked up like a mixed martial fighter, and her muscles on her arms and legs were well-defined but paler than what she remembered. Mitsuki was also taller than what she was a couple of weeks ago. Actually, Inko also had a growth spurt as well. Masaru was the most changed out of the two. He was also bulked up with muscles and he looked like a older, taller Katsuki with his darker hair, but like Inko herself he also had gray spikes of hair. Hey, guys, I want to help. Inko had spoken softly. Masaru snorted, about time you showed up, protector. Well, what are? Just standing there for come to the basement. Mitsuki added, come on already and see our newfound abilities and cool sheet from Eraserhead. He trained us both up in our quirk's new powers. Eraserhead trained them? Gave them weapons and tools? If Katsuki Bakugou is still alive by some miracle, then Eraserhead will be in the Bakugou's good graces for the rest of their lives, and if Katsuki is dead, that well, the Bakugou family won't rest until every single Nomu, villain, and object the League of Villains touch was obliterated, and Inko Midoriya would help them. Even if it kills them all. Either way, Eraserhead had turned a blind eye to her vigilante behavior and trained the Bakugous, gave them tools, disguises, weapons, and etc. Inko realized that Eraserhead was risking everything to help us. Eraserhead could lose everything that he had. The Public Safety Commission would classify him as a villain. Inko saw two tables. One table had a bunch of tools, grappling hooks, knives, smoke bombs, and other tools of the trade of an underground hero. The other table had 3 weapons and a label to tell which weapon belonged to, written in Eraserhead's writing. Flashbang, Kana, Glucose, Twin Whips. And finally, the protector, Brass Knuckles. There was a note from Eraserhead to her underneath her brass knuckles. It reads, Eraserhead's note. Listen, problem mother. By the time you read this note, I won't be able to help you out. In fact, the next time we meet, I'm duty-bound to fight all of you. The world will never rest until all 3 of you are caught or dead. I'm going to be honest and not mince words with you. There's never such a thing of a vigilante retiring. Only death itself could free all of you from your actions. Vigilantes will never have a happy life. Flashbang, Glucose, and the Protector. All of you are branded by the creed known as the Vigilante. You may have to fight your loved ones, your own sons. My mother was a vigilante. And now Katsuki and Izuku have a tragic destiny. To fight against their own parents. Izuku will have no mother. Katsuki will be an orphan. The 3 of you may try to put away your mask, but here's the thing. The mask is a part of you. The only true identity all of you would have is Flashbang, Glucose. And finally, the Protector. This is a thankless, awful, and tragic choice you all made. My biggest regret was not stopping all of you before you made this choice. Now history will repeat itself. My story, my legacy, will be burdened by Izuku. Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugou is alive. The League of Villains is too confident to move, and Tamura wants to mold him into a villain, but a man-child like that won't keep him alive for long. Talk to the vigilante known as the Crawler in Nanchbira. The instant villains and next-level villains are connected to the Villain Factory, which is connected to the League of Villains because they manufacture their Nomu there. Eraserhead. Eraserhead note end. Inko, Mitsuki, and Masaru knew deep down that they were at a point of no return. All 3 of them looked at the tear-stained letter, and to protect Eraserhead, all 3 of them tore into 3 strips, and Flashbang clapped his hands and blasted the letter. Flashbang demonstrated his quirk and showed the following features of his quirk. Able to create a powerful flash that has enough force to stun and blind most people by clapping his hands. Able to generate flames on his fingertips. This takes a lot of energy and focus. Able to use his hands to generate enough sweat to wipe on a solid surface to climb walls. Flashbang can ignite Glucose's sweat and make bombs that way. Glucose demonstrated her quirk and showed the following features. Glucose's sweat has the ability to make a crystallized shell around her body like Kirishima's quirk and durable enough to take a tank shell point blank. Able to break off some hardened sweat and shoot it like quills, and the quills are fast enough to break concrete. Able to gellify her sweat and climb walls. Glucose can make a glob of gelified sweat and stick on walls, and flashbang can ignite it. After Mitsuki and Masaru demonstrated their quirks to Inko, she was floating. Literally, she had gotten so excited about seeing her friends' newfound abilities it was like all them were kids again, showing off their quirks for the first time. Inko, you're flying right now, Masaru said with an audible smile, the first time he smiled since Katsuki was kidnapped. Inko looked down and saw, sure enough, she was floating in the air with her gray streaks in her hair were glowing neon green. Inko deactivated her quirk and fell with a horrible crash. "Ow!" was the only thing that Inko said. Mitsuki winced and said, "That looked like that didn't hurt." Inko looked down and saw her leg had a big gash and the pain hit her, but almost immediately her wound glowed green like she was bleeding acid, and then the pain stopped and the glow faded to reveal her leg was as good as new. "That's so effing amazing, Inko," Mitsuki responded with a smirk. Inko just gave them a thumbs up and sat in a nearby chair and looked at her hands. Inko couldn't enjoy this small aspect of her quirk. Inko was amazed by their quirks and was geeking out. Izuku's and Hisashi's quirk obsessions were rubbing off on her obviously. Inko only felt scared of her quirk, it was getting too powerful. It's no wonder that the Protector was so scary. Inko was called a wild animal by her son and a violent brute by her husband. Inko was too unpredictable, Nizu had every right to be afraid. Inko also couldn't stop thinking about Eraserhead's note saying that it was her destiny to fight her own son. Inko could never harm him, but she realized that Izuku wouldn't have the same hesitation towards her. That's what Eraserhead meant. Based on the tears on that note, Inko could only come to one conclusion. Shoyuta Aizawa Eraserhead killed his own mother and didn't realize it until after she died. Inko really was a monster after all. Inko had returned home and, feeling that she cursed her family, Inko fell asleep with nightmares that were too real. Night Eye Agency was the lead hero agency assigned the Protector case by the Public Safety Commission themselves, because the Night Eye Agency has an appropriate quirk for an unpredictable situation. Unfortunately, though, Night Eye has been tearing his hair out about his most difficult case in his entire career. Night Eye had heard about heroes having one archnemesis in their lives, and Night Eye did agree that some villains were almost impossible to solve and puzzled the heroes encountering their archnemesis. Night Eye had thought that he would be the exception to this unspoken rule because of his quirk that can literally see the future, without fail. Night Eye's quirk was a curse at times. That a quirk slipped while holding All Might's hand while I was helping him up, caused me to see his horrible death. Night Eye was wrong about him being immune to the archnemesis rule in every hero's career. This Protector case was so infuriating, because whenever he would interview a promising witness he would use his quirk to no avail, so Night Eye tried to find a pattern to the Protector's behavior and her two new vigilante friends Glucose and Flashbang. Her two friends were easy, they're dead set on finding Katsuki Bakugou. Point 2 of many new vigilantes trying to find Katsuki Bakugou. Something that always happens whenever something awful happens to children. With every surge of vigilantes that come out of the woodwork to help trying to find villains that did something deplorable to children gave Night Eye hope in humanity. However, the Protector herself has no logic, no specific fighting style that can make strategies against, and has no one location that she constantly frequents. The woman was chaotic good incarnate, and he hated it. Night Eye had been convinced that all people had some sort of logic to their train of thought. Night Eye was apparently wrong about that assumption, at least when the Protector was concerned. There was one thing that everyone did know. The Protector was suffering from vigilante sickness. As much as he hated to say it, All Might suffer from this psychological phenomenon. Now the ill-informed people would mistake it for a hero complex, when in actuality that they are completely opposite of each other. A hero complex is formed by someone who has or had a position of power over life and death like a doctor, and they've become so narcissistic that they believe that they can play God with people's lives. On the opposite side of psychological coin, however, was vigilante sickness. Vigilante sickness comes from genuinely kind-hearted people who want to help people and save lives, and the adrenaline rush that comes with doing something dangerous becomes addicted to the adrenaline high, always chasing it, and nothing else matters except for the next person to help. The reason why it's called vigilante sickness is because almost all vigilantes are born because of genuinely good people, and unless you are the most rational person on the planet, that adrenaline rush will become addictive, and like all addictions they consume the person who has it, unless they get caught and rehabilitated. All Might chose his successor, Izuku Midoriya, to gain OFA, but the problem is that All Might chose a kid who is like him. Night Eye had remembered watching Izuku Midoriya at the sports festival. Everyone saw it, witnessed it. Izuku Midoriya was suffering from vigilante sickness. Like the Protector, Eraserhead had been trying to guide Izuku Midoriya into more control of his mind, but All Might has been encouraging him to continue his terrible mindset. Wait a minute. The Protector is roughly the same age, with medical knowledge and similar appearance and quirk. Oh no. Night Eye didn't want to know the future, because everything was lining up. Inko Midoriya was now his prime suspect to the true identity of the Protector. That also means that Glucose and Flashbang were. Oh god. Of course, after all this time, the behavior of the two vigilantes that had similar quirks to Katsuki Bakugou were his own parents, trying to rescue their own son from the League of Villains. Inko Midoriya had accepted his invitation to his agency to talk about the mugging, and she said that all she remembered was walking home and then black, after that she was in the hospital. Inko Midoriya said this, but my quirk never lies. Inko Midoriya is the Protector. He saw that the Protector, Glucose and Flashbang were going to find the vigilante known as the Crawler. But the cover story was a mugging. Near you.a. Only one person, no, only one animal had that kind of influence to cover up something like this. Principal Nizu. Night Eye had spoken to Eraserhead, Midnight and Present Mike, who had found her. The trio told him everything, Nizu ordering Eraserhead's class to a purposely difficult place to navigate, unless a local helped. How Nizu told them to let Inko Midoriya indulge her impulsive behavior and let her lose on a terrifying, exhilarating, ferocious 9-hour trip that only stopped when she collapsed near her home. That near you. How Inko Midoriya was given an ultimatum to find Katsuki Bakugou or be reported as a vigilante. Inko had no choice, no chance to win. Nizu made her into a terrifying, horrifying vigilante as a weapon to save his tail. Night Eye told his findings to the Public Safety Commission, many of whom were Inko's closest business partners and a few of her friends. The Public Safety Commission had its problems, of course, but what Nizu did was truly despicable. Eraserhead, Midnight and Present Mike were granted immunity to punishment. Everyone else that orchestrated this was going to burn to the ground. The Public Safety Commission couldn't back down from the Protector's response that they had placed. Night Eye, Eraserhead, Midnight and Present Mike were formed as the Protector Case Squad. Only one of these heroes have jurisdiction over all the Protector, Glucose and Flashbang cases. Night Eye had only one shot, with his lead. The Protector, Glucose and Flashbang were going to find the vigilante known as the Crawler in Nashibra. If Night Eye fails here, then Inko Midoriya, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugou might be lost forever to vigilante sickness. Night Eye, Eraserhead, Midnight and Present Mike suited up and set off to Nashibra and lie in wait. Night Eye's team was more determined than ever to get the Protector case solved. The Protector Case Squad can't fail here. The 4 pro heroes had to save the trio from themselves. After all, that's what heroes do. Nizu, on the other hand, has a lot to answer for. Nizu has just made everyone his enemies. Nizu's days are numbered. The rat hasn't realized it yet. The Protector and her team thought that she had this whole vigilante thing down. Fight Nomu, escort teenagers and kids lost in the dark, only operate at night, and stop thugs doing petty crimes like robbery, mugging and things like that. The Protector, Glucose and Flashbang have doing this vigilante thing for 3 weeks now, and Inko had found a almost therapeutic routine. Flashbang and Glucose focused their efforts exclusively in Nashibra looking for the Crawler to learn more about the villain factory, but the Crawler was slippery and his team was far more experienced in the whole vigilante thing. Honestly, Inko felt like she could have some kind of guidance. Flashbang and Glucose had Eraserhead train them for 2 weeks before they were basically abandoned by Eraserhead. No, they were abandoned by Eraserhead. At least the Bakugous had something. Inko just had a black voice modulator on her face and brass knuckles from Eraserhead and Nizu. Inko was being selfish. Eraserhead had risked everything to give them a prayer of a chance to save Katsuki Bakugou. The damn rat only gave her the voice modulator to save his own tail. If Katsuki Bakugou was still alive, that is. Eraserhead's note had said that Katsuki was still alive. But that was 3 weeks ago. The Protector was trying her hardest to get answers from the street thugs and other seedy characters about the Crawler and his team, as well as interrogating them on the villain factory, and since Inko was the only one who could fly, she could travel much farther and faster than Glucose and Flashbang. When she had discovered she could fly at supersonic speeds, the thrill of it, the wind whipping around her disguise and green and gray hair, the power of breaking sound itself was amazing. Everyone in Japan was terrified of her constantly changing quirk. As Inko Midoriya, the doctors told her that her quirk's innate powers were locked away from use because she had been eating like someone who didn't have a food-fueled quirk. Now that Inko has been eating enough food for her quirk and her actual body, she felt stronger, more quick reflexes, and she healed faster and got less sick. Not only that, her doctors discovered that biologically she actually got younger. Inko's body was like. She was like her mid-20s. Obviously she was still chronologically 42 years old and had the same life maturity as someone else her age. The doctors estimate that Inko could live up to 250 years old. Hisashi, after my mugging, promised to stay in Japan and only go overseas for short trips. The doctors also examined Izuku and found that he had the same genetics that she had, but since he was healthy for most of his childhood, Izuku had been estimated to live far longer than her. When she had told Hisashi that she and their son had this longevity, Hisashi didn't have that, but he looked like he won the lottery. Inko was going to outlive him. Inko had heard about longevity quirks in her college years, and they're incredibly rare, so much so that Japan has had only one who had it. A villain. All for one. They were legends speaking about his quirk with the ability to take any quirk from anyone. Where did this information come from exactly? Inko had been having strange dreams about legends and folktales of the time period when quirks were just emerging. The first generation. The all-for-one and one-for-all myth was symbolic of hero complex and vigilante sickness. Not living, breathing truth, and yet something in her gut told her that she was connected to it. Inko had remembered her strange dreams right after her quirk slipped, that she had attacked her husband and was protecting her son from her husband. About Nana Shimura and a young All Might during Nana's death. That villain that killed her. He was never caught, and if by some miracle he would be at least Gran Torino's age, if not more. Inko had been so focused on her mission to dwell on dreams and legends. But Inko felt like her dreams held the key to her answer. Where Katsuki Bakugou is located. Inko spoke to Glucose and Flashbang about her dreams before, but they've blown her off, saying that she was lucid dreaming or something. Inko understood where they were coming from. Why would she share something so weird and wishful thinking on her part, like she was a part of the legends and she already held the answers to everything? That sounds like a plot point in one of her drama shows, something so outrageous, so nonsensical that it was beyond stupid. Maybe Inko was starting to lose it. They don't call vigilante sickness because they thought it was cool or something. It was a adrenaline-fueled, adrenaline junkie thing that destroyed most people. Inko had to find Katsuki fast before she lost her mind, literally. As Inko was thinking about all of this crap, she sensed that something was wrong in the city around her. Too quiet, too dark. Inko braced herself, and Glucose and Flashbang were behind her, ready to fight. A yellow glint in the dark. Moving around. Flashbang suddenly shouted, "Incoming Protector!" Inko whipped around as fast as she could, but it was too late. Inko was flying, but not all controlled. She'd been punched hard. Inko crashed into buildings, walls, fences like a ragdoll and stopped with a harsh press. Inko screamed in agony and looked down to see that she had shattered her limbs and had a horrible bruise on her stomach the size of a dinner plate. That punch was incredible and insane. How on earth did it happen? Inko saw that yellow glint. A yellow jacket emerged from the shadows, and it was huge, and Inko heard muffled voices like someone trapped in gum. Oh crap. The behemoth of a hero stood in the streetlight and Inko saw Glucose and Flashbang were stuck in Fatgum's quirk. Fatgum spoke with no evidence of fatigue in his arms when he threw that punch. Glad that we can finally have a chance to chat, Protector. You and your friends are going with me down at the police station. Inko had to think fast. She can't be stopped here. Not with Katsuki still out there. Inko had felt herself mending from his attack, but he was running too quickly toward her, if she could stop him. Surprisingly, from her mending left arm dark green tendrils coiled around Fatgum and squeezed out Glucose and Flashbang. The two of them ran over to her and tried to drag her away. Glucose smacked her across the back of her head and shouted, "Snap out of it, you've taken worse hits than this, you chubby bastard." Well, Glucose's brand of encouragement jarred her senses again and jumped out of their arms, fully healed, and the dark green tendrils were still holding Fatgum, but not for long though, because just as Inko could brace for his charge, Fatgum broke free. Inko sidestepped out of the way just as he barreled past. God, fighting against heroes was a whole different level than fighting against untrained thugs. Inko saw that Glucose was using her quirk to jellify her arms and legs to skate around her bigger opponent, and saw that Flashbang used his quirk to stun and blind Fatgum. Inko meanwhile was still dazed from his hit. Fatgum took the wind out of her sails in one solid hit. Another direct hit from him would most certainly a TKO. Inko regained her composure and knew that quirks like his, no ours, had a cluster of nerves around the armpits that would hamper his muscles and quirk. Inko tried to get a shot in, but Fatgum had known this weakness and defended it well. Fatgum spoke, "Hey there, and I thought that you were the great and terrifying Protector and not just some chump." Inko wasn't stupid, he's trying to egg her on to do something impulsive. Sheet, and the problem was that she almost fell for it. Inko felt so stupid. How can she fight against a pro hero who almost knocked her down before she even sensed him? These heroes must think that the Protector was a joke, a dumbass who throws her power around with no regard for her safety. Inko had just noticed that 4 silhouettes were emerging from the dark. The first one was Present Mike, the second was Midnight, the third was Eraserhead. Inko knew that Eraserhead had warned them that the next time they meet would be a battle. The fourth and final silhouette was Night Eye, and Night Eye spoke while adjusting his glasses. "I know who you are and why you're doing this. Nizu has tricked you, molded you into something that you're not. That I also know about Glucose and Flashbang, aka Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugou." Inko must have looked shocked when he said that, because he continued, "Listen to me, Protector, it doesn't have to be this way." Night Eye was speaking in a tone that meant well, but she hated it. It was a soothing tone meant to calm down a wild animal. Wild animal and violent brute. That was what people think about her. Always have. Fine, they want a wild animal and violent brute. That why should she try to be anything else? Inko was done having people try to control her, trick her to do their bidding. No more. Inko had lost herself to her rage and blacked out. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Flashbang and Glucose were standing there looking at her. Then she looked down and saw 4 pro heroes were unconscious and one still standing, barely. It was Eraserhead. Inko was horrified. What did she do? My God, people are right about her. She was a monster, brute, and animal. Inko had started to cry right then and there. Inko got her hands and knees and sobbed horribly at everything. The Crawler, Popstep, and Knuckleduster have been vigilantes for a few years now. Thought that they had saw everything about quirks and stuff like that. How wrong they were. The Protector, Glucose, and Flashbang were new vigilantes, only been active for less than a month, and yet the Protector's quirk was beautiful and horrifying. Eraserhead had warned Night Eye, Midnight, Present Mike, and Fatgum not to call or employ that she was an animal brute monster. The Crawler's team didn't think that about the Protector, honestly. The Crawler was reminded of Knuckleduster back in the old days, temperamental and rash, but not a monster. Glucose and Flashbang were actually more volatile than the Protector. They'd been tearing up Nashabra looking for me, and they were very violent about it. They didn't kill anyone, thank God, but the Crawler had stopped counting the amount of thugs, ruffians, instant lions, and next-level villains that they had put at death's door. The Crawler was reminded of Stetinol, later known as Stain the Hero Killer, when Glucose and Flashbang were considered. The Protector, though, she was chaotic and got a little overboard with the whole helping people. The Crawler can respect that. After all, he is like that. The main reason why people are more scared of the Protector was because they can't predict her behavior and her quirk kept getting stronger, and it was obvious to the Crawler's team that she was just as surprised by her quirk's development like the dark green tendrils thing she did to Fatgum was a brand new aspect of her quirk. Damn, it remains him of how his abilities were psychologically blocked due to his mother's abuse. The Crawler clinging on a wall with ease and well crawling towards the pro heroes, and Pop Step leapt off the roof of the building that he was crawling on, and Knuckle Duster was below, and all three emerged after. Night Eye did the one thing that Eraserhead warned them against. The Protector had green vein light crawl up her body from the feet up. When the Protector's quirk's light got to her eyes in a X on her face, she just threw her arms outwards and a blast of green light shot from her body like EMP blast and knocked out every single window in a 10-mile radius, and the light rippled through the city like the northern lights. It was so beautiful to see. Unfortunately though, all of her fat was depleted like how Fatgum got when he used all of his stockpiled power. Speaking of which, Fatgum was the first one to wake up and shot up a thumbs up while saying, "Holy shit, that was amazing. Never had encountered a quirk similar to mine. Accumulation type quirks are rare, even more so when it's food-based like mine." Fatgum was completely fine other than a cut on his face. The Protector had started to cry. She was horrified by her own power. The Protector wasn't scary, she was sad. This was what Eraserhead meant by that warning, God being constantly called a monster while trying to do the right thing while also being scared of her quirk. That takes a toll on people. The Crawler was jarred from his thoughts when the vigilante known as Glucose growled at him in furious gaze to her eyes and screamed at him, "There you are. You, creepy crawly motherfucker. Me and Flashbang have been tearing up your shithole for a city trying to find you to tell us what you know." Then the crass woman spoke with an audible tremble to her voice, for Katsuki. Flashbang was grim and stony-faced while unsheathing his katana, his face furrowed underneath the bulky black voice modulator and the eyebrows slanted downwards towards his welding goggles, and even though the Crawler couldn't actually see his face, the Crawler had fought people who had killing intent, and this man radiates a killing intent greater than anyone he'd ever faced before, and his killing intent was so enormous that it stunned everyone in the musty abandoned street. All the pro heroes had recovered with only minor injuries, but Flashbang said nothing. He didn't need to. The Crawler saw visions of his own death, and he saw that Pop Step and Knuckle Duster were having the same experience with Flashbang. Night Eye had said that Flashbang and Glucose were Mitsuki and Masarubaku. Oh god. The Crawler was facing a man who had lost his soul, his only joy in his life besides his wife. His son. Eraserhead stepped between Flashbang and the Crawler's team, and for a brief moment nothing happened. The Crawler felt like was trapped for eternity along with Pop Step and Knuckle Duster. Eraserhead and Flashbang were communicating with silence, and something in Flashbang shifted, and the killing intent started to dissipate, and he sheathed his katana again and spoke evenly to him. "Crawler." That's all Flashbang said, but the message was clear. "Do that again and I will kill." The Crawler could finally breathe again, and so could the rest of his team. The Crawler was back at his ramshackle house with his team, the Protector Case Squad, Fatgum, and the Protector team. The Crawler could see the Protector team clearly for the first time. The Protector was wearing a tattered green hoodie with the kanji, Protector, on the back, some yellow work gloves with brass knuckles, dark navy blue loose-fitting pants, and black elbow and knee pads, and muddy black combat boots. Glucose was wearing a black voice modulator that all of them wore, a black mask that was identical to Katsuki Bakugou's hero costume, and wore a black sleeveless shirt with a turtleneck with her stomach exposed, revealing a dark green assault vest, green fingerless gloves, green and brown camouflage pants, and wore brown hiking boots. Finally the Crawler glanced toward Flashbang and saw the bulky black and orange ear defenders, orange and black tactical assault vest, and bulky green armored shoulder pads, armored knee pads with dried blood on them, green and brown camouflage pants like Glucose, and black combat boots with steel toes and heels. The Crawler could tell that Glucose and Flashbang designed their disguises to resemble Katsuki Bakugou's hero costume and felt truly despicable for avoiding them all for 3 weeks. At the time he thought the Crawler gained new enemies. The Crawler felt horrible. If Katsuki Bakugou is dead, it would be because of him. The Crawler knew that they'd will hunt him down for the rest of their lives to kill the Crawler and his team if Katsuki Bakugou turned out to be dead. The Crawler wouldn't hesitate to throw himself to Flashbang's blade or Glucose's crystallized needles, but his friends would also share his fate. The Crawler glanced at Eraserhead to see any hope that he would help us. Eraserhead was siding with Flashbang and Glucose. The Crawler realized that if Katsuki was dead, Eraserhead would help his parents to get their revenge. The Crawler understood that. The Crawler chose this life after all. That's the life of a vigilante. A couple of weeks ago, the Crawler and his team learned from Eraserhead that he had killed his own vigilante mother when he was 22 years old. The vigilante known as Clean Slate was his mother. The Crawler also saw a kind of dark shadow over the Protector team. They know too. They all seemed to accepting their grim fates. By the hands of their sons. The Protector K-Squad, the Protector team and Fat Gum are in the Crawler's team home base, and with the Protector recovering from her outburst she'd inflicted on herself. Flashbang drew his blade and slammed the Crawler into the wall and amped up his killing intent towards him, and spoke evenly but with malice, whereas my son Crawler. Midnight acted and put Flashbang to sleep, and Glucose tried to get up to attack Midnight, but before she could she was grabbed by Fat Gum and she was stuck in the BGMI hero's quirk. Aizawa did understand their pain. But threatening the Crawler wasn't the right approach. Aizawa interrogated the Crawler's team, and Aizawa learns that the Nomu manufacturing in the villain factory has been sending thousands of Nomu to Kamino. Aizawa asked the Crawler calmly where he got this vital information from. The Crawler told him about a vigilante named Alley Cat who hasn't demonstrated any quirk of his own, but Alley Cat was known for his distinctive style of fighting. Alley Cat. Aizawa's fanboy vigilante that cropped up the same time that Katsuki had been kidnapped, who has capture gear of his own and the same knowledge of quirk disabling techniques that the Protector uses. Aizawa never really has fans of his own as an underground hero, but now Aizawa and rest of the Protector K-Squad and the Protector team has to find Aizawa's fanboy in order to save Katsuki Bakugou and capture the League of Villains. Eraserhead spoke to Pop Step, "Where can we find Alley Cat?" Knuckleduster interrupted, "Bribe him with cheeseburgers. His haunt is the old warehouse down the block." The Crawler added, "That kid man is gonna run himself to his own grave. He's wicked smart, but, like you Eraserhead, he doesn't rest until he's forced to." Pop Step voice trembled. Her one good eye darted towards Flashbang and Glucose and said, "Midnight and Fat Gum, they're not going to escape or wake up, right?" Fat Gum responded with a chipper smile, "Don't worry about them. They won't escape or wake up. Me and Midnight will stay here and make sure of that." Glucose flailed in vain and shouted, "Let go of me, you jumbo-sized Russian Mamtioa doll." Flashbang was on the ground, strangely peaceful, soft look on his face. Aizawa was reminded of when Katsuki was put to sleep during the sports festival. Aizawa then asked Fat Gum, since he would know about quirks like his, the Protector, how long is she going to be out of commission? Fat Gum replied, "Don't worry Eraserhead, she'll come around by the time you, Present Mike, Night Eye, and I'm assuming the Crawler's team too, will find this Alley Cat character." Aizawa asked Pop Step, "The Crawler said that he was a kid, is this true?" Pop Step sighed and said, "He's like 15 or 16-year-old, and has dyed his hair black. I could see the blonde roots of his hair, wearing a jumpsuit like yours with clawed armored gauntlets, with capture gear like yours Eraserhead." The Crawler befriended Alley Cat with food, and the Crawler forces him to sleep here. The Crawler added on that statement by saying, "The kid needed shelter. I think he's a runaway, truant, or an orphan, maybe even all three." When Aizawa heard about that, it broke his heart, and Glucose stopped struggling and said uncharacteristically soft, "A orphan, but damn, that's so awful." Present Mike added. Night Eye and Knuckleduster just got a sorrowful look their faces. Aizawa had to find this kid. He shouldn't be running around trying to contend with villains that have already proven to attack children. "Let's go now," Eraserhead had said, and Glucose piped up, "Please." Eraserhead understood the message. Aizawa looked at Glucose and said, "Corporate, and if you try anything with the Crawler's team, I will take you down to the police station and leave you to rot." "Got it." Glucose just nodded in agreement, and with that Fat Gum released her. 1 hour later. Eraserhead had 4 cheeseburgers and a few bottles of water in his hands, and Glucose was carrying some first aid equipment, just in case, and Night Knuckle Duster and Pop Step surrounded the warehouse that Alley Cat stayed in, and the crawler walked into the warehouse and shouted, "Hey Alley Cat, I brought you something to eat and drink, come on out, it's on the park table." Aizawa saw a black blur just make a mad dash to the table, and Eraserhead creeped up behind Alley Cat, and when Aizawa got in range she captured his fanboy and dragged him into the street light. Aizawa tilted his head up and saw Kaminari Denki. Kaminari is the Alley Cat. Aizawa saw the captured wayward student of his and said, "Kaminari, for a month I have been looking for you and everyone had thought that you were also kidnapped by the League of Villains. Explain, now." "Hiya Aizawa-sensei, you caught me," Kaminari said, looking like a cat that had just caught destroying something with his claws. Kaminari's yellow cat eye pupils dilated whenever he was trying to get people to be merciful and avoid punishment, Kaminari's equivalent of puppy dog eyes. Eraserhead was having none of this though and used his quirk to demonstrate his anger and said to Kaminari, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't expel you from UA and drag you back home this instant." Kaminari looked down and finally said, "Can we go to Crawler's place and eat please?" Kaminari's stomach grumbled and Aizawa sighed and walked with Kaminari still in his capture gear, and the other heroes and vigilantes in attendance were shocked by this plot twist, especially Present Mike, who ran over and crushed Kaminari in a hug and said, "Hey there listener, I thought that you were hurt, or worse. Why did you run away from UA, especially when Katsuki Bakugou had just been kidnapped?" Kaminari spoke with weariness in his voice. "Food first and then I'll explain." Back at the Crawler's place, Kaminari was eating his food like he didn't eat in a week, which by the way was probably true because now that Kaminari was in much better lighting than before, Kaminari was pale and gaunt with dark bags under his eyes and he was absolutely filthy. The protector got up from the table and spoke with tears in her eyes. "Are you okay, Kaminari? I have looking for you too, as well as Katsuki." Kaminari spoke to the protector, Glucose and Flashbang and said, "Hi there Mr. and Mrs. Bakugou and Mrs. Midoriya." The protector team looked shocked when Kaminari said that, as well as the Crawler's team. "Oh my god, the Inko Midoriya, not someone with the same name," the Crawler exclaimed. The protector took off her voice modulator and set it down on table. And spoke up, "Yes it's me, how did you know exactly, Kaminari?" And then Inko put her voice modulator back on after her sentence. Kaminari responds with, "Ma'am, I'm gonna mince words, but I have seen Izuku Midoriya fight firsthand, and even though most of your face was covered with the voice modulator, and seeing Flashbang wearing you old welding goggles to protect his eyesight from his quirk, and Flashbang is basically a older version of Katsuki in appearance. So yeah, I figured it out." Glucose just smacked Kaminari across the back of his head and said in her usual tone, "Do you have any idea how your parents must feel right now?" Kaminari spoke sadly, "They're both dead, that I have no one." Flashbang finally awoken with drool on his face and slurred his voice from grogginess and said, "What did I miss? I still feel really sleepy, but I woke to my wife screaming. Is everything all right?" Glucose responds with, "Hey Dynamite, we found Kaminari. See for yourself." Flashbang bolted awake and whipped his head towards Kaminari and said, "Hey there kiddo, I've been looking for you too." Kaminari started to cry like he thought that he wouldn't be missed. Aizawa saw the scene and felt an immeasurable sadness about the whole thing. Aizawa knew what he needed to know. Kaminari decided that he was disposable and used his intelligence to find Katsuki Bakugou. And Aizawa felt horrible. How could he so blind? Eraserhead's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, and the door opened, revealing a large man in a suit and with a black skull-like mask. Aizawa collapsed. Kaminari POV. Kaminari saw everyone else in the room collapse and go down. The man brought a darkness in the room and said, "Greetings Kaminari Denki, it's about time we spoke." Kaminari felt absolute terror in his soul. This man. He's the one who took Katsuki Bakugou. "Greetings Kaminari Denki, it's about time we spoke." Denki felt absolute terror in his soul. This man. He's the one who took Katsuki Bakugou. The skull-masked man in a nice suit walked into the Crawler's house with an suave air of confidence that reminded Denki of a evil king, and the horrifying man just started to clap, slowly and deliberately while looking at him, and the man snapped his fingers and woke everyone else up. No one could move, they all were frozen in place due to his quirk obviously, But Denki was already trying to find out of his quirk and free his teachers, the Crawler's team, the Protector and her team, and Night Eye and Fat Gum. As Denki's mind was whizzing a million miles per hour, the villain king stopped his clapping and spoke. Well, Kaminari Denki, I must have to say after all this you are the lucky winner. What the f was this sick bastard talking about winning something? The man spoke, you are wondering what you won, and called me a sick bastard, very rude you know. Then the man added, well, Katsuki Bakugou is a bad influence after all. Denki shouted at the villain, Bakugou is not a bad influence, and are you reading my mind or something? The man scolded Denki, language. Kaminari Denki, have your parents taught you nothing about manners? Denki gritted his teeth and clenched his fists and spoke, don't have any, you sick f dash. No. We're Bakugou. The man spoke with a mock-shocked tone, that's so awful, a orphan who has been abandoned by his parents and grandparents for the terrifying thing you did when you were 6 years old. Tell them, Kaminari Denki, tell us and the world what you did to your precious little brother. Denki was horrified. He had never told anyone about his quirk slip in the pool, killing 10 people including his 4-year-old brother. Denki started to cry right there, and the villain soothed Denki while saying, Shoo, it's okay, Kaminari, quirk slips happen to the best of us. I on the other hand can relate to fratricide. After all, I intentionally killed my brother. But in this regard we are the same, Kaminari. This man, no, this monster made Denki sick to his soul. This horrible person is exactly the kind of freak that would kidnap Bakugou without mercy. The man spoke again, no matter our past actions let's focus on the present moment. Kaminari, you the first one to find Katsuki Bakugou's hiding place, and I must reward for such a thing. Denki tried to move but to no avail, and the man scolded, Now Kaminari, no need to be so testy. After all, I haven't explained what you won yet. The man spoke in a grand voice like he was speaking to the entire world, stating, Kaminari Denki, there's 3 main things that truly matter. Intelligence, power, ambition. These key things are the only things that truly matter in the long run. There's no such room for things like heroes and vigilantes. It's a child's game everyone plays. But, you see, everyone gets old and tired of work, and that includes me. That's why people have children of their own and they take over the family business. Typically the eldest child does this, but the younger child stays with their parents for longer than the eldest. I would know about this because I'm an older brother and my younger brother was being rebellious to the truth about humanity. You see, I purposely weaken my defenses to indulge the game everyone plays, a scavenger hunt. Whoever finds Katsuki Bakugou first gains a prize. Would you like to see it, Kaminari Denki? Obviously Denki didn't want this prize, but he couldn't move his limbs, and the villain walked towards him, and the man cracked his knuckles and was standing right front of him. Suddenly Denki was slammed on his hands and knees and was in a kneeling position. The monster spoke with glee in his voice and said, My retirement plan is so close to satisfaction with my son old enough to be in charge of the family business. Wait, this man is Tomuru's father? Yes, Kaminari Denki, he is my son, adopted of course, but adoption is just as legitimate. Tomura wanted Katsuki Bakugou as his henchman, and quite frankly Katsuki Bakugou, where it belongs. Denki heard this man also imply that he had another kid. Denki was honestly effing terrified of this man and his family. The man continued his monologue to Denki. My green monarch has 2 of the traits that truly matter to reality, that being intelligence and ambition. My lovely wife had very little power but makes up for it in the other 2 traits. The little power she does have was shared by our son. I had adopted Tomura before we have gotten married. You see, Kaminari, my youngest son has a curse of a quirk. The same as his uncle, and also the quirk harmed my youngest son so much that she telepathically created a connection between her quirk and our son's quirk, and our younger son gained her quirk itself, or the very least a duplicate of her quirk, and in return she had gained some of our son's power, not all of it of course, but still gave her innumerable power. My family, my snowy-haired Tomura, my evergreen prince, and my green monarch. The man spoke with horrible ring of truth to his words, and Denki wanted to actually vomit but he couldn't. This man, this monster, this bone-chilling aura. This man's entire bloodline, adopted or biological, needed to be dead. Suddenly the man started choking Denki with his dark quirk and spoke with malice in his voice. Now Kaminari, that's rude, and I would destroy you if it weren't for the fact that you are friends with my son, and that's the only thing that is sparing you in this moment. Listen to me, Kaminari, no one should be judged based upon their parents. After all, your parents are villains themselves and you are striving to be a hero. That's just hypocrisy, Kaminari. This man truly was reading his thoughts, and something died inside of Kaminari because this man was right about the whole not judging kids because of their parents. Evergreen Prince. Green Monarch. Oh my god. This man was Hisashi Midoriya. Hisashi Midoriya confirmed his suspicions by saying, "See, Kaminari, you're far too smart to be friends with a brute like Katsuki Bakugou. I must commend your loyalty to your friends. This loyalty is unfaltering and unbreakable, and for that reason why I'm giving you a gift." Hisashi reached towards his head and placed his hand on his forehead, and suddenly Denki felt like something was being injected into his body, and Denki screamed in agony when he felt weightless, like he was on clouds, and his body felt like it was turning into storm clouds. This felt so wrong, so unnatural. Denki's black hair dye was washed away from his naturally blonde hair with the black lightning bolt-shaped streak in his hair. Hisashi cleared his throat and turned to Aizawa-sensei and spoke, "Be honored. Eraserhead, your friend's quirk has a new home. A rebirth as you will." Hisashi looked at Denki and spoke, "My son and wife have no knowledge of my powers, and Denki here won't be telling you who I am. After all, he just won his second quirk." Second quirk? That's impossible, and yet, Denki felt like his body was changing, adjusting to his new quirk. It felt so wrong. Yet despite what logic told him, he felt he had clouds billowing inside of him, and Denki felt tired, like he ran a marathon and started to fall asleep. Denki can't sleep here, not with Hisashi Midoriya in the room. Izuku and Inko had no idea what the true monster that Hisashi was. Denki can't sleep here, but his eyes betrayed him, and Denki fell asleep to nightmares of being crushed by rocks and Aizawa's screaming in agony. Inko Midoriya had watched the most horrifying, most disturbing thing in her entire life. That villain had to be All For One, the man with the quirk that took and gave quirks to people. Her dreams were right. Inko had just witnessed AFO give a quirk to Kaminari Denki. The boy forced to kneel, and AFO's hand touching Kaminari's forehead. The scream that Kaminari let out in response will haunt her nightmares forever. Inko Midoriya saw AFO in his skull-like mask that reminded her Darth Vader helm from Star Wars, the PRE Quirk era movie that Hisashi loved, just walk out the door, opened it, and bid them all a good day. Like this was a late-night early morning cup of coffee, and not well what actually happened. Kaminari Denki was out of commission. His body was adjusting itself to the new quirk, so whatever knowledge that Kaminari had learned about AFO was unable to obtain until at least a week. Eraserhead cradled Kaminari's sleeping body and started to sing a lullaby. Leaves from the vine, falling so slow, like fragile tiny shells, drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy, come marching home. Brave soldier boy, comes marching home. Present Mike and Midnight were bawling their eyes out, and Eraserhead steeled himself and asked, "Yamada and Nemuri, help me take Kaminari to the hospital." Fat Gum said nothing but used his own jacket as blanket. The four pro heroes left with Kaminari to go to the hospital. The dam broke. Inko was sobbing horribly. The crawler looked at his team and said, "Hey guys, this might be last battle together." Flashbang grabbed the crawler's shoulder and said, "I am sorry for my behavior." Glucose added, "I know that you don't have to forgive us, but thank you, Crawler, Pop Step, and Knuckle Duster." The crawler said, "If by some miracle everyone turns out okay, let's fight some villains together." Flashbang and Glucose. Pop Step added to the crawler's sentiment by saying, "Hey, we're vigilantes though. Fighting against bad people is our thing." Flashbang, Glucose, and the Protector. Then the crawler's team left. AFO used one of his quirks to hijack every TV in Japan to broadcast the horror of Kaminari's past trauma and break Kaminari Denki's innocence for funsies. This is exactly the monster that would do this to Katsuki Bakugou. And most horrifying thing out of all of this, this monster has a family. that has no idea what kind of god-awful monster that he truly was. Inko Midoriya had felt an indescribable terrifying foreboding sensation. A confrontation between her and AFO. Didn't know why, but she had to face him, not fight him. That's suicide. Only All Might has a chance of beating AFO. Not only that AFO's wife has to be kind-hearted in order to share her quirk with her son that was hurt by his own quirk so he couldn't be harmed by it anymore. AFO made her sick. Literally she bolted to the bathroom and vomited her guts out, and then Flashbang, who vomited because he did. Unfortunately for Flashbang, though, he had no toilet to throw up in. Inko felt bad for hogging the bathroom with her fat ass. Inko knows that she shouldn't be self-conscious about her appearance, but that's hard 40-year habit to break. It honestly SCKS. Now there's only the Protectors team and Night Eye still in the house, and Inko was about to leave too until Night Eye grabbed her shoulder and said, "You three must confront your demons before you fight with AFO's forces. I saw all of your deaths if you confront AFO now. We have to examine your trauma. Vigilante sickness is rooted in trauma and helplessness. In order to conquer vigilante sickness, you all must have victory over yourself." Night Eye continued. "Let's start with Bakugou. You're the most fragile and most vulnerable to turning into a villain." Inko Midoriya watched as Bakugou was escorted to the crawler's room. Obviously the crawler gave Night Eye his permission to do so. Inko could brace herself for confront her demons, and she dreaded it. Bakugou felt trapped. He had a feeling of what he had to talk about, but he didn't have to like it. Inko Midoriya had been my friend, though thick and thin, and Inko, now that she's been working out and eating the amount of food for her. Inko had sprang from the short pudgy woman into a 7'5" behemoth that was basically a slightly chubbier, green-haired version of Nana Shimura. Nana Shimura. Inko's hero. Only my wife knows about my family, if you can it that. Masaru was the son of Smokescreen, the Ash hero. The number 2 hero in Nana's time. Masaru had avoided ever talking about his past with heroes with Katsuki. I never wanted him to know about his father's dark legacy. But now Masaru has to confront the smoke of his father's shadow, and Masaru was dreading it. Night Eye escorted him into the crawler's bedroom, and honestly Masaru had no idea what to expect, but seeing a yoga mat with vanilla-scented candles being the only source of light in the room was not it. The last time Masaru stepped in a room like this was with his wife. Need he say more? Night Eye spoke evenly. "I know that this must seem suggestive, but this is designed to relax and calm you down, but take your time to get comfortable, Bakugou." Masaru appreciated the gesture, but time is of the essence. So, Masaru steeled himself and took off his vigilante outfit, boots, and socks, and was only wearing his tattered green polo shirt and his camouflage pants, and Masaru looked down at his polo shirt and felt saddened by the state of it. Masaru loves his polo shirts so much so that Mitsuki and Katsuki call him a old geezer ever since Katsuki could talk, and Mitsuki ever since they met. Masaru sat down on the yoga mat and closed his eyes and started to breathe in through the nose and exhale out of the mouth, and Masaru could feel his heart rate relax, and Masaru was in this blissful state that he almost fell asleep. Wow, Masaru was extremely exhausted if just breathing exercises almost made him fall asleep. Actually, Masaru and Katsuki have always been easy sleepers, and Mitsuki would tease them both for being tired old men. That's why Midnight was the one who stopped him when he attacked the crawler. Masaru, in hindsight of his actions towards the crawler and his team, was absolutely awful. Masaru was becoming the weapon that he was made for, and it made him almost sick again. Inko had to clean up his vomit after he did the first time, and Masaru felt terrible about it. Night Eye spoke evenly, breaking his near-sleep state. "Well, you obviously got the first step down. Good job, Masaru." Masaru got flustered by the simple compliment. Masaru loves being validated by people, obviously because he was a failure of his father's ambitions. Night Eye spoke calmly and said, "Now Masaru, I wanted to remember, what makes you afraid?" Masaru did the breathing exercises and closed his eyes and focused his thoughts into his memories that he had tried to never think about. 35 years ago. Masaru was the result of a quirk marriage between his father, the Ash hero, Smokescreen, and his mother. Smokescreen wanted to make a quirk that had the heat and smoke of his own quirk, and his mother's quirk that shot out sparks from her sweat. The quirk that Smokescreen wanted was a combination of their quirks. Masaru was 8 years old when he manifested his own quirk, which he discovered by clapping his hands, generating smoke and sparks, making muffled bangs from his hands. Masaru was having fun when his father saw his quirk and had a gruesome smile that still gives Masaru nightmares to this day. For 2 years he had endured the harsh lessons and its effects that Masaru's quirk never improved despite its seemingly endless potential. 33 years ago. Masaru was 10 years old when he buried his mother. Smokescreen had failed. Masaru was an only child. On the fireworks festival shortly after his mother's death, Masaru was having the best time in his life just watching the fireworks show, seeing all the bright lights and exciting explosions and imagining that he was a firework blasting away in the wind and a shower of sparks behind him. However, Masaru had lost his father along the way and started to panic and cry, shouting, "Dad! Dad! Where are you?" Masaru then saw his father getting into the car and Masaru Bakugou was running after the car that was quickly speeding away. Masaru was abandoned by his father. Current day. Masaru had just started crying like a kid again and Night Eye spoke while adjusting his glasses. "Now Masaru, tell me what happened." Masaru wiped his hands on his pants and rubbed his eyes and said, "I was the child of a quirk marriage, and my father had abandoned me because of my quirk not being trainable for hero work." Night Eye spoke in a somber tone and said, "Masaru, the reason why quirk marriages are so frowned upon is because of people who don't get they want and decide to abandon their children for the most part." Night Eye continued his stance by saying, "Listen, there's groups of people that are the results of quirk marriages that have been abused, abandoned and otherwise traumatized by their parents. You should join one of those groups, Masaru. Here is a list of groups that specializes in this type of trauma." Masaru was handed a list of places and therapists that specifically dealt with quirk marriage trauma from Night Eye. Masaru had to ask, "How did you know that I was a kid from a quirk marriage?" Night Eye spoke while adjusting his glasses again, "Masaru, you're a textbook case of quirk marriage traumatic stress, or QMTS for short." Masaru was shocked honestly. Masaru had thought that he was subtle about it, but I guess not. Masaru felt he was being dissected in his thought process and realized that he was. Vigilante sickness comes from unresolved trauma and helplessness after all. Night Eye allow Masaru to process the information. Quirk marriage traumatic stress. This is something that he had never heard about before now, but it makes sense that would be a problem. Masaru got up real quick to go to the bathroom and he saw his reflection in the mirror. Masaru's beard now covered his face with stubble and his eyes that he had got from his father of all people and saw his mother's dark brown hair color, and Masaru felt that his mother's hair was a blessing to him after all. Seeing black hair with the way that it grew in would have been a cruel, cosmic joke. Physically a perfect replica of Smokescreen, but not the quirk that he wanted. It made him feel so much better that he wasn't like his father. Masaru also always wore his mother's glasses unless he was flashbang, then he'd be forced to take them off. Actually, his blindness without his glasses had almost killed him several times in the past few weeks. It's like his mom was watching over him and protecting him from danger. It made him start to shake and cry again, but tears of joy at the prospect of his mom was protecting him, guiding him, and watching him trying to save her grandson from danger. There was a knock on the bathroom door and Masaru opened it, showing Night Eye with a specialized black combat goggles that had his prescription glasses lens and protected his eyes from his own quirk's bright light. Masaru pulled Night Eye in a hug in a heartbeat when he realized what he was giving him. Masaru was given sight from the man who had seen the future. If Night Eye has faith in him to rescue Katsuki, then Masaru will have faith in himself. Something that he's always lacked. Masaru recalled suddenly Izuku's fight with Shuto Todoroki and felt warm. When Masaru Bakugou remembered what Izuku had said, "It's your power, isn't it?" Masaru felt joy in his quirk since he had first acquired it. Masaru felt something shifted in his quirk factor. Masaru was familiar with the sensation. Izuku, Inko's son and the child of his greatest friend besides his wife, of course. Izuku's words from the sports festival activated Masaru's second quirk awakening. Masaru felt an angry fog lift from his shoulders that weigh him down. All the rage and spite that fueled me beforehand gave him strength but crippling his quirk. Izuku's words from the sports festival. "It's your power, isn't it?" Masaru just knew that Izuku Midoriya unbound his arms, no wings, and gave him flight. Masaru, if he survived this fight in Kamino, was going to give him a hug. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya, for saying to Shudo Todoroki, who was also like him. It's your power, isn't it? Mitsuki, after seeing her husband calmer and focused and with a black goggles upgrade and just overall more confident in himself than she's ever seen before, Katsuki Bakugou must commend Night Eye for whatever they've talked about, although it's gotta do with that sheet, wallowing, dirty ashtray as excuse for a father. Mitsuki was summoned next by Night Eye to talk about her FING feelings or something. Honestly, Katsuki Bakugou has always had hard time to be vulnerable around anyone except for her husband and son. Mitsuki just hopes that Katsuki, Kaminari and any other kids she comes across with see her as a shield for them. A shield that never wavered. Mitsuki didn't want anyone to go through the agony that she and Masaru had been going through for the last 5.5 weeks. That's a promise. Anyways, Mitsuki was escorted to the FING therapy room that Night Eye had set up with the permission of the creepy crawly boy who had to be in his mid-20s. Mitsuki was supposed to protect kids, god damn it. As she was thinking about her FING bullshit, she saw the room where she was going. A shitty yoga mat with vanilla, scented candles everywhere. Mitsuki shouted in her usual crass manner, "What the F is this goddamn bullshit with the romantic sheet? You desk jockey." Night Eye spoke evenly while adjusting his shitty glasses. "Your husband thought the same thing when he first walked in. Please take as long as you need to ready." Mitsuki shouted, "We don't have any time for games and other bullshit. I'm going to sit down on this shitty yoga mat and talk about my tramua and you can't stop me." Night Eye cleared his throat and continued, "Very unrefined way to ask for therapy, but I appreciate the enthusiasm." Night Eye continued, "All right, let's start with some breathing exercises in your nose and exhale out of your mouth and count like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 in that pattern, okay, Mitsuki?" Mitsuki did the breathing exercise thing or whatever the F, and all Mitsuki could think was, "Holy shit, that works. Too well." Mitsuki if he fell asleep like a old. Mitsuki was becoming a old woman, like what the F dash. That was Mitsuki's last thought before she fell asleep. 30 years ago. Mitsuki's parents were worried that she hadn't manifested her quirk yet, so they took her to the hospital and doctors discovered that she did have a quirk, glycerin, and Mitsuki, being the shitty 9-year-old brat, shouted, "Does that mean I make explosions or fly or something badass like that?" Her parents and the doctors looked at her with pity. Mitsuki FING hated it. Like fragile tiny Mitsuki has to be protected from the world. So, what, she had a shitty quirk, it's my quirk, and she was going to become a badass. Mitsuki didn't have the ability to make her shitty quirk give any combat ability, so Mitsuki had to work her butt off. Punching, kicking and using makeshift whips to kick butt. Her parents and everyone else thought that she was wasting her time. Mitsuki wanted to throttle everyone that said, "Honey, maybe you should give up and conform to the mold of basically quirkless Mitsuki." Okay, Mitsuki added that last part to that sentence, but that's bullshit. Before there was quirks, there was people who kicked but without a quirk. You don't need a good quirk to be a badass. Current day. Mitsuki woke up and rubbed her drool off her face and she shouted, "God damn it, I just fell asleep like dumbass. We have to talk about this trauma, not taking nap time like a brat." Night Eye spoke evenly, "Mitsuki Bakugou, you fell asleep, that's true, but tell me what you dreamed about." Mitsuki said, "People saying that I be protected from the world because I have a shitty quirk, but 9-year-old brat." Mitsuki said, that I can still fight. If I show weakness, then I'll be proving to those people who called me basically quirkless Mitsuki right." Night Eye mused about what she had said and after a minute he asked, "Did you ever consider that due to your conditioning of your body and will Mitsuki for decades would eventually cause a quirk awakening?" Mitsuki was reeling from Night Eye's statement. Honestly, she had never considered that, but she had heard about it before in the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot. He had broken himself a badass quirk because of sheer force of will. Mitsuki likes Crimson Riot on principle. Actually, she's kinda of a fangirl. Mitsuki gets embarrassed by it though, and Masaru and Katsuki would sometimes tease her about her fangirling with Crimson Riot. Katsuki actually made a friend has a hardening quirk like Crimson Riot and Mitsuki thought she was a fangirl but Kirishima takes fanboy to a different level. Kirishima, the dumbass even named his own hero name as homage to Crimson Riot. Red Riot, the sturdy hero. Night Eye added, however, Katsuki Bakugou you have trust issues and an inferiority complex like Katsuki Bakugou and both of those issues need to be addressed. Wait, Night Eye had just implied that Katsuki was going to get FANG a chance to talk about his bullshit and baggage in his statement, which means that Katsuki is alive and going to get though this. Night, the cheeky fucker had a smile of knowledge in eyes. I mean of course he did. The a-hole can the future. Mitsuki smacked him and shook his shoulders violently and shouted at him, you, slime motherfucker. Then Katsuki Bakugou started to cry right there like a brat. Whatever happens, Katsuki will make it. Mitsuki was on cloud F9. Mitsuki used her quirk, seeing the crystallized, clear glassy, sharp, and jagged shell that formed from her sweat. Katsuki Bakugou. Glucose, the Unbreakable Hero chapter text. After Masaru and Mitsuki went to talk about their issues with Night Eye, he waited until Inko was last. Inko walked in and told Night Eye straight up, I had been secretly entertaining a dark, formidable theory Night Eye and I want you to listen to my reasoning for this theory. AFO is Hisashi Midoriya, her husband. There's parallels between the two as well as certain signs that Hisashi was lying about his true quirk. Inko Midoriya had 4 reasons why she had made this theory. Obsession with quirks. This was obvious Hisashi's quirk is accumulating other quirks so that much is clear. Lack of influence from heat. Quirks are physically driven to make the person be more comfortable in their quirk's element for example. Endeavor, whom she hates because of his quirk marriage. Inko had devoted her life to quirk studies and medical research into quirks and their effects on their welders and family lines and quirk marriages are forcing 2 completely and biologically incompatible quirks to interact, like putting together 2 opposing magnets together and trying to mix them together. That's why so many kids from quirk marriages are more likely to have defects in their quirks. Anyway, I went on a tangent. Endeavor loves spicy foods and is comfortable in warmer weather and hates the cold. If Hisashi had a fire-based quirk he would have these traits but he doesn't. Izuku, he has his own category in why he comes from a accumulation-type family tree on both sides. Inko had 3 points in support of her theory about both Izuku and Hisashi having or genetically being linked to this. Izuku's obsession with quirks. Even quirkless people have biological and psychological traits that are inherited from his family even though he didn't manifest either quirk. Izuku's hoarding tendencies. Izuku's room with All Might stuff and his notebooks that hoard quirks and their information. This comes from his father. Izuku, whenever he was offered one for all, he didn't question it at all, just accepted it in a heartbeat. See above. And Inko had caught her breath and continued her monologue to Night Eye. Finally, similar quirks are physically sexuality attractive to other. Inko has a food-based accumulation type quirk and Hisashi had a quirk accumulation quirk. Basically Night Eye Hisashi's own SXL and romantic attraction betrayed his true quirk. Night was stunned by her theories and finally spoke. Well, Inko Midoriya, I have to say then that is simply concrete reasoning bu dash. Inko cut him off and said, Night, I cut the sheet off. I know that you have known his identity because you saw my future. Night Eye grabbed his handkerchief and started to clean his glasses and spoke with such a deep sorrow that betrayed his true feelings for his quirk. My quirk is a curse at times. When I peered into your future and saw you facing AFO, I just wanted to spare you. Pain. Inko softened her approach when she realized that Night Eye was trying to guide people away from heartache and always failed. Listen Night, I don't blame you for holding back information about the future. Sometimes it's better to not know things. However, All Might chose my son to inherit a horrifyingly powerful quirk that Izuku has permanent damage from, and All Might didn't think that he would have issues with this quirk that has no self-healing or shock absorption capabilities. Not only that, but Hisashi was right when he said that it's Izuku's teachers who are responsible for helping him control his quirk. Night Eye had started to sweat when Inko had finished talking. Then she saw the bathroom door open with the mirror facing her and saw her own face, teeth bared and green light emanating from her face in a X shape, and she felt exactly what everyone else saw: the protector. Inko deactivated her quirk immediately and started to cry right there. My god. She is a monster and she married a monster. No wonder why Night Eye didn't want her to find out. He didn't want her to side with her husband. Inko had justification to turn into a villain for All Might's actions. Inko was extremely pissed when people tried to make her into the bad guy. Inko was trying her best to save children, and this is the thanks she gets. Inko refused to turn into the monster that everyone saw her as. Suddenly Inko crumpled to the ground and fell asleep. OFA dreamscape. Inko saw Aurora Borealis as a bridge between her and Izuku. Inko walked cautiously on this bridge and she got to the other side. 9 people were in attendance, including Izuku and Nana Shimura. Wait, Nana Shimura. Izuku had everything from the eyes down completely made out mist and fog. Everyone else was fully formed and they've all seemed to be watching, waiting for her. Inko had saw a man standing there that had Hisashi's white hair but long and silky, unlike his brother who had curly and fluffy hair that Izuku had inherited. Inko Midoriya had just realized that he had to be Ichiro Shigaraki, the first welder himself. The Shigaraki brothers. Ichiro spoke with a soft, mellow voice, a voice that Hisashi was trying to replicate around her and Izuku but never could compete. Hello, Inko Midoriya, it's finally time we meet you as Inko Midoriya and not just the protector. Inko, who managed to change Hisashi's heart into what he used to be, and not just his quirk controlling him. Inko responded to Ichiro and asked, "What do you mean his quirk controlling him?" Ichiro said softly, "Inko Midoriya, you have dedicated your entire life to quirks and how they affect the person who has the quirk. All for One was a quirk that Hisashi wanted to use to help people who didn't want their quirks or their quirks were too burdensome for people, and gave quirks that people wanted in exchange for their friendship and otherwise benefit people as a whole. All for One and One for All was the phrase that the two of us as the first vigilantes." Inko was reeling. Hisashi was a vigilante. Ichiro said with his soft-spoken manner. However, Hisashi's quirk compelled him to hoard quirks, and Hisashi had what he called an appetite for quirks, and he continued to eat quirks to the point where I had to stop him, save him from himself, but I failed my brother and now he must pay his debts to society. Hisashi after many years was completely running on his instincts, but then he met you, Inko Midoriya, and stopped himself from taking your quirk, the first time he had done so in 200 years. Then he started to try to change his ways, but obviously he relapsed into his instincts, but not completely. Inko was floored by this remarkable revelation. Hisashi Midoriya truly did love her and Izuku. It also made Inko unbearably sad. Had Hisashi been born in this time, he would have gotten quirk counseling. Inko realized a dark truth. Hisashi knew that she was the protector and saw his best friend, her hero soulmate, falling into her quirk's instincts. That's why Hisashi had wanted to retire, and quickly before she gotten consumed by her own quirk's instincts like she'd have been letting herself slide into. However, it doesn't change the fact that Hisashi needed to be punished for his actions. Nor does this excuse his actions, just adding them in a tragic light. Inko could see her son, Izuku Midoriya, crying horribly, and Inko knew that he had lost his father and almost Inko herself. My god. The therapeutic, hypnotic sensation that Inko had felt as the protector was her quirk doing that. That's why Eraserhead had said that vigilantes have to caught or killed. Because those people are the people that lose themselves to their quirk's impulses. That's why whenever a vigilante has been caught, the first thing that happens is quirk counseling. Ichiro finally spoke up, "Inko Midoriya, now that you know exactly what is happening, you must swear in front of your son Izuku Midoriya, the 9th welder of OFA, that when you go to Kamino to face Hisashi you will go as Inko Midoriya and have your face borne out to the world." Inko turned and held Izuku's heartbroken face and said, "Izuku, I'm sorry for not being there for you, but I promise you that I'll get help, that I hope that you will be able to forgive me for abandoning you, even if I don't deserve it." Izuku tried to hug her, but he couldn't move his mostly misty body. Inko understood and kissed his forehead, and Izuku and her started to cry together. Nana Shimura, Inko's hero spoke up, "Hey Inko, that's why we allowed you to access to OFA's dreamscape and some of OFA's powers while not being a welder yourself. You're doing amazing, sweetheart, and I'm rooting for you as well as Toshi." A man walked up and said, "Hey, the name is Daigoro Banjo, and I gave you access to my quirk, Black Whip, although it's more of a dark green for you." You're probably thinking why exactly, but Black Whip is a quirk that you have to have control over your heart, and I want you to succeed in controlling your heart, and this is how I did it. Plus the Ninth's mother was absolutely right about how dangerous OFA can be, and that's why the first duplicated your quirk and your visage as a permanent part of OFA despite you not being a welder yourself. Ichiro Shigaraki smiled at Izuku and Inko and said, "Izuku Midoriya, the 9th welder of OFA, and Inko Midoriya, the protector of the gateway for OFA and my family, please, defend against evil as yourself and only that, and don't let your quirk consume you. Inko Midoriya and Izuku, please, as your uncle, stop giving your mother heart attacks with the gift you have been given." Izuku looked down and up since he couldn't nod, and Inko nodded in response to Ichiro, and Inko felt the dreamscape was fading from her subconscious, and the bridge that she walked on, she walked back to the light in the distance, and Izuku looked at Inko walking away and she said, "Izuku, I will always love you and support you." Izuku started to cry and Inko did too. Inko into the light. The crawler's place. Night Eye was looking down at her with a tear in his eye and said, "Welcome back home, Inko Midoriya." 10 minutes later. Inko, Mitsuki and Masaru were a circle again with their black voice modulators on the table, and all three nodded in unison and smashed their own voice modulators. It's time. Time to storm the castle. After Inko, Mitsuki and Masaru dealt with their emotional troubles with Night Eye, the protector team started to suit up in their vigilante suits, and Night Eye got a phone call from Fat Gum and spoke to Fat Gum with Inko and the Bakugus listening. "I see that well, I have just finished helping the protector team with their Tramua and gave them a quick therapy session that I see you're bringing him to the crawler's place. When are going to get here, Fat Gum? In 10 minutes. All right, everyone will be waiting for the both of you. Goodbye, Fat Gum." Inko was extremely curious about who Fat Gum was bringing with him and asked Night Eye about it. "Night Eye, who is Fat Gum bringing up here?" Night Eye replied with a smile. "Katsuki Bakugou's permanent sidekick, friend, and someone that will spend the rest of Katsuki's life as his greatest companion." Inko was extremely interested in Night Eye's statement. Night Eye was purposely being vague about this friend, like Night Eye had been secretly planning for this the entire time for Katsuki. Inko was jarred from her thoughts when Fat Gum spoke from behind the door. "Hey Night, I brought Missile." And he's extremely excited to meet Katsuki and his family. Night Eye ushered Fat Gum in, as well as the largest dog Inko ever seen before. Inko could tell that this dog had a quirk, insanely rare, and the only non-human that she'd known was Nizu, the damn rat. The dog was a Saint Bernard who was the size of a motorcycle and was wearing a green assault vest that also acted as a saddle, and there was a golden letters that reads, "Missile." Missile was wagging his tail, and Mitsuki and Masaru walked to the massive creature, and Missile responded with a bunch of licks and tackling Masaru with a huge bang. Flashbang and Glucose had wind knocked out of them, and they had started to laugh when Missile was liking their heads and faces, and after a couple of minutes of this good boy's affections, Mitsuki spoke, "Iwai, you're drooling all over me." Masaru added, "Missile, down boy." Missile obeyed Masaru's command and sat down with his tail still wagging, and Missile barked like a cannon was being fired, and Missile settled down but with barely restrained excitement. Inko spoke like a oblivious dumbass. "Missile has a quirk." Fat Gum explained, "This is Missile, a one-of-a-kind dog. His quirk is called Loyalty. This gives Missile the ability to bond with one person and gain that person's quirk, as well as being able to telepathically communicate with his bonded person, and his bonded person can telepathically communicate back to Missile. Basically, Katsuki Bakugou has a friend for lifetime that has a human lifespan and intelligence." Inko was floored by Missile's quirk and started to cry right there when she had realized that Katsuki had a loyal friend in a giant dog that was going to be Katsuki's lifetime friend. 15 minutes later. After Inko shook Missile's paw and was rubbing his belly and otherwise giving Missile all of the pats along with Flashbang and Glucose spoiling Missile, the three of them honestly had been in so many dangerous situations in the past few weeks that they dropped everything to play with the dog. It was like the three of them were kids again, and Inko had a great difficulty in prying herself away from Missile's genuine affection, and same with Flashbang and Glucose. Inko had actually started to cry a little bit when Night I spoke evenly but with a tinge of sadness in his voice. Inko, Mitsuki and Masaru, I hate to be the bad guy here, but I have to talk to you three. Fat Gum was standing by the doorway looking at Inko's team with sadness in his eyes and almost started to cry when Inko glanced up at him. Fat Gum said to Night, Hey, Night, maybe they shouldn't go to Kamino, maybe they should go to home. Inko steeled her resolve and said, The three of us have been together fighting since day one and we can't give up now. Masaru added, Inko's right, the three of us can't just quit when Katsuki needs us. Glucose added to Masaru's statement by saying, Oh, you're crazy thinking that we are going to up and quit you, tubby fucker. Night spoke calmly, I know that we can't stop you, but you must follow the rules that the Public Safety Commission set up for vigilantes fighting in Kamino. Masaru said, Rules? Night Eye cleared his throat and continued. Yes, the Public Safety Commission is allowing vigilantes to help rescue Katsuki only if they follow 3 rules of engagement. Each vigilante is assigned to a team of either pro heroes or someone with a provincial hero license, and the vigilante in question must obey their assigned handlers and any pro heroes, no exceptions. The vigilante in question cannot fight against villains unless they're Nomu, and they'll only focus on rescue efforts and only fight against a villain to save their handlers or citizens from imminent danger. And finally, after the battle you must turn yourselves in and enter rehabilitation and court counseling, and after a vetting process you might be able to apply for a vigilante remedial license or the equivalent of a provisional hero license. Do you three understand what I'm saying? Inko, Mitsuki and Masaru nodded in response. And Night Eye gave them a manila folder and said, This will be your handlers. They've already been selected based upon multiple factors like quirks, performance and fighting style. Inko Midoriya the Protector was assigned to Sun Eater. Masaru Bakugou Flashbang was assigned to Lemelon. And finally, Katsuki Bakugou Glucose was assigned to Nijire-chan. Inko read the file on Sun Eater aka Maki Amajiki. Masaru read the file on Lemelon. Mitsuki read the file on Nijire-chan. Night Eye spoke while adjusting his glasses. If you are ready to fight, all 3 of you must go with Fat Gum to Kamino. Inko spoke up, Sir Night Eye, what about you? Night Eye responded with, Inko Midoriya, I have to go U.A and meet with the Public Safety Commission as well as visit Kaminari Denki. Mitsuki said in a heartbeat, Is Kaminari alright? Night Eye answered, Kaminari Denki is still unconscious and Recovery Girl has been keeping a close eye on Kaminari's quirk factors. So far the 2 quirks are mingling very well, but Kaminari has been gaining weight since he received his 2nd quirk, and not because of feeding tubes but as a result of his 2nd quirk. Kaminari also had developed nasal infection which was treated, but he has to wear a nasal strip on his nose for the rest of his life. Inko was reeling from the information. Kaminari, Izuku and herself all gained weight from receiving new quirks. Izuku with OFA, and all the quirks inside of OFA. Inko with Nana's float and Banjo's black whip. No. Kaminari with Aburo's quirk cloud. That's a pattern. Also Ichiro Shigaraki said that Hisashi described it as eating quirks. Neat. Inko Midoriya had just discovered that quirks have weight. In Fat Gum's truck. The Protector's team along with Missile and Fat Gum set off to Kamino. Inko Midoriya prayed for her loved one's safety. Will be continued. Next chapter, Storming the Castle. The Protector and her team meet up with their handlers in the western section of Kamino, where they saw smoke in the air and heard screaming. The Protector, Glucose and Flashbang have arrived at Kamino at last and met with their handlers, the big 3 of UA. Inko saw a barefooted young man with hooded cape being tugged downwards over his face like he had anxiety. Inko was reminded of Izuku before he had gained his quirk honestly, and Inko had wondered if he was a late bloomer as well. However, her thoughts were interrupted by the young man mumbling to himself. Imagine potatoes. Not working. The Protector, why was I assigned to her? I'm so bad at this. Inko broke his anxious mumbling and said, Hello, you must be Sun Eater, right? I'm the Protector at your service. Inko must have said her introduction too loud or too harsh sounding because he zipped over to a nearby crumbling wall to turn to face it. Inko, before she could apologize, a young woman with sky blue hair spoke, Amajki. You need to have the heart of a lion, not a kitten. And the third year Yuta student regarded her and said, Hi, I'm Nijire-chan, and don't worry about Sun Eater too much, he's always like this. Inko could relate to confidence issues. Actually, all of the Protector team could relate to his character. Inko was like that too before she met Hisashi, whom she has to fight. Inko didn't tell anyone about her theories except for Night Eye. After all, how could she? Her husband was a monster and she didn't know if whom she had a son with was even a real person and not just a persona. Inko felt sick to her stomach and she felt horrible. Lemelon piped up, Ma'am, I'm Lemelon, and it's okay to be nervous about fighting against a villain like this. You're more like Sun Eater than I imagined, and that's amazing. Inko spoke with a tinge of fear in her voice and said, Well, how did you imagine me exactly? Lemelon continued, You remind me of All Might, the Protector. Brave, smart, driven, and have your heart in the right place. Inko responded with a self-deprecating tone to herself, Well, not everyone thinks that. They think that I'm a monster. Sun Eater interrupted Lemelon and said, You do get overboard with the vigilante stuff, but, unlike me, you're so bright with genuine care about people. Makes people nervous. Some people don't understand why someone would be good for the sake of being good. Inko was confused about that statement that Sun Eater had said, like, you mean to tell me that humanity in general wasn't like that? All of the vigilantes that she met and the pro-heroes that she had met had their own ways of doing things, but people had their hearts in the right place for the most part. Inko must have been saying that aloud because Fat Gum, who was preparing missile and got his equipment ready, and said, Well, Protector, your faith in humanity is amazing, by the way. Some people, however, might think that you're naive or gullible, though. Inko had no faith in humanity, though. After all, whatever faith she did have was killed the moment when her theories were correct about AFO. Hisashi. He had to be stopped. Missile must have sensed her shift in mood and started to lick her hands. Inko felt grounded all of a sudden, like she was about to have a meltdown and didn't realize it. Inko looked down at Missile and whispered, Thank you for helping me. Missile started to wag his tail in response to her statement. Inko couldn't help but ask Fat Gum, Is Missile a therapy dog? Fat Gum replied with a large smile, Wait. You're absolutely right about that, Protector. He is a autism therapy dog and hero support dog at the same time. Missile here is a dog of many hats. Inko knew that Missile was hero support dog but autism therapy dog? Katsuki wasn't autistic, right? Inko would have known that was the case, but the sheer transparency of Missile being Katsuki's dog was obvious. Inko knew that she could miss things, but she thought that she would sense that. Fat Gum replied with a somber tone, That's not something to be ashamed of, Inko. Did you think that you were a monster because of it? Because you're wrong about that. It's a different way of thinking about things. Inko spoke too quickly and choppy. There's nothing wrong with Katsuki being autistic, but I just never thought about it before. Fat Gum said, I'm not talking about Katsuki though, that I'm talking about you. Inko felt like she was deflating. She never told anyone about her diagnosis, not even Hisashi or Izuku. Flashbang spoke suddenly, Inko. Is this true? Glucose added to Flashbang's statement by saying, You do realize that that's a part of you and not a personal failing of yourself. Inko was panicking honestly, and that quickly became more evident when she started to move stiffly and more disjointed like a rusty tin man and said in the tone that could only be described as suspicious, I'm not hiding anything. Let's go ahead with saving Katsuki and all of that. Come on guys, let's get a move on. Inko had started to march toward the fighting and screaming of pro-heroes and vigilante fighters and the tears of people who were caught in the chaos. Fat Gum grabbed her shoulder from behind her and Inko, panicking, used her quirk by accident, causing him to crash into a ruins of a dollar store, and Inko was horrified by her actions and she apologized profusely to Fat Gum when a new voice spoke. Don't apologize for being startled, Inko Midoriya. After all, you were in the right. Inko saw the faces of pure horror in her allies' faces and Inko turned slowly to see Defo, just floating 10 feet away from her. How did he sneak up like that? Defo turned to a battered skeleton of a man who was wearing tattered All Might-style jumpsuit. A vigilante probably, until AFO spoke. The man you see is All Might. A true monster, stealing something from me that can't be replaced, turning my wife into a brute, marring my face, attacking Tamura. Luckily though my lovely wife and soulmate managed to regain her senses, for that I owe a great debt to the oracle. Inko floated to meet FO's masked face. Inko could sense that this man's love for her was genuine, but she felt nothing. How could she? He's a monster that's done nothing to atone for his sins. Inko could also sense that he didn't think that he knows that AFO and Hisashi Midoriya are the same person. Inko decided to use it, ace in her hand. Inko played dumb and said, "You have a wife and son, what would you do if your son was kidnapped?" AFO spoke with glee about the prospects of taking revenge. "Well, Inko Midoriya, you and my lovely green monarch have the same phobia, fear of glass. I would destroy my enemies with glass." Inko said, "I see, well then, speak and it will come true." Inko suddenly grabbed AFO in the tightest hug combined with Black Whip and used her quirk to make all the glass shards in the battlefield point at them both, and Inko shouted, "Let's die together then. As the monsters that we are, Hisashi." Inko hurtled the glass toward them both and Izuku's POV. AFO and the Protector were impaled by the glass in an emotional embrace. Izuku saw his parents dying. Izuku screamed, "Oh." Izuku along with Ida, Kirishima, Todoroki and Momo just watched Izuku's mother, Inko Midoriya, also known as the Protector, give the ultimate self-sacrifice. Izuku saw his parents impaled on glass shards. The very thing that his mother was absolutely terrified of. It was like a cruel joke. FO broke free from the impalement and he regenerated almost instantly, and his mom. "Oh God, please no. Mom wasn't moving around. Mom is dead." Izuku saw his mother stir and cough up blood like All Might always did. Izuku had saw her quirk was trying to recover her from death, but it was too much damage. FO threw up a barrier to block everyone from reaching them. Kaken, who had his clothes shrunk and frayed with his dark red eyes looking more like scared beast than human, and his hair was grown out past his shoulders like a lion's mane, and quirk suppressing bracelets on his wrists. Kaken flung himself on the barrier between him and his mom and AFO. Kaken screamed a feral, desperate cry and kicked the barrier. Kaken's created an enormous explosion from his foot. A quirk awakening. However, the sudden recoil caused Kaken to fly backwards into arms of the vigilantes known as Flashbang and Glucose. The ones that his mother befriended. Fat Gum shouted toward the two vigilantes, "Get Katsuki Bakugou out of here now." A large dog the size of a motorcycle wearing an assault vest jumped from the wall, and his hind legs had explosions like Kaken's quirk, and the two vigilantes and Kaken were on top of this dog's back, and Kaken was being flown away from the fight, and the two vigilantes ripped off their masks, revealing that they were Kaken's parents, and they tried to calm Kaken down, but he was nonverbal and screaming at his parents trying to save Izuku's mom. Izuku charged at the barrier between him and his parents, and Izuku tried to kick the barrier down with all of OFA's power, but suddenly OFA weakened to 5% completely out of his control. Izuku didn't tell anyone that the Protector was his mother, although he did tell All Might of his OFA dream with the Protector in it, not telling All Might that the Protector was his mother. Izuku felt guilty. All he could think about was that he called her a wild animal. Everyone else thought she was too. All Might told him, "Don't cry when you fight," when he started to attend you today, and at the time he thought that All Might was talking about him being a crybaby. All Might was talking about the tearful berserker rage that the Protector is known for. The rage Hizim is known for. Izuku's classmates and Aizawa-sensei have called her the crying woman, or the Lady of Sorrow. Kaminari, before he ran away from you, had theorized that the Protector had lost her son due to villains. The grim face that Aizawa had made was so scary with grief that Izuku had thought that he was right. Aizawa-sensei was right. Despite Izuku's and Kaken's own issues with one another, there's one thing that they always agree with, that Izuku's mom is family to them both. Kaken calls her Auntie Inko. Izuku knew that his mother's quirk had been duplicated in OFA, but To see his mom's quirk keep him from activating OF beyond his body's ability to handle it, and Izuku was trying desperately to make OFA cooperate with Izuku's desire to save the very person who gave him and the future welders a fail-safe and self-healing abilities, and the more that Izuku was fighting against his own quirk, the more his mom's quirk was sapping his strength and making him hungry and sleepy, and it was like Faye was saying, "Stop fighting, you must rest and eat." It was like his mom was lecturing him about his recklessness or Kaken's pushing himself too hard. When Kaken told Izuku that he should kill himself and pray that he gets a quirk in another life, Izuku had never seen his mother so mad at Kaken, and she and Kaken's parents had sat them both down, and Kaken started to cry, saying, "The mumbling, the lights, the extras always talking, the perfume and deodorant, and stress about his studies caught up with me." Kaken continued, "I know that it was bad, but I just wanted to throw sheet or tear my hair out," and Deku's mumbling was the last straw. After Kaken's confession, this changed Izuku's perspective on Kaken. Kaken was almost always been easy to understand, but he didn't know why exactly, but after that Izuku had noticed that he had stopped bullying him. Kaken still teased him and on the surface appeared to be bullying him, but Izuku and Kaken developed a sense of community about those experiences. After all, Izuku had meltdowns before and they SEK. Then Izuku started to notice other details about Kaken's behavior. Kaken wore sagging pants because he always carried marbles or smooth stones, and whenever he was nervous about something he would shuffle the marbles or stones around in his pockets. The way that Kaken would sometimes grab an object and bite a couple of times whenever he thought no one was looking. The way that Kaken had a very strict routine that you could know exactly where he was down to the hour. The way that Kaken would never looked at people's eyes or face. The way that Kaken would eat the same meals without getting tired of it, like Izuku was like with Katsden. Katsden is Izuku's comfort food. All the thoughts about food made start to drool while still fighting the barrier. Izuku knew that he was scaring people, or the very least his classmates, because Ida said, "Midoriya-kun, stop fighting. Your body is turning into a skeleton." Izuku stopped and glanced down at a nearby puddle of water and saw that his clothing was way too big for him, and saw his eyes were sunken in with only green irises shining in the black, and Izuku looked just like All Might in that moment, and his father, who was using his quirks to heal his mom, glanced at Izuku's form and screamed in agony and rage. His mother was back to fighting form, but very tired and unable to fight until she rested and ate something. He seems to whisper, "Hey, you know what would be nice is if you ate a bunch and slept for a few days." Suddenly his mom, his friends, the League of Villains and himself got enveloped by goop and warped away from Kamino and Izuku. His mom and his friends were in Udare Infirmary. All Izuku could think about was food and sleep. Hisashi POV. I had just finished healing my wife, my green monarch, and my evergreen prince had almost killed himself from his quirk. His mother's quirk was trying to subdue my son's power, and the rest of OFA was trying to make him feel too tired and hungry to fight. OFA had been a curse for the past welders. Until my green monarch forced herself into the OFA dreamscape and did the equivalent of mugging OFA at knife point to be a good quirk rather than a parasitic curse. Seeing my son and wife like this, Hisashi had nothing for centuries. Then finally All Might chose to hunt him down and mar his face, and tracked his son down to pass this curse onto my evergreen prince. Hisashi knows that he's a monster. Hisashi knows that he is a awful person. But Inko and Izuku do not deserve this pain, this agony, this blue-eyed demon in their lives. Hisashi made a VW. Hisashi had always held back his might against the welders of OFA. Hisashi gave them quick and relatively painless deaths. Hisashi, after all, saw all of the welders as cursed, tragic individuals. However, Hisashi was going to make an exception for the skeletal, blue-eyed demon before him. This monster almost took everything away from me. Hisashi pointed to All Might and said, "Have no idea that what you have done, you foul demon. The wrath that you have awoken in me." Hisashi continued, "All Might, I know that I'm a monster, and I know that my wife would want me to atone for my actions, that I vow to show no resistance whatsoever to being arrested." Hisashi added to his words and said, "I will atone. After I end you." Hisashi could sense that the last embers of OFA have been extinguished in All Might. Hisashi ejected all of the vigilantes, heroes, and civilians from the destroyed Kamino battlefield with the exception of All Might. Hisashi then created a barrier around Ground Zero for his temper. Hisashi knew that All Might was quirkless prior to receiving OFA like Izuku, but, unlike modern-day people who rely heavily on their quirks to fight against their foes, Hisashi and Ichiro Shigaraki grew up in a time when quirks were secondary abilities. Hisashi then grabbed the blue-eyed demon and used some of his quirks to actually heal All Might, restoring his vital organs and making his body less sickly than what his soul is. Hisashi saw the news choppers and All Might standing there with his restored body, and he experimentally forced a cough, but no blood came. Hisashi started to gloat. "You must be wondering why I would heal you, All Might? Do ask, I want to hear your thoughts on this plot twist, especially from me." All Might correctly guessed, "So, you can torture me for longer." Hisashi floated in the air and said, "Well, you're absolutely right about that, but you see, you're quirkless and I grew up in a quirkless world. Back when I was younger, my quirk was borderline useless, and me and my younger brother were hunted by people who had no quirks, but they were skilled fighters, marksmen, and machines of death. The Shigaraki brothers had to fight against our enemies on their terms, fighting for our lives as quirkless folk for the most part, so many of the first generation of quirks were protected by me and Ichiro Shigaraki, and the two of us tried to help those ungrateful people. That I didn't heal you because I wanted to toss you around with quirks, but as quirkless men." Hisashi charged and immediately used a judo flip to slam All Might's body to the ground and used his full, natural weight of his arm to sucker punch him in the face, causing All Might's front tooth to chip, and Hisashi got off All Might and said, "Modern-day people rely too heavily upon their quirks to fight against their enemies. You are no exception to this. There's exceptions to this rule of thumb like Crimson Riot, for example. I liked him, true hero, that one. Reminded me of one of my friends from the old days." Hisashi demonstrated the Spryle Bones quirk on his wrists, causing his suit to be ruined, and Hisashi decided to rip off his own suit jacket and white buttoned undershirt, leaving him shirtless, and Hisashi added to All Might's torment by saying, "Watch this, All Might." Hisashi chopped off his own head and neck, and his hyper-regenerating body regrew. His entire head and face was restored back into his prime status. Hisashi saw his old, scarred head and neck, and used his fire-breathing quirk to destroy it. The first thing that Hisashi saw was the stars above and smelled the smoke and ash in the air, and Hisashi felt the breeze in his snowy white hair and felt his face with his hands, and his eyes closed and opened for the first time in 5 years. Hisashi rubbed his hands, though the curly, fluffy hair. Hisashi didn't realize how much he had missed the sensation of hands running through his hair. For a brief moment Hisashi imagined that Inko was doing this to his hair. "Oh, my queen, my soulmate, and my lovely wife whom he didn't deserve." Hisashi started to cry with his actual eyes and his tears flowing through his face naturally. Hisashi knew that she would divorce him and break his heart, but Hisashi had accepted that eventually Inko would abandon him and take their son. Hisashi never would hold any grudges against his wife. If she moved on and had children with other men, he would never be possessive over her or Izuku. It's why he allowed Izuku to be a hero or anything that he wanted to become. If Hisashi had been born in this time and was quirkless, he would have been a comic book artist or author, someone who told tales of love, heartbreak, or epic battles and knights in shining armor. Oh God, the stories that he could tell. Hisashi had been stumbling in the darkness for so long that he had believed that he would never be able to find happiness. But Inko Midoriya appeared in all of her glory and lit a fire in his soul for the first time since his brother died. 22 years. That's how long his joy was. 22 years of being human again. Hisashi was still running his fingers through his hair and crying about his decision to kidnap Katsuki. Hisashi wished he could go back in time and kick his past self in the ball for allowing Tamura to proceed with his plan. Hisashi decided that since Katsuki Bakugou was mentally broken by the torment of his 5.5 weeks of Kamino, Hisashi decided to permanently block the memories. It was a green light that shot out his fingertip. Katsuki Bakugou will be burdened by Tramua, of course, but his mind is spared from madness and too many memories of his combined Tramua. It's the least he could do to atone for his temper getting the best of him. Hisashi found himself lamenting his hubris and suffering from the consequences of his hubris. Hisashi was reminded of the Iliad and Achilles mourning the death of his soulmate, Patroclus. My god. Inko and Hisashi were the two ancient Greek heroes, Inko donning her armor because of Hisashi's hubris in thinking that he would get away with it. And for a horrible, terrifying moment in his life, he saw his soulmate die right in front of him. Hisashi was fortunate that he was able to bring her back into the world, but barely. Hisashi had been playing God for so long that he believed that he would never be able to harm in his soul. Hisashi was wrong and the powers above punished him for his hubris and temper. Hisashi then thought of his wife and son, imagining what they would think if he actually did kill All Might. Hisashi started to mumble his family's names. Izuku. And even Tamura. Hisashi didn't know how long he stood there, crying and screaming for punishment and begging All Might to kill him and end his misery. All Might POV. All Toshinori could think was how awful it would be to be immortal. Toshinori would have never thought to see Ifo as anything other than a monster. Toshinori looked down at his restored body and wiped his tears away from his eyes and said to Hisashi Midoriya, not Ifo. Hisashi Midoriya, for your family, please stop this. You can make the right choice and surrender. Death doesn't have to be your atonement. You will still be punished for your actions, but you can choose life. Inko, who won't have to bury you because it also sees Hisashi Midoriya as Hisashi and not Ifo. Izuku, who won't have to bury his father that he cares about. Toshinori continued. I have failed the ones that I'm supposed to save, including and especially your son. I vow to you that I will take accountability for my incompetence and atone for my actions in not providing kids with the learning and support that they need. Toshinori saw Hisashi Midoriya tilt his head up, and his face was identical to the one that Izuku, his son, made when he dubbed him his successor. A tearful face of hope, and also disbelief like no one else had faith in him. Hisashi Midoriya sobbed as his body pulled into himself exactly what Izuku did when All Might said, "You too can be a hero." All Might POV. All Might after a somber heart-to-heart with Hisashi Midoriya, not AFO. All for one died the day he met Inko Midoriya. All Might knew that Hisashi Midoriya was a villain and needed to be punished for his crimes. All Might escorted Hisashi Midoriya to his shackles with a somber soul and felt nothing. All Might had thought that he was either going to die or throw his fist up in triumph over a mighty foe. Not slowly escorting his arch-nemesis into his prison with his arch-nemesis sobbing horribly out of control. Hisashi Midoriya was shipped to Tartarus by the police force. Eraserhead POV. Aizawa was finally able to get some sleep after 5.5 weeks. The problem child and the problem mother are still recovering from the Kamino battle. Aizawa saw Kaminari start to drool all over his pillow with the nasal strip on the bridge of his nose, and his alley cat gear was cleaned by present Mike, and Midnight was chatting with Mike about childhood memories. Aizawa looked down at the picture of Midnight, present Mike, Loud Cloud, and his younger self in a curry eating contest against Fatgum. Aizawa smiled at the scene, and imagined that Abruo was there and felt his mother's presence in the room. It made him cry. Katsuki Bakugou POV. Katsuki didn't remember anything about his imprisonment in Kamino, but he did know that so many people helped him, saved him from danger. They've been calling the Kamino battle Ground Zero. Katsuki had been told by people that he should choose his hero name as Protector. There is only one Protector. The Protector. Inko Midoriya. Anti-Inko. Katsuki has a dog now, named Missile, badass name for a dog. Katsuki has his hero name. He told his parents and best genist first. Katsuki Bakugou. Ground Zero. The Crawler POV. The battle was over. His team has made it. The three of them were on their way to becoming pro-heroes. Everyone survived the battle by some miracle. The Crawler was still shaped by the creed of vigilante. Always will. Every single person who is a vigilante is always a vigilante in their soul. Endeavor POV. Enji was a monster. The worst villain in history was a better father than him. Enji started to cry. He became his father. Smokescreen the Ash Hero. Hikage Bakugou. Enji Todoroki has to atone for his actions. Night Eye POV. Night Eye was preparing his new office for his new job as the principal of UA. Nizu fled when he realized that the protector was immune to punishment and he was hiding. Night Eye will found Nizu, and he will be burdened by his consequences. The Public Safety Commission confirmed that Nizu had been established as a villain for instigating violence and vigilantism. Tomura POV. Tomura suffered a loss. But he doesn't feel angry with Katsuki Bakugou or the protector team. Why would he? Tomura has true friends now. Sensei, no, his true father claimed him to the world. Tomura Shigaraki, the son of Hisashi Midoriya. Tomura Shigaraki, the elder brother of Izuku Midoriya. Tomura Shigaraki, the son of Inko Midoriya. Tomura destroyed all of his hands. After all, that family is dead. Tomura Shigaraki steeled his resolve and said, I will become the new symbol of evil. This is my birthright. I will make my real father proud. I'm the eldest son, and our father Izuku Midoriya gave me a great burden that I will become what our father desires from me, his successor, his heir, and the new king of dread. Tomura grabbed a red cape. After all, a king needs a cape. Hisashi POV. Hisashi was in Tartarus, paying his dues. Well, Hisashi did say that he was retiring to the world. This counts. Well, Hisashi Midoriya was tired. Hisashi has been alive for a long time. Hisashi won't die until he pays his debts to society and to his younger brother, Ichiro Shigaraki. Hisashi finally could truly sleep for the first time since his brother died. Hisashi drifted into his dreams about Inko and Izuku and even Tomura. It's nice. Inko Midoriya, also known as the Protector, finally awoke in the UA infirmary 4 days later. She was the last one to wake up from the Battle of Kamino. Inko saw the clock. It read 3:40 a.m. Inko had awoken when no one was awake themselves, so she decided to eat and explore UA. Well, Inko said eat, but her body said feeding frenzy. Inko didn't count how many bowls of katsuton and plates of cold soba, but Inko polished all of them off. Inko had started to become addicted to food, that was obvious, but she still, despite all the bullshit she had went through, felt like an animal for her appetite. Inko also had another development toward food. When she started to eat for her quirk and body, she had gotten biologically younger as well as more. Well, there's no real way to dance around the issue. Inko had started to associate food with section. When she discovered that this was a development was when she had accidentally found that food porn. She had mingled with Hisashi a lot. Hisashi, whom was a monster who had known exactly where Katsuki was for weeks. Inko felt like an animal. So instinctive and so hedonistic. She used protection, obviously. She couldn't get PRGNT when she was running around tearing the Japanese underworld, a collective new one, trying to find Katsuki and the League of Villains. But damn, that was intense to say the least. Even though Hisashi was a monster, the way she mingled with him was something that he probably couldn't have any more biological kids. Inko wasn't going to mince words. Inko FNG wrecked him to oblivion. All these thoughts about her recent XL awakening made Inko really embarrassed. In fact, Inko had decided to open the window and fly away from the infirmary for a while. 10 minutes later, Inko flown to Kamino to see the post-battle wreckage. All Inko could think was, my god. Kamino was a crater, like a bomb went off. Kamino was unrecognizable. This was one man. Hisashi Midoriya, all for one. Her ex-husband. Well, she hadn't started the process for a divorce, but their marriage died the moment that Hisashi got Katsuki Bakugou kidnapped. Hisashi was the one that killed their marriage, not her. Despite everything, Inko had felt an indescribable sense of sadness. Hisashi knew how much she cared about Katsuki. And yet he did the most unforgiving thing to AF child. How dare he? Inko was extremely upset about the whole thing. Inko decided to fly to Nashibara to reach the crawler and his team. 5 minutes later, Inko was back at the crawler's place. Inko didn't have a chance to land when the crawler did his double jump thing down towards her and step off the building and screaming in delight. Knuckleduster tackled her in a hug that could crush the Nemean lion. Inko said bashfully, "Hi there, it's been a while." The crawler and Step joined Knuckleduster in crushing her with affection. It feels nice. Then it truly hit Inko that they made it. They're alive. Inko hugged them back and started to cry, but happy tears. Inko knew that she, Mitsuki, and Masaru made some loyal friends in Nashibara despite their rocky start. Inko honestly thought people kinda just adopted her into their friend groups and left her behind whenever they got bored with her. With the exception of the Bakugous, of course. But this was something forged by like-minded people who wanted to save people. It made her so warm it made her ache from affection. For a moment Inko felt like she wasn't stupid, wasn't an animal, wasn't a brute. Inko felt like she had friends. True friends. Friends that hang out with her because they want Tio. She hadn't felt this since the Bakugous befriended her. Inko had decided to hang out in Nashibara with the Crawler and his team. For a little while she'll be back. Izuku POV. Izuku had woke up early to see his mom along with Kaminari and Kaken, who was still recovering from Kamino. It was 6:45 a.m. Recovery Girl, All Might, who had his vital organs and more of his vitality than he had ever met him. It freaked Izuku out when All Might came to visit him when he regained consciousness, and Aizawa-sensei were in an anxious discussion about something. Something important. Kaken immediately sensed that something was wrong and Kaken busted the door to the infirmary down before All Might could hold him back. Kaken screamed. Izuku and Kaminari ran into the room. The window was opened. Mom's bed was empty. Kaken started to cry and break down and said with a raspy voice and choking on emotions. Ainkeo. Auntie. They took Auntie. The warpy bastard took Auntie from me. The entire school heard Kaken screaming. Kaken started to grab his now shoulder-length hair and started to rip his hair out, and Missile responded by laying on top of Kaken's chest, and it seemed to be calming him down until Izuku heard Aizawa-sensei shouting. Get back! All of you! The rest of his classmates were in the room and were crowding Kaken during his most terrifying meltdown that Izuku had ever seen before. Kaminari concentrated and summoned a wall of clouds to block everyone from watching this meltdown in progress. Kaminari shouted towards Izuku. Midoriya! Call your now! Izuku stammered and finally called her phone. The phone was ringing. The phone went off in the place where all the unconscious people's phones were placed. Mom didn't have her phone. Izuku felt dread. Tamura Shigaraki. The League of Villains. They must have been angry with his sim. Izuku could feel a meltdown coming from him now. Izuku felt like he was suffocating and dizzy and awful. Too bright, too loud and too much. Izuku couldn't think or move. Denki POV. Denki was having a rough morning. Now that Bakugou and Midoriya both were having a meltdown. Denki heard All Might and Eraserhead trying to get people to back up and walk away. It wasn't working and Denki couldn't hold the clouds for much longer. Denki saw a green light in the sky. He recognized it. Denki screamed as loud as he could to the green light in the sky. Protector! Get back here! We need you! The Protector Izuku's mother barreled into the window and looked ready to fight against a kaiju or something because she looked feral. Mrs. Midoriya stopped immediately when she saw the commotion and dropped to her knees and soothed Bakugou and her son. Mrs. Midoriya was apologizing and sobbing about her absence, and it looked like he was going to have a meltdown as well until midnight had put Mrs. Midoriya, Bakugou and Deku to sleep. Inko POV. Inko had woke up in the same bed as before, but Katsuki was crying and clinging on her like she was going to disappear from his hands if he didn't let go. Felt like a monster. How could she just leave like that? Inko's impulsive behavior has always been bad, but this was just wrong. Inko knew that this impulsive behavior was beyond stupid. Yet she still kept on doing it. 1 hour later, Izuku and Katsuki had managed to calm down from their meltdowns that Inko caused. Inko felt so awful. Katsuki finally spoke in a voice that was cracking with fear and frustration. Where the f did you go? Auntie, everyone thought that the League of Villains attacked you. Katsuki's voice shattered her heart when he said, I was responsible for the fall of All Might. I was too weak to protect myself from danger and dragged you and my parents into danger because of me. Inko told Katsuki, Izuku and everyone else where she went off to. Inko also added, Listen to me Katsuki Bakugou, I went towards danger to save you. Also the damn rat, Nizu had gave me a ultimatum, find you or be arrested. He gave me the voice modulator that I wore to cover my face. Katsuki looked at her with trembling lips and said in a shaky voice, Nizu muzzled you? Inko told Katsuki that he gave her the voice modulator to save his own skin. Inko saw Katsuki's face turn from fear into rage and Katsuki repeated his words. He muzzled Auntie. Oh. He muzzled you. The damn rat F muzzled you. Inko very quickly realized that Katsuki had muzzles as a trigger. Katsuki paced around the room and clenched his fists and Eraserhead ruffled his hair to calm him down and it worked like magic. Katsuki just held the capture gear on Eraserhead's neck and just started to cry while fidgeting with the capture gear. Katsuki POV. Missile butted up against him and telepathically spoke. Hey there Kat, this Nizu guy is going to pay for this stuff right? Katsuki telepathically communicated back to Missile. Missile, we have a rat to kill. Katsuki was preparing to destroy the rat F that muzzled his auntie Inko. After Katsuki had been taken to his new dorm room to recover from his meltdown that everyone had called it. It was 10 p.m. and Katsuki rarely stayed up this late. Katsuki always sleeps at 8:30 p.m. and people call him a old man but it's just bedtime, always has been. Katsuki when he was a kid he always had to go to bed at 8:30 p.m. and he always did, because it's the schedule. Katsuki's parents has a strict day plan due to their jobs and everyone needed a routine to be able to have family time. Katsuki felt like he was regressing into a brat. Katsuki had been crying a lot lately. People pitying him like he couldn't take care of himself. Katsuki knows what it feels like to be muzzled. It's FNG terrifying. Auntie Inko doesn't deserve that. Everyone had been terrified and still is scared of Auntie Inko. Katsuki could relate to being called a villain no matter what you do to prove otherwise. Katsuki had prepared his disguise and was about to leave when Aizawa-sensei and his parents were waiting outside his window. Katsuki's mom said in her usual, Hey brat, Eraserhead saw that you were going to try to slay that rat F dash. Katsuki shouted back, Damn it old hag, I'm going to find the rat and blast him to oblivion and you can't stop me. Katsuki's old man said, Please you two stop shouting, there are people who are trying to sleep right now. Aizawa-sensei sighed and said, Bakugou, you are very predictable. You wear your heart on your sleeve. Katsuki looked at his sleeve and was confused, like his heart should be in his chest, and apparently his dad saw the confusion and said, Katsuki, Eraserhead just means that you are easy to gauge how you feel and not actually having your heart on your sleeve. Katsuki got frustrated with Aizawa-sensei and shouted, Well, why didn't you say that instead of dancing around the issue? Katsuki added, Also, I'm not predictable, watch me you bastards. Katsuki started to tap dance and other dumb shit to prove a point. Katsuki didn't know how long he was doing this bullshit but he didn't stop until Aizawa-sensei said, Look, Bakugou, I have an idea what to do instead of hunting down Nizu. Katsuki interrupted Aizawa-sensei and shouted, The damn rat muzzled Auntie. He muzzled her. Muzzles are terrifying and they are pieces of sheet. Katsuki suddenly started to cry and added with a soft quiver to his words, Nizu muzzled Auntie Inko. He muzzled her. Katsuki could feel the world was spinning and suddenly Missile liked his hands and arms and sat on his feet. Missile telepathically spoke. Hey Kat, you must breathe in through your nose and exhale out your mouth for a bit. If you do, I'll find a cool rock for you to hold. Katsuki liked the weight and roughness of rocks and would carry rocks or marbles in his pockets to play with. Katsuki also liked to sometimes bite sheet when he was really fascinated by his finds or whenever he was really bored and restless. Katsuki did the breathing exercise and felt himself relax. The rise and fall of his own lungs. The act of breathing was so nice. Ever since the slime villain, Katsuki always appreciated breathing. The slime villain scared him a lot more than he showed to people. For 30 horrible minutes Katsuki was suffocating for breath and felt nothing but the sheer burning of his lungs and trying to breathe. Deku saved him that day. People applauded Katsuki for his bravery, but the actual person who had been brave enough to save him was being scolded. Like Deku did the wrong thing. It made Katsuki feel like he had to fight his own battles without help. Katsuki's train of thought was interrupted by Aizawa-sensei saying, "Before you interrupted me, Bakugou, I had told you that I have a better idea than hunting for Nizu, and that idea is a camping trip instead in the forest zone on UA grounds." Katsuki tilted his head and said, "Camping trip?" Katsuki's dad spoke up. "Well, Katsuki, I know that you love to hike and be in the woods and climb mountains and other outdoorsy activities, and I had told your mom and Eraserhead about it, and Eraserhead said that it's a great idea. We won't force you to come if you don't want to." Katsuki shouted, "It's AF amazing idea. I want to see you and Mom's quirks in action. That battle zone is perfect for quirks like ours. To train up and sheet." Katsuki didn't realize that he had started to wiggle with excitement, imagining at seeing his parents' quirk awakenings and the upgrades that came with them. Katsuki hadn't wiggled in a long time and never in front of a teacher before. Katsuki couldn't stop the wiggling though, because when he got started he wouldn't stop until all of wiggling had left his system. Katsuki must have been wiggling for a while because his mom said, "Well, looks like we got an agreement on this sheet. I'm excited about your new quirk awakening too. Katsuki, let's go and punch and demolish some boulders and other sheet." Aizawa-sensei had a soft smile on his face, like he hadn't seen Katsuki so happy before. Well, he's right, Katsuki had been like pumped up before, as well as seeing Katsuki get overzealous in combat training, but not happy in something unrelated to hero work. Katsuki agreed to change course and go camping instead. 1 hour later. Katsuki loves camping. People have expectations for him and his quirk, but Mother Nature doesn't give a shit about people's opinions. Mother Nature will only F with you if you F with her. If you respect her, she will respect you. Katsuki likes that philosophy. It allows Katsuki to break down his walls to just exist without judgment and release himself from society as a whole for a while. Katsuki sometimes feels like he belongs in the woods more than with people. Katsuki had just finished setting up his tent, and his parents had their own tent and Aizawa-sensei had his tent. Missile had been hunting a few rabbits and caught them, and Katsuki was just fishing barehanded. This type of fishing was the hardest but the most satisfying when you succeed. Katsuki's parents were preparing the campfire and Aizawa-sensei was watching him and taking notes. Katsuki felt irritated by that. He felt like he was being dissected by his teacher for some reason and hated it. After Katsuki managed to catch 5 fish and set them up to cook, Katsuki finally asked in his usual manner, "Oi, why are you taking notes on me, Aizawa-sensei? It's aggravating to me. Like I'm being paraded around like a freak show." Aizawa-sensei spoke with his usual tired, monotone manner that was very soothing to Katsuki and said, "I won't mince words with you, Katsuki Bakugou, but, best genist and principal knight, I believe that you're autistic. Also, after seeing your meltdown from this morning as well as thinking about things that line up with your behavior before and after Kamino, I'm starting to believe that you might be autistic as well." Katsuki is familiar with autism. After all, Deku has it, but Deku seems normal to him after all the experiences he felt Katsuki himself also went through. Katsuki felt confused about it honestly, but the way Aizawa-sensei said, as well, means that he knows multiple people who have autism, but Katsuki didn't know who he was talking about. Aizawa-sensei spoke up, breaking his thoughts, and said, "Your parents and Fat Gum had just learned that Inko Midoriya is also autistic, and in hindsight Inko's actions are someone who has sensory-seeking behavior as well as her son, and before you ask, Inko wanted you to know about it as well as Izuku. Inko had told Izuku while you were in the dorm room sleeping, recovering from your meltdown. Auntie Inko was autistic?" It made sense. Katsuki could see certain things that she shared with Deku, but Katsuki thought that she and Deku had just personality traits that were inherited. The way Auntie Inko would ramble about medicine or her drama shows, the way she always considers herself to be an animal despite the fact that Auntie Inko is wrong about assumption because of how she processes sheet, the way feels like she's always wearing a mask that gets released whenever she was at home or around him. Katsuki felt warm. Like he was being compared to someone who was a good person that he loved. Sometimes Katsuki misses things that people imply or misunderstand people's feelings because they don't share it with stuff he understands. Katsuki can always understand Auntie Inko though. She spoke bluntly things that she didn't like and showed her true colors when she was passionate about something, but the way she expressed her feelings was unusual, unnerving, and feral-looking. Like how he looked. The both of them have people who are scared of them, thought they were villains, and thought that they were too intense. Katsuki had always felt out of place with most people, and Auntie Inko also felt out of place with most people, and Deku felt out of place with most people. Kaminari has ADHD, and he said that his brain is geared towards literature and battle strategies but not classroom bullshit. Kaminari also said that he pretended to act dumb in general so that people wouldn't be disappointed if he forgot about homework or something that he wasn't wired to. Kaminari also added that he struggled with time management, like he would forget to take care of himself if he was focused on a task. When Kaminari was the alley cat, other people said that he'd work himself to exhaustion and ran himself into the ground practically, and kind-hearted vigilantes had to take care of him because Kaminari couldn't at times. Kaminari forget to eat, sleep, drink, and go to the bathroom trying to find Katsuki. If it wasn't for Kaminari, Katsuki would still be in Kamino or dead. Katsuki owes his life to him. Katsuki wasn't very good at the whole telling people his feelings, so Katsuki did what he could do. Show not tell approach to friendship. Deku is wired to verbal communication between people and Katsuki is wired to visual communication, and because of their opposite ways of communicating they butt heads. Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, Siro, and Jiro, they understand his brand of friendship and they care about him. It made Katsuki very warm with affection. Katsuki's love language was acts of service, as Kaminari and Kirishima say. God thinking about Kirishima made Katsuki feel good about himself. Kirishima always believes that his quirk is lame, but Katsuki is like, hello. It's badass, and like my Tom who works her butt off to get her quirk to be a badass thing, and your quirk is also badass in the same way. Katsuki realized in that moment that Kirishima and his had a lot in common. Both had shitty quirks that they had to work their asses off to get to be the way they are now. Both Kirishima and his mom were fans of Crimson Riot. Both had soft hair. Soft hair. Katsuki suddenly became hyper-conscious about his SXL attraction to Kirishima. That FING blindsided Katsuki. Katsuki had always thought that he was more of his than his dad, but clearly Katsuki was like his father, at least in romantic terms. Katsuki had always been a romantic, something that he kept secret because it's embarrassing, and the whole seeking romance came from his mom, but he found himself taking the role of his father in the romantic scene. Katsuki suddenly had visions of romantic scenes and lovemaking with Kirishima, and Katsuki was the one who was being romanced, and lead into a bedroom with candles and Kirishima holding his hand, kissing his cheek, and just holding his soul with his shark tooth grin and soft lips, and Aizawa-sensei said, "Maybe you should turn in for the night." Katsuki realized in horror that he had irked in front of his teacher and parents. For sake. Katsuki fled into his tent and his mom teased him. "Well, looks like someone is going through a tender moment." Katsuki just shouted, "Shut up, you old hag." Katsuki's dad added, "You thinking about the Red Riot kid? I see, carry on then, but make sure that you clean up afterwards." Katsuki screamed at his parents. Missile carried some food for Katsuki to eat, and Katsuki tore into it, trying to eat his embarrassment away. Missile, after Katsuki was done eating, laid down on top of him like a blanket, and it calmed Katsuki down and eventually fell asleep to the sound of nature. Katsuki was camping with his parents and Aizawa-sensei, and after teaching his dad how to fly with his quirk and destroyed some boulders with his mom, the three were having a good time honestly. Then Endeavor, the flame hero, emerged from the trees and asked Katsuki's father for parenting advice. Endeavor wanted to atone for his shitty parenting skills. Katsuki's dad was understandably upset about Endeavor's bullshit and always has been. Katsuki's dad spoke sarcastically. "Well, as much as want to help you, I'm trying to help my son with trauma, so how about you take your foot and jibby it up your butt?" Katsuki was mildly impressed with his dad's cussing. Don't get him wrong, Katsuki and his mom cuss it out each other all the time. But Katsuki's dad rarely curses, and when he does he's pissed off. Endeavor looked like a regular old man, with his dark blue polo shirt and his loose-fitting black pants and his dark gray shoes. Katsuki was honestly zoning out and trying to mess with a couple of smooth stones and clacking them together, and Katsuki could tell that his dad and Endeavor were arguing about something important, and suddenly Missile got in front of him and started to liking his face like he was trying to distract Katsuki from the conversation, and Katsuki telepathically asked Missile, "Hey Missile, what the F is going on with Flaming Trash Can and Dad right now?" Missile responded with the following. "Well Kat, it's really bad news about Endeavor's childhood and his Endeavor's own dad. Trust me, you don't want to pay attention to the details." Katsuki asked Missile, "Well, I haven't paid any attention to the conversation, and if I started to listen now I would be lost. Besides, these rocks clacking are so satisfying to do." Missile kept liking his face and replied, "Well, I'm glad that you are having fun with the rocks, and I wonder if you can make sparks from them. Try to make some sparks, but be careful, okay Kat?" Katsuki tried to make some sparks and he failed. Katsuki's rocks crumbled with the stress of banging them together, and Missile quickly ran and grabbed 2 new rocks that were heavier and smoother than his old ones, and Katsuki tried to make sparks from the new rocks and started to make smoke and was about to make sparks when suddenly Endeavor spoke with irritation in his voice. "Can you please stop your son from his rocks, please, Katsuki Bakugou?" Katsuki jerked his head up when his name was mentioned and saw Endeavor glare at him like he did something wrong. Endeavor looked pissed. Katsuki's mom shouted, "You keep my son out of your bullshit. Katsuki is trying to remove himself from this situation and you keep dragging him into this bullshit." Endeavor took a deep breath in and out, a breathing exercise. Endeavor looked at Katsuki with the softest expression that the stern man could muster and apologized to him. "Wait. What the F dash? Did Endeavor just apologize to him?" Katsuki felt awkward. Katsuki hadn't been listening to the conversation, and yet he was obviously being apologized to for something that was obviously a part of the conversation that he was not listening to, and Katsuki was lost and didn't know what to do. Katsuki decided to respond with, "Well, I should be apologizing to you. Have you ever had one of those moments where you can feel yourself tripping over your words in a delicate situation and you can't take back your words and you feel like dying in that moment?" Yeah, that's Katsuki was feeling this when he saw the adults' faces. Aizawa-sensei spoke to Katsuki. "Katsuki, did you pay any attention to the conversation that was happening?" Katsuki started to blush with embarrassment and teared up a little and said, "No, I was just trying to effing make fire. With rocks. Sorry?" Aizawa-sensei spoke in his soothing monotone voice. "Katsuki, you shouldn't apologize. Honestly, the conversation was something that you shouldn't have been paying attention to anyway." Aizawa-sensei then turned to Endeavor and said, "Endeavor, talk about it, but less details and less anger." Endeavor cleared his throat and spoke to Katsuki. "I'm the son of the Ash Hero, Smokescreen, and he tortured me to enhance my quirk that I could never satisfy my father, and eventually he tossed me off a cliff to dispose of his defect. Masu, your father is also a son of Smokescreen. Drew and I are half-brothers." "Half-brothers? Endeavor and Dad? Brothers?" Katsuki was blindsided by this news. It made him dizzy with information. Thrown off a cliff? By his own father? Katsuki had always thought that Icy Hot's childhood was bad, but this was evil. Katsuki's mind was whizzing around. Endeavor, no, his uncle. Icy Hot was Katsuki's cousin. Katsuki finally spoke. "Holy shit." Katsuki added, "I'm a Todoroki? Or are you a Bakugou Endeavor?" "Endeavor, no," his uncle said. "Your grandfather's name is Hikage Bakugou and I used to be Enji Bakugou. I took my mother's maiden name as my new identity." Endeavor looked petrified and continued, "Your grandfather is looking for you and Shudo, and I want your family to stay safe with the Todoroki house with my family, please." Katsuki's grandfather was looking for him and Icy Hot. The same man that threw his own son off a cliff. Katsuki started to cry and his mind started to short-circuit, and Missile started to lick his face and sat in his lap. Katsuki and Shudo are being hunted by a villain, no, a monster. Deku has a villain dad and Katsuki has a villain grandfather. My god. Katsuki was horrified. Katsuki whispered to his uncle. "Do your kids know?" Uncle Enji said, "Yes." The next morning, Katsuki was in the Todoroki family home, where Katsuki and his parents were going to be living with until Smokescreen was stopped. Katsuki and Missile were in the Todoroki family home, and Katsuki was a rich kid, sure, but his parents never really flaunted their wealth. The Todoroki family did. Katsuki had felt out of place. Icy hot Shudo Todoroki was eating cold soba, and honestly Katsuki never tried cold soba before, but Katsuki liked hot soba, right out of the basket. That was until Katsuki tried Fuyumi's cooking. It was amazing. Katsuki found Fuyumi's cooking to be divine. Katsuki found that cold soba was so good, and Katsuki couldn't focus on anything else except for soba and eating it. Sihat spoke. "I'm glad that you like cold soba. Would you like some more?" Katsuki didn't say anything but made a "gimme it" gesture to more cold soba. Icy Hot obliged his request and wordlessly got more cold soba. Natsuo piped up. "Well, I was kinda skeptical about the whole. You have a cousin and his name is Katsuki Bakugou, and the Bakugou family are related to you, but seeing you eat soba like that convinced me that you are related." Fuyumi added to Natsuo's statement by saying, "I'm glad that you like my cooking. Everyone else can't cook very well. I've heard about you before, but I never would have imagined that we are related to each other, but fate is a funny thing, isn't it?" Honestly, Katsuki was too focused on cold soba to pay attention to her statement, but Katsuki, however, could think that kinda isekas that everyone else was a sheet cook in the Todoroki family. After Katsuki was done eating, he got up to see the Todoroki family wardrobes. Most people would ask him, "Why do you look at people's clothes as evaluation of their personality or whatever?" Katsuki had learned one thing about having two parents in the fashion industry. People expressed a lot of their character and humor in what they wear. Katsuki went to Fuyumi's room and closet first. Katsuki saw that she had some modest, pastel-colored and muted colors in her clothing. Katsuki also saw that she was organized by way her clothes were sorted into seasonal wear, formal clothes, casual clothing, and etc. Katsuki also saw that she never wore anything that was frayed or torn. Katsuki saw her simple jewelry with no glamour behind it, pretty but modest. Katsuki concluded that Fuyumi is humble, peacemaker, and probably works with brats. Fuyumi is someone that must be protected from bullshit, and she didn't deserve a father like Uncle Enji. Katsuki then went to Natsuo's room and closet. Katsuki saw that AFNG mess, no organization, no tidiness in closet. Katsuki also saw that Natsuo had the same sense of humor as Deku, with shirts that read front on the front and back on the back, and other t-shirts with similar tongue and cheek humor. Also, it was apparent that he was studying to be a doctor or nurse, with the lab coats being very clean and well maintained. Katsuki concluded that Natsuo is someone who holds grudges and is sentimental. Katsuki also noted that Natsuo doesn't take himself seriously and is the jokester type who hides his pain with humor. It reminded him of Kaminari that way. Katsuki, however, also noted that Natsuo has a strong sense of duty and took his passions seriously. Katsuki agreed with Natsuo's work ethic. Katsuki then went to Shudo's room and closet. All Katsuki could think was, why the turtlenecks and long-sleeved shirts? Like, Katsuki saw that Shudo Todoroki was kinda a bit stiff with his expression in his clothing. Then Katsuki felt the fabric. Wow, the fabric was so soft, warm, and fuzzy. It was like he was wearing blankets all the time. Also, Shudo's clothes were heavy. Katsuki tried on one of turtlenecks. Wow, Katsuki felt so grounded and comfortable. Holy shit, even his neck felt protected. Katsuki could obviously tell that Shudo dressed for comfort and sense of safety rather than being fashionable. Katsuki concluded that Shudo was a very nervous kid. If he had to wear clothes that would protect and keep him from danger, that like Shudo was hurt. It made Katsuki fang pissed off, like Uncle Enji's father f him up, but he of all people should know better. Katsuki finally went to Uncle Enji's room and closet. The first thing that Katsuki noticed was the polo shirts. He was looking at his father's wardrobe. Katsuki could tell that Enji loved his polo shirts. God, the only thing that his grandfather gave Enji and his dad was Tramua and a love of polo shirts. It made Katsuki sad. What if Uncle Enji married for love rather than power? Would he be like his dad? If that's true, then would his dad be like Enji? Katsuki felt a sinking feeling in his gut. Katsuki didn't know when he started to cry, but he started to. His mom was silent when she walked into the room and saw what Katsuki was looking at and could tell what he was thinking. The two brothers were at their core the same man. Inko Midoriya, the protector, had heard that the Bakugou family and the Todoroki family were being targeted by a villain. The two families have been staying at the Todoroki family home for 3 days now. Inko tried to get details about the subject, but Endeavor was always snippy about it, and to her and Masaru was afraid for his life. Inko wanted to help them. Apparently so did a pro-hero from her childhood. He must have heard their plight and came out retirement. The ex-number 2 hero of her childhood, Smokescreen, the Ash hero. Inko had heard about Smokescreen obviously, but finally saw the man who used to be the number 2 hero of Nana's time. The man had aged. He had spiky gray hair like a thundercloud, and his eyes were still as ferocious as they were in his youth. His eyes were sharp and coffee brown, and he wore his hero costume. Smokescreen's hero costume was inspired by a Roman gladiator or a Spartan warrior. It was as dark as midnight and had clawed silver gauntlets and a silver belt, and his boots were black and steel-toed. Inko, when she was a kid, had thought of him looking like a villain more than a hero, and Masaru agreed with that point completely. Too much sometimes. The Ash hero never wore a helmet and a cape in his hero costume, which honestly Inko agreed that a cape would be cumbersome, but the helmet would offer some protection against blows. Inko was extremely glad that someone was willing to help protect the Todoroki and Bakugou family from this villain that even Endeavor was scared of. Inko knew that he must be in his mid to late 60s and people his age should rest, but then again, he can't really criticize him because he went through vigilante bullshit to save Katsuki from the League of Villains. Smokescreen spoke with raspy and smoky voice. Salutations, I'm Smokescreen Inko Midoriya. Inko jerked her head towards him. She wasn't trying to be noticed by anyone, but Smokescreen had other plans. Inko looked down at Smokescreen. Wow, she had gotten tall. Inko said bashfully and a little off guard. Hello, sir, how are you? Smokescreen replied. Well, you are the protector, correct? The powerful empath that helped save Katsuki Bakugou from Kamino? Nodded in response to his question. Smokescreen added. You're also the ex-wife of the very man who was responsible for his kidnapping, correct? Inko nodded in agreement. Smokescreen then added. Perhaps, maybe you might have wanted to throw your quirk in a hero complex. After all, it is suspicious. Inko told him, I had been interrogated for hours for that line of questioning with quirks that could read minds and memories, that I wouldn't be walking free if that wasn't the case. Smokescreen spoke. I see, of course people would naturally suspect that and made sure that you weren't involved. My apologies for being rude. Inko replied. Honestly, it's understandable to think that, but they've cleared me completely. Smokescreen walked around the crowd and spoke about her to the crowd. Well, it's so tragic that Empath was manipulated by villains like Nizu or her husband, Hisashi Midoriya or Shigaraki now. Empath quirks are incredibly powerful but also impossible to tame. After all, emotions are instinctual by their nature. Inko felt like she was sucker punch in the gut. Inko realized that he was trying to get her angry, and unfortunately it was working, but Inko held herself together and said, Smokescreen, I am right here. If you have a problem with me, say it to my face. Smokescreen spoke with an even tone. Forgive me for being rude, but you of all people know that empath quirks are fueled by irrational and instinctual behaviors and actions. After all, you study quirks for a living and make medicine to help with unstable quirks. Inko really wanted to throw hands with this creep, but she wasn't stupid. That's what he wanted. Inko took a deep breath and said, well, I'm in quirk counseling and making sure that I follow the rules and all of that. Smokescreen spoke with audible irritation. Well, that's good news because quirk awakenings give incredible power but dampen your reasoning. With empath quirk, that always a problem, like adding gasoline to fire. Inko realized that Smokescreen wanted to use her quirk in anger and be impulsive with it.to prove she was unstable. Inko knew what to do. Inko spoke evenly to Smokescreen. I'm busy at the moment, Smokescreen, and I have to go to sort out paperwork and visit you. Have a nice day, Smokescreen. Smokescreen looked furious at her for a brief second, and then his eyes shifted to his polite and false kind look and said, "Forgive me for my rudeness, I meant no disrespect, I'm a little rusty with my people skills." Inko just gestured goodbye to Smokescreen and left. 1 hour later, Inko traveled to the Todoroki home because Endeavor himself wanted to see her to talk about her encounter with Smokescreen along with Masaru. Inko felt on edge the entire time she walked to the Todoroki home. Inko's off feeling intensified. Inko decided to fly. As Inko rocketed into the sky, she saw a black smoky figure screaming in frustration at her. That was the villain that was hunting the Todoroki and the Bakugou family. The black smoky figure fled. Inko realized just how close she had come to getting attacked by the villain that scared Endeavor and horrified Masaru. Inko made it safely to the Todoroki home. Inko opened the door revealing Katsuki and Shudo dragging her into the house, and the flame hero slammed the door shut and triple locked the door. Inko saw terror in Endeavor's eyes. Who was this villain? Katsuki and Icy Hot dragged a confused Auntie Inko into the Todoroki home, and Uncle Enji triple locked the door. Katsuki could see terror in Uncle Enji's eyes. Katsuki had been having nightmares about Smokescreen honestly. So much so that Katsuki started to sleep with his parents like a kid along with Icy Hot. Katsuki has been sliding into pathetic territory since he got kidnapped. Then again, Uncle Enji was also having nightmares about Smokescreen along with his dad. Katsuki had stopped counting the times when his dad or Uncle Enji had woken him up with terrible screaming. Auntie Inko was extremely terrified by the way Uncle Enji was acting, and she asked, "What's happening? I had to shake off some smoky weirdo. Is he the villain that is scaring all of you? Not only that, Smokescreen is creep, trying to goad me into a fight against him. Explain now." Katsuki had started to panic and Missile started to lick his hands, but Katsuki was still melting down. Katsuki started to cry and said in a trembling voice, "Smokescreen tried to attack you, Auntie Inko. Please don't let him kidnap me, please no." Auntie Inko was horrified by Katsuki's meltdown and started to soothe him. Auntie Inko cradled him and said, "Shoo, it's okay, I'm not going anywhere, okay? Katsuki, I know that you are scared." Katsuki tried to listen to Auntie Inko, but Katsuki felt his pants were getting wet. Katsuki was pissing himself. Katsuki felt horrible and a freak. Missile ran into the guest room and grabbed some fresh clothes for Katsuki and told Katsuki, "Hey Kat, it's okay, you're scared and you can't help your body's response to trauma, okay? It's normal to be like this, okay? You're not a freak, you're a hero and very brave." Katsuki felt a blanket being wrapped around his legs by Natsuo, and Shudo carried him into a bathroom, and Natsuo had started the bathtub with hot water and all the luxury bath stuff. Fuyumi grabbed clean clothes and took off his old clothes while everyone was closing their eyes. Katsuki heard Auntie Inko start to sob horribly along with his mom. Katsuki never really heard his mom cry, but he just knew that she had been crying every single night for weeks while he was in Kamino. Shudo said, "When you get cleaned up we can eat some cold soba or that spicy curry that you like. Would you like that?" Katsuki just nodded. The Todoroki siblings left him naked and in the warm bathtub. They shut the door behind them and Katsuki started to bathe himself. Katsuki found that bathing was so therapeutic and relaxing. Made him feel in control of his life. Katsuki found himself bathing more and more. Katsuki felt like he wasn't a brat or crybaby. Best Jeanist had discovered that Katsuki had this weakness for grooming and hygiene, that when he was interning at his agency, whenever Katsuki got pissy about something he would brush and comb his hair. Katsuki would kill anyone who said that he enjoyed it because his classmates had made fun of the comb-over look, and Katsuki honestly felt bad because he was the one who combed his hair like that. Katsuki felt awkward about this love of pampering himself this way. "It's so girly." Katsuki was bathing and almost fell asleep in the warm water. Katsuki wiggled his toes and splashed some water around to keep himself awake. Katsuki played with his now shoulder-length hair and it felt nice. Looked like AF lion's mane, and reminded him of Aizawa's hair. Maybe Katsuki should grow a beard. Embrace the Viking aesthetic. Viking are cooler than what people think. Their women could fight and divorce. Married couples braided their beards and were a clean people compared to the dirty English. They also gave women cats as a marriage gift because they hunt mice. Katsuki was briefly reminded of Nizu and quickly changed his train of thought to something else. Anything else? Katsuki was still bathing when he heard Aizawa-sensei, Principal Night Eye and a couple of other people walking in the house, and Katsuki was curious about what they were saying about him and decided to listen. Katsuki first heard Aizawa-sensei speak. "Tell me what happened with Bakugou, don't leave out details." Auntie Inko replied. "Eraserhead, I was trying to not be noticed by the crowd at the time, and Smokescreen dragged me into the spotlight and tried to make me use my quirk to prove that I was unstable, and when he failed, on my way here I was almost attacked by a smoky figure, but he failed." Auntie Inko added. Then Katsuki had the worst meltdown saying, "Smokescreen wanted to take me and don't have him kidnap me," after Katsuki said that he'd set his pants. Auntie Inko lamented. "Oh, Eraserhead, if I was faster in finding things out, maybe Katsuki would be less hurt that I failed him." Principal Night Eye told Auntie Inko. "Now Mrs. Midoriya, don't despair over the past. After all, it's a miracle that Katsuki is safe and sound. I'm not surprised hearing that Katsuki had an accident. Trauma like this is intense, and it's also not surprising that Katsuki's memory of Kamino was blocked by his own mind." Katsuki felt slightly better than he did before hearing that Psing himself was a normal response. Katsuki heard the rough voice with a slight lisp because of his shark teeth and said, "Bakugou is brave, manly, and always trying his best to improve his failures. Bakugou will be the most badass hero out there despite what people are saying." Katsuki leaned over to the wall to listen closely about what Kirishima meant by that, and Auntie Inko seemed to have the same idea because she asked Kirishima, "What do you mean by that when you said, despite what people are saying?" Kirishima voice dropped the cheery tone and said, "Mrs. Midoriya, our classmates think that he shouldn't be a hero because of everything that he went through." Katsuki bolted out of the bathtub and hastily put his clothes on, slammed the door open and shouted, "You honestly believe that I'm going to quit because of bullshit that happened to me? Tell those dumbasses that I'm going to be the #1 hero. Greater than all might. No one will stop me." Kirishima hugged him and said, "I know, man, that's why I said that you are going to be a great hero despite the bullshit that people put you through. Besides, the two of us are a team." Katsuki was still being hugged by Kirishima, and Katsuki couldn't help but to sniff his hair that smelled clean and felt soft despite his constant abuse to his hair with the hair dye. Katsuki kinda got lost in the hug. It felt nice. Kirishima patted his back and hugged him tighter. Kirishima one hand started to pat Katsuki's back and another ruffle Katsuki's hair and brush Katsuki's cheek. Katsuki felt the hug deepen. Katsuki was craving the sheet that it felt amazing. Obviously Kirishima felt the same way about the hug. Katsuki, however, was jarred into reality when Katsuki's old hag said, "A young love, reminds me of me and you, Masaru." And before Katsuki could process his mom's words, Katsuki's old man said, "I never thought that Katsuki would take after me in the romance department. I'm so happy though." Katsuki's face turned red and he pushed Kirishima off and just screamed at his parents that were embarrassing him. Not cursing or throwing insults at his parents, just screaming at his parents. Icy Hot offered some cold soba to Katsuki and Katsuki tore into the food to eat his embarrassment away. Katsuki was too busy with eating cold soba and spicy curry to pay attention to the knowledge dump that Principal Night Eye and Auntie Inko was getting about Smokescreen honestly, and Kirishima started to rub Katsuki's belly. Katsuki was immediately started to eat more because this was making Katsuki extremely excited. Too excited. Katsuki felt himself blow his load. Damn it. Kirishima must have sensed what just happened and immediately stopped the rubbing and balled himself up in embarrassment, and there was a silent agreement between Katsuki and Kirishima. "Let's not do that again in public." Kirishima asked to talk to Katsuki in private, and Katsuki realized what he was planning, and Katsuki was a total disaster and obvious to everyone what happened and what Katsuki wanted in that moment. Except for Icy Hot, the oblivious dumbass. Aizawa-sensei spoke with his soothing voice. "No." Well, that killed the mood. Kirishima, being more blunt than what Katsuki could possibly imagine, replied, "Please. All be good." Katsuki's dad just laughed and said, "No. Katsuki's mom snorted and added, "Yeah right, nice try buddy." Auntie Inko had always been easy to embarrass, and she quite literally tried to jump out the window to fly out of the conversation and Uncle Enji. And Natsuo had to pull her away from the window. Kirishima apologized profusely to Auntie Inko for the awkwardness and stopped asking to talk to Katsuki in private. 2 hours later, Katsuki and everyone else was sitting in silence thinking about the terrible man that was Smokescreen. Auntie Inko broke the quiet first by stating, "I'm bored." Katsuki then saw Auntie Inko's eyes bug out like she had remembered something unpleasant about herself and shivered at the thought. Katsuki saw Aizawa-sensei's soul leave his body like what Auntie Inko said was the worst thing that could come out of her mouth. Katsuki, whenever he was bored, would work out or chew sheet. So maybe she just needs to get excess energy out of her system. Katsuki suggested, "Try training with Mom or Kirishima. You need to toughen up your body against someone who can handle it, and it works well because Mom's and Kirishima's quirk needs to get stronger and taking hits increases the overall durability of their quirks, so win-win situation." Katsuki also added, "You can also chew gum or something like that and get the extra energy out your system. Whatever works for you." Aizawa-sensei spoke with a little too much enthusiasm about it, which confused Katsuki. That's a extremely effective strategy for the both parties. It's only rational after all. Aizawa-sensei said this while having a Cheshire cat-like grin on his face. 20 minutes later, Katsuki was watching Auntie Inko training with Kirishima and his mom and just punching sheet. Katsuki realized that Auntie Inko's fighting style was a brawler type, like Deku. When Deku told him about how he manifested his quirk shortly before attending U today and he wasn't lying about his quirk for years, Katsuki felt awkward. Katsuki felt like he had to put Deku at arm's length because of their messy past sheet. Katsuki bullied him for years and Katsuki felt a hollow void of guilt about it. Unfortunately, Katsuki was a coward and couldn't man up and swallow his pride and apologize for his bullshit. Made Katsuki feel pathetic, and his pathetic attitude recently was like karma for calling him a crybaby and weak. Katsuki had started being bullied by people for his crying and meltdowns. It sucks, but he deserves it. After all, he bullied Deku. Only natural that he would feel the same pain. Katsuki has been bullied by this third year who was in the general studies class with a quirk that allow him to create claws on his fingers. Katsuki still has a claw marks on his back. They sting. They hurt a bunch. This helpless feeling feels like the sludge villain, but worse because no one knows about it. Katsuki didn't tell anyone about it. Katsuki had doubled down with his dickish behavior towards people because of it. Thinking about his bully started to make him cry and hunch into himself. This is the sheet that he put Deku through for years. Katsuki wasn't a hero. He's a brute, like Hisashi Midoriya said. Hisashi always had a grudge against Katsuki, but Katsuki didn't think that he was going to do something to make Katsuki suffer. Obviously Katsuki was wrong about that assumption. Katsuki's bullying led to his own kidnapping. Hisashi allowed Tamura Shigaraki, his adopted son, to do this, out of spite towards Katsuki. Katsuki suddenly vomited his guts out and Missile responded, "Kat, you need to change your clothes and take her another bath." Katsuki screamed at Missile, "I'm a monster that bullied you and Hisashi had got me kidnapped because of it. Now I'm being bullied by a third year that has claw for a quirk and scratches my back, and I deserve it. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. I'm a monster." Katsuki started to cry and tried to bang his head on the wall. Aizawa-sensei used his capture gear and quirk to prevent him from hurting himself. Everyone looked terrified. They should be terrified of him. Principal Night Eye spoke with a soft, soothing voice and tone that was meant to calm down a wild animal, and it was working with Katsuki. "Young Bakugou, you are a victim of a crime, and what Hisashi did was wrong, and you don't deserve to be bullied by someone just because you bullied Izuku Midoriya in the past. You're a kid, a scared kid who is traumatized by things that no one should ever go through. You're a good kid, you've made bad choices but you learn from your actions. Katsuki Bakugou, you are ground zero, the spirit hero. That's who you are, Katsuki Bakugou." Katsuki was released from the capture gear and Aizawa-sensei just hugged him first, then everyone else in the Todoroki home hugged him. Auntie Inko was crying too. She's always been an empathic person. Kirishima hugged him tightly and the longest. Kirishima was crying too. But his tears were deeper than his parents' tears, like it was like Kirishima was crying for his soulmate, and Katsuki felt. Katsuki had a crush on Kirishima before, but this was. Katsuki had found his soulmate in Kirishima. It made Katsuki feel happy and light for the first time since ever actually. Late at night, Kirishima woke Katsuki up and went to the spare guest room in the Todoroki home and guided him to the bed. So romantic. It was better than anything that Katsuki could possibly imagine. It was awkward and jerky, but the two of them tried to make it work. Katsuki was a romantic. Kirishima and Katsuki would learn how to romance each other with time. No matter what happens, Katsuki was going to have a rock to lean into. And that rock's name was Kirishima. Benji POV. After being unable to sleep with Masaru's son and his boyfriend acting like the dumbass, addled teenagers that they were, Enji felt like he was old man. Well, Enji is 48 years old. Enji was almost that Jared Enji. He's lived almost half a century. When Kirishima left that morning to go to Uday and Mrs. Midoriya, Principal Night Eye and Eraserhead had to leave to their own business after 5 p.m. yesterday. Enji's family and Masaru's family had to stay in the Todoroki home. Enji felt like a coward. He's a pro-hero. The number 2 hero. Like his father. Enji hates this comparison with his father, and yet Enji became his father. Masaru was able to become someone better than their father. Enji felt like burning something. Watching his flames burn something was cathartic to him. Enji had been secretly crying about his past trauma and the trauma he inflicted on his own kids. Toya, Fuyumi, Natsuo and Shudo. As well as the horrible things that Enji did to Rei, his wife. Enji felt like he was cursed by his past and stuff. Enji knew where things started to go wrong though. Enji let his spite for his father consume him, and All Might was a projection of his father. All Might was unbreakable, untouchable and unbeatable. Everything that Enji wasn't. Enji was a bastard. Literally, Enji was the result of an affair between his father and mother. Basically, for years Hikage and his wife Himiko had been trying to have a kid who was a combination of their quirks, but Hikage grew impatient with his lackluster performance and his wife agreed to turn a blind eye to it, but if they had a legitimate child, that child would have everything and Enji would have nothing. His father has the ability to transform into smoke as well as control it. His mother had a quirk lava body, which allowed her to transform into lava and control it. Enji's father wanted him to able to transform into flames and control them. Enji's quirk only allowed him to create fire, and when he did, the overheating was a huge drawback. Hikage Bakugou hated that his firstborn was a defect. Hikage forced him to break the limits of his quirk, and Endeavor did. Every time. When Masaru Bakugou developed his quirk at 8 years old, when Enji was 13 years old, he saw far more potential in Masaru than Enji. Hikage decided to clean house. Enji's father murdered his mother right in front of Enji. Enji ran for his life, but his father caught him, shackled him and muzzled him. It was a stormy night. Enji was scared and trying to escape from his chains. The rain dampened Enji's quirk. Hikage dragged him to the cliff face that Enji's childhood home overlooked. Enji's father's last words to him was, "Burn out. Burn in hellfire. You should have been a phoenix, not a defective, fever-brained demon. Goodbye Enji, burn for me in hellfire." Enji was pushed off the cliff and to his death. Enji only survived because his first prominence burn. Enji also landed in the river and the water cooled him down. Enji's nightmares intensified when he learned that Hikage knew that he was alive and had a son. Shudo and Hikage then learned about Masaru's son, Katsuki, and came back to Japan from America. Smokescreen coming out of hiding means only one thing. Hikage wants his grandsons. Enji felt like his children were like Hikage's fruit that Hikage wanted to eat for himself. Masaru had just lost his son to kidnapping and tore up Japan looking for him, and by some miracle Masaru had succeeded in getting his son back. Then Smokescreen appears. Masaru was horrified. Enji was horrified. Despite the bad introduction, Enji and Masaru found to have a lot in common. They both have a fondness for polo shirts, what they are comfortable, fashionable and come in a variety of colors and designs. Masaru's son, Katsuki, called them both old geezers. Enji also found that Masaru loves kuzumochi, something that delighted both men. Enji also discovered that Masaru had buried his past and refused to tell Katsuki about it. Like how Enji buried his past and refused to tell anyone about it, but the key difference was that Enji told an O1 and Masaru told his wife. Maybe if Enji told someone he wouldn't have been so upset and horrible to his wife and kids. Enji has to atone for his actions. Enji started to cry. Masaru POV. Masaru was making breakfast for everyone while his wife was scolding Katsuki for his actions last night with Kirishima, and Shudo was the only one who had no idea what was happening between Katsuki and Kirishima. Masaru saw Natsuo and Fuyumi setting up the table, and Masaru heard crying from Enji's room. Masaru asked his niece Fuyumi to prepare breakfast for him while he went to sleep. Fuyumi obliged his request, but Masaru was going to Enji's room instead. Masaru entered the room and saw a broken man sobbing horribly and flames peppering his tank top. Obviously Enji had been working out. Masaru knew that Enji was 5 years older than him, but Enji looked like a scared kid. Smokescreen. That's the only explanation. Masaru sat down and just hugged his older brother. Enji broke down and told Masaru everything that their father did to him. 20 minutes later. Oh. Good. Enji went through that. No wonder why Enji turned out the way he did without telling someone about it. Masaru finally spoke with a cracking, tear-filled voice. I'm so sorry. Am I the first person that you have told? Enji just nodded. Masaru broke. Masaru and Enji were two scared kids, sobbing horribly about their father. Masaru didn't know how long the two were crying, but Natsuo was in the doorway just standing there. Natsuo must have standing there the entire time based upon his facial expression. Natsuo finally spoke with terror about smokescreen in his voice. Dad. That's all Natsuo said. But it spoke volumes. Enji managed to compose himself and told his son. Gather everyone, I'm going to tell them my story. This doesn't make my actions justified. My children have every right to hate me. My story. 2 hours later. The Todoroki family and the Pug family learned about Enji's backstory. Enji's children were horrified by their dad's story. They know bullshit, but Enji wasn't bullshitting them. Katsuki had heard about the throwing off a cliff thing as well as everyone else, but no one knew that Enji's mother was murdered by their grandfather. Natsuo was the first one to speak to Enji. Dad, that's F up and you need therapy. For years you've need therapy. Fuyumi must had her suspicions about her father, but to have them confirmed in the most awful way, she was crying about being right. Shudo was in shock. He said nothing and did nothing. Katsuki had curdled into a ball and started to cry, and Missile was liking his face, and Katsuki then laid out on the ground and Missile laid on top of Katsuki's chest. Shudo went to Missile and started to pet his back and rested his head on Missile's back, and then Shudo started to cry. Natsuo paced the floor and ran his hands through his hair while crying. Mitsuki just hugged Masaru and Enji and said, "That sick F is a monster and the two of you must have closure. The two of you must fight that evil F dashed." Mitsuki added, "Glucose, the protector, Eraserhead, Night Eye will aid you in fighting against Smokescreen, Endeavor and Flashbang." 4 hours later, Masaru and Enji were in their vigilante pro-hero costumes alongside the protector, Glucose, Eraserhead and the Crawler team. Katsuki and the Todoroki kids were on lockdown at UA. Night Eye was their personal bodyguard. Night Eye made a deal between Nizu and the Public Safety Commission. Nizu can fight against Smokescreen, but he had to turn himself in after the battle. Nizu agreed to the terms. The Public Safety Commission decreed that Smokescreen was a calamity-level threat. Nizu told the Public Safety Commission every crime that Smokescreen did. Smokescreen was Nashibra, waiting for the battle against his sons. Nashibra was discreetly evacuated by Nizu's efforts. The Smokescreen takedown squad was formed. The battle for Nashibra was set. Masaru prayed for his loved one's safety. Inko Midoriya, the protector, was with the Smokescreen takedown squad. Endeavor, Flashbang, Glucose, Eraserhead, Nizu, the Crawler, Pop Step, Knuckleduster and herself. It's a big team. Inko had been struggling with what Smokescreen had said about her. That she was impossible to tame and she's instinctual by nature and unstable because of her quirk's nature. Inko had been struggling with her impulses all of her life, and those problems intensified when she had her quirk awakening. Smokescreen said that, "It's like adding gasoline to a fire." Inko felt scared honestly. Smokescreen is a monster and creep, but what if he was right? Inko saw that it was a sunny day. She saw a nearby calendar. This day. It's the 1-month anniversary of the Protector's debut. But a lot has happened in a month. Inko remembered the debut disguise and the news report, and watching it in the interrogation room made Inko nostalgic. Also, Inko remembered that the quirk's abilities that they listed. Quirk abilities overview. Enhanced speed, durability, strength and flexibility. Enhanced sensitivity to people's quirks and emotions. Telepathy able to lift, pull, push, and lower both inorganic and organic matter. Minor healing abilities for herself. Enhanced senses, hearing, sight and mostly smell. Inko could also add EMP blast that destroy widows in a 10-mile radius and generate enough light from it to make a northern lights looking light appear and cover a city the size of Nashibra. However, this burns up all of her fat reserves, similar to Fatgum's spear fist. Shock absorption and the ability to access 45% of OFA at the maximum. Nana's float, which gave Inko supersonic flight. Banjuro's black whip, which gave Inko the ability to manifest dark green tendrils that can bind and squeeze opponents. Inko's healing factor of her quirk can heal. Inko's rapid healing burns her fat reserves, so if she lacks fat reserves she will unable to heal until she replenish her body with food. Broken bones. Dislocations. Drags and most toxins. Lacerations and abrasions. Quirk abilities overview end. Inko had just realized that she had an OP quirk like. Holy shit. No wonder why people were and still is afraid of her. Inko felt nervous and hungry even though she had just ate. Endeavor must have heard her stomach growl because Endeavor said, "You must eat, your quirk is fueled by food. Have some kuzumochi." Inko saw the kuzumochi and all she could have was Endeavor like spicy sweet things. Inko accepted the offer and started to eat it, and it was nice. Inko was just enjoying it when Flashbang Masaru shouted at Endeavor, "You have kuzumochi and didn't tell me. I want some. Gimme some. I want kuzumochi too. You Jericho, you've been hiding kuzumochi this entire time. Share your kuzumochi." Endeavor Enji shouted towards Flashbang Masaru. "It's my kuzumochi, and if you wanted some you should have gotten your own kuzumochi." Masaru started to try to take the kuzumochi away from Enji, and Enji was dodging Masaru's mad grabs for the kuzumochi. Masaru managed to escape with one in his hand, but Enji swiped it back and shouted at Masaru, "Don't take my kuzumochi from me. You mooch. It's mine." Inko was watching this back and forth between the two. Before the mission, Inko had learned about Enji's backstory, and she already knew that Masaru and Enji were half-brothers, and even though a few people knew about the blood connection between Enji and Masaru, it was obvious that they were brothers. Katsuki and Izuku weren't biological brothers, but they acted like it. Inko could see the news choppers above Nashibra. No doubt that eagle-eyed people would find out that the Todoroki, the Bakugou family connection, and probably had their suspicions about the two families before, but seeing Enji and Masaru act like brothers will convince them. While the city of Nashibra was discreetly evacuated by Nizu, it was eerily quiet. No doubt Smokescreen knows that the JIG is up. Smokescreen is willing to kill his own son and abandon the other. This is a monster that will not hesitate to kill her. When Inko had faced off against her ex-husband Hisashi, he could have easily killed her, but his love for her allowed her to win. Smokescreen will not have the same hesitation. Inko knew that she had her strongest enhanced sense of smell, but she rarely used it. Can you blame her though? Go ahead. Trying to avoid the animal comparisons after all. It's bad enough for Inko to eat everything in sight, have a powerful IC drive, which is embarrassing for anyone to admit, and the overwhelming urge to be impulsive. It seems worse to admit that she had the urge to smell everything. Inko was an animal. Inko didn't want to be an animal. Inko wanted to be a hero. Inko had managed to satiate her urge to smell everything by smelling her clothes and flowers and clean laundry. Something that can be explained away. But unfortunately for Inko, though, she found herself slipping by smelling something that no one would ever want to smell. Combine this with the fact her appetite. Inko managed to snap herself out of it before she ate garbage, but Inko has had some close calls. Inko felt like crying. Why did she have to have a quirk like this? It sucks. No one managed to catch her in the act of smelling something gross or attempting to eat something gross. Inko had some serious close calls when she was hunting for the League of Villains to find Katsuki with flashbang and glucose. Inko hadn't realized that she had started to follow the smell of a coffee shop that was a block away from her. More importantly, some coffee cake. Inko was still hungry. Are you serious right now? Inko didn't realize that the smokescreen takedown squad was following her. Until she broke into the shop and started to eat everything. Inko heard footsteps behind her and whipped around so quickly that she accidentally broke a coffee machine. Inko saw everyone in the doorway. Inko was extremely terrified. Finally, Eraserhead broke the silence. You tracked the shop for 3 blocks. Inko. Endeavor added to Eraserhead's statement. We have a sensory tracker on our team? That was something I wasn't told by you, Eraserhead? Were you hiding this from me? Eraserhead replied with, No, I had no idea that Inko Midoriya the Protector had these abilities, but it does explain the problem child's new behavior. Inko was reeling from Eraserhead's statement. Only student of Eraserhead's was called the problem child. Izuku Midoriya, her son. Inko mentally facepalmed herself. Izuku had a duplicate of her quirk in August. Of course this would happen. Inko curled up in a ball and started to rock back and forth. NG Endeavor asked Inko, Is this a new aspect of your quirk? Inko was tempted to lie, but she couldn't. Inko confessed to her enhanced sense of smell, hearing and sight. But smell especially. Inko cried and also confessed to her gross behavior. Inko didn't know how long people were just standing there, and Inko had enough. Inko shouted towards them. I'm an animal. Go ahead and say it. Just get out of your systems and throw me away from your lives. Inko added with a soft, broken voice. My mother was right about me that I'm an animal. Masaru and Yenji of all people just hugged her. Well, they did come from abusive parents after all. Mitsuki said in an unusually soft manner. Inko, how long did you go without telling anyone else that if you told anyone at all? Inko said bashfully. When Hisashi and I had started to get serious about our relationship, I told him about the glass my mom, everything. Hisashi was the only one who I told in complete detail. Izuku also knows a little but not completely. NG looked at her with a kinship, like he and her were the same. Inko will never be able to love him because of his abusive behavior towards his family, even though he'd been working on his flaws. Like how Inko would never be able to love Hisashi again. Inko draws the line at child abuse. Despite your tragic past, you have no excuse to take your frustrations on your kids. Osu Midoriya, her mother loved her dad, that Inko's father abandoned them both, and Inko's mother took her anger out on her. Inko was extremely abused by her mother, and he became better, and Masaru became better. Abuse causes pain and never strength. Abuse causes self-hatred and never resilience. All this time, Inko had been letting the scars of her past trauma control her for decades. Inko made a new vow. To herself. Live as yourself and only that. That's what Ichiro Shigaraki had told her in the OFA dreamscape. Inko said out loud. Live as yourself and only that. Inko got up from the floor and said again. Live as yourself and only that. Inko felt a feral grin on her face and said. Live as yourself and only that. Inko jumped out of the window, shattering it, and flew skyward and screamed her vow to the sky and world. Live as yourself and only that. Live as yourself and only that. Live as yourself and only that. Inko perched herself on a roof of a building and screamed in triumph at the sky. Izuku POV. Everyone was watching the live news in Nashibra and saw the Protector shouting a battle cry. Live as yourself and only that. Live as yourself and only that. Live as yourself and only that. Izuku saw his mom. Izuku heard his mom start screaming at the sky. Izuku was seeing himself at Dabago Beach. Izuku was seeing what All Might was seeing when Izuku did that. The whole school rioted and started to chant. Live as yourself and only that. Live as yourself and only that. Live as yourself and only that. Izuku started to cry. Happy tears. Mom was the happiest woman in the world right now. It was like his mother had a weight lifted from her soul. Izuku felt like all the pain and rejection that his mother's life threw at her was being screamed out of her body. Like how Izuku's pain and rejection from being quirkless was being screamed out his body. It's cathartic. It's victory. It's healing. Masaru Bakugou flashbangs saw the protector Inko Midoriya have a cathartic release of pain from her tramua. Like Masaru had his second quirk awakening due to talking about it with someone and accepting yourself and quirk. In that moment of Inko's screaming bloody murder at her trauma, Nizu reported that he was successful in evacuating Nashibra. Masaru Bakugou had changed a lot lately since Katsuki was kidnapped by LOV. Masaru went through his quirk's newfound abilities so far. Quirk abilities overview. Able to create a powerful flash that has enough force to stun and blind most people by clapping his hands. Able to generate flames on his fingertips. This takes a lot of energy and focus. Able to use his hands to generate enough sweat to wipe on a solid surface to climb walls. Flashbang can ignite glucose's sweat and make bombs that way. Masaru had a second quirk awakening that added to his abilities. Masaru gained the ability to fly using his hands by generating a stream of sparks and smoke like a firework. Masaru gained the ability to generate smoke from hands and body. A upgrade to his flash. Masaru can now create a flashbang from one hand like how his son can generate explosions using one hand. Masaru still claps to activate this part of his quirk because Masaru loves to clap his hands. Can create a blast of smoke like a smoke bomb to create coverage for his allies or to blind opponents. Quirk abilities overview end. Masaru had been having dreams since his second quirk awakening where his body was burning, sparking, becoming like a liquid. Dreams. Masaru had been thinking about the strange dreams that ENJI had told him about. Enji said that he started having those dreams since Kamino and they intensified when Smokescreen appeared. Masaru recalls that Enji's dreams were pretty much identical to his dreams. Enji was dreaming about his body becoming a burning, bright flames, and the same sensation of his body becoming like a liquid. Both brothers were having this bizarre dreams. Masaru and Enji bizarre dreams weren't scary, they were warm and fuzzy dreams. Not the terrible nightmares about Smokescreen. In fact, the two of them, whenever they got those dreams, they got excited about it and told each other as well as Mitsuki. Mitsuki told them that Inko had strange dreams too. Masaru actually remembers when Inko described her dreams about the first generation of quirks and AFO and OFA, the myth of hero complex and vigilante sickness. It turned out to be real. Isashi is all for one. At the time Masaru thought that Inko was extremely exhausted and dreaming stories. If all for one is real, that means that one for all is real too. Masaru was jarred from his thoughts by Enji saying, "Here is some kuzumochi, I was acting like a brat." Enji gave Masaru some kuzumochi and Masaru replied, "I was acting like a kid too earlier, it's your kuzumochi and I shouldn't have been trying to steal them." The two men ate kuzumochi. It's wonderful food. No wonder why Enji didn't want to share. Masaru felt like egging Enji on and watching him act stupid. Enji was so serious about everything. And sad. It made Masaru feel like he had to mess with him to get his head out of his butt. Masaru's instinct to mess with Enji overwhelmed him sometimes. Masaru found himself turning into a dumbass brat around Enji and Enji found himself turning into a dumbass brat around him. At least the dumbass brat instincts are mutual. Enji used his height to great effect to mess with Masaru. Enji had started to place Masaru's things that he was looking for or needed at really high places like the roof, the top of the fridge, etc. You get the idea. While Enji was laughing his butt off at Masaru's efforts to get the thing. It infuriated Masaru whenever Enji does that. After Inko was done with her screaming bloody murder, she floated down to meet everyone else. Inko had her feral-looking grin plastered on her face, and she had her tattered hood over her head, making her eyes and grin seem sharper and more feral, like she doesn't need more help in the looking more feral department. Honestly, Masaru felt that Inko has always been kind of feral, which is why Mitsuki became fast friends with her. However, ever since Inko's quirk awakening, she's gotten more feral and more intense. Masaru was always glad to have a friend like Inko. Nizu appeared in a zero-pointer robot, modified to be piloted and with mounted laser cannons on the shoulders of the zero-pointer robot. Masaru couldn't help but to say, "That's so amazing! That thing is massive! That's so awesome!" Nizu replied with his usual chipper voice. "I'm glad that you like the modifications that I made to this robot. Thank you for your compliments, Maharu Bakugou, aka Flashbang." NG blurted out, "Are you nuts? That's overkill." Masaru grabbed some orange streamers and paper and stuck it to his face to make a makeshift beard and mask over his eyes and made an imitation of Enji and said, "Oh, look at me. I'm Ei Todoroki, the buskill who says, 'That's overkill,' to a badass robot that is on our side." Masaru got the results he wanted from Enji. Enji shouted towards Masaru, "I'm trying to prevent unnecessary damage to the city. Masaru, there's rules for hero work, and you have to follow them to prevent unnecessary damage from your quirks. Plus, you look like a dumbass, Masaru." "Too easy, Inji." Masaru fired back to Enji's jab with his own. "Well, I'm not the one who lights their face on fire all the time. I chose to not look like an idiot, but you do you." Mitsuki, Popstep and Knuckleduster was dying from laughter, and Eraserhead rubbed his eyes in tiredness, and the Crawler, Nizu and the Protector was trying not to laugh. The Protector broke down in laughter when she saw the vein popping out of Enji's temple. Inko Midoriya was now laughing the loudest and most pure-sounding laugh that Masaru had ever heard. Suddenly the sensation of danger hit Masaru. Inko stopped laughing and suddenly shot into the sky and telepathically carried everyone away from the street that they were on, and Nizu, who was piloting the robot, turned to massive machine towards the left plaza and flipped a switch on his control panel, and a machine gun popped out and started shooting into the plaza. Smoke was darting around the plaza and finally shot skyward. The smoke coiled around it. Nearby building and slid into a window, and a few seconds after, a laser sight aimed right at the Protector's head. Eraserhead shouted, "Protector, get down." Too late. The long rifle fired. Masaru was in mute terror. Suddenly the Protector started to cackle like a madwoman, and Masaru realized that she had telepathically caught the bullet, and the Protector said in a gravelly voice that amped up her feral vibes, "Oh, you too much of a coward to fight against me head to head. You not man enough to face a woman like me? Of course not. After all, you're scared of me. You had problems with having kids, and your wife couldn't get pregnant with your baby, naturally, and the same time happened to your affair, didn't it?" The Protector added while floating the bullet to her mouth like a microphone. "Well, you might have all the bells and whistles, but you have none of the performance." The Protector then bit the bullet, causing it to shatter and spark green light. Masaru, Enji and Hikage all clenched their legs together on reflex. All Masaru could think in that moment was, is she going to bite his dilf? Apparently Masaru's feelings were shared by Enji and Hikage. Yikes, Inko. Dial back several notches on the feral vibes meter, Protector. Masaru replied. Glucose Mitsuki, his wife, shouted towards him. Are you nuts, Flashbang? This ISF amazing, and you're doing amazing, sweetheart. F yeah. Let's kill this sick fucker, Protector. Glucose just launched herself into the building where Smokescreen was hiding, and the Protector acted like the roof of Smokescreen's hiding place in that moment was like trash can lid. The Protector ripped off the roof with her bare hands. Smokescreen dissipated into smoke and fled the building, and all everyone else could do was try to keep up Glucose and the Protector tearing up the city trying to get Smokescreen. Masaru was flying with his hands, and his legs were curled up like how Katsuki had taught him how to fly. It's extremely exciting. Masaru must have been on adrenaline from flying, or the feral vibes from the Protector and Glucose were rubbing off on him, because Masaru started to become just as feral. Masaru managed to catch up with the Protector and Glucose, and the three of them were feeding each other's feral vibes and behavior. No wonder why Flashbang, Glucose, and the Protector were called the feral vigilantes. Glucose was using her twin whips to travel with the two flying Flashbang and the Protector. Masaru was impressed with his wife's whip proficiency honestly, and he tried to turn to the left to cut off Smokescreen, but he accidentally spun in the air like a corkscrew. Masaru was reminded of his son's Hauser impact in that moment. Wait a minute. Masaru tried to the corkscrew motion, and after a couple of tries he did it. Masaru felt the spinning fuel the smoke and sparks, making Masaru spin faster, and it continued to go faster and faster. Masaru could see that he had shot faster than Glucose. The Protector was ahead with her nose guiding her to Smokescreen. Masaru suddenly felt a crack in the air like he broke something. But God! Masaru just broke the sound barrier. Masaru screamed in delight when he realized that just happened. Masaru flew past the Protector. Masaru tackled Smokescreen with a mighty crash. Masaru was on his father's back. Masaru had his katana drawn. Masaru was too dizzy. The world was spinning. Masaru tried to make his arms cooperate with him. Masaru's body was like he was blackout drunk. Smokescreen saw the opportunity and seized it. Masaru was stabbed by his own katana. Masaru felt blood. Masaru looked down at his chest. The sword was in his belly. Warm and fuzzy. Masaru said, "Warm and fuzzy. I'm warm and fuzzy." Masaru added when Enji reached him as their father fled. "Big brother Enji. I'm warm and fuzzy." Enji stopped his flames and cradled Masaru and said, "Masu, you can't die here. Pleased that I just found you." Masaru felt his body becoming liquid-like. Masaru felt that his body becoming smoke and smoldering sparks. "It feels nice." Masaru said to Enji, "I'm warm and fuzzy." Enji POV. Enji just witnessed his little brother transform into smoke and sparks. His body. Enji could sense that Masaru would heal. But Masaru was going to be out of commission as his body mends itself. Enji saw his brother's katana, covered with the welder's blood. Enji cleaned off the blood on the blade. Enji saw Katsuki Bakugou run up and screamed in agony when she saw Masaru's state. Mitsuki screamed at him. "What happened?" "Oh! Masaru!" "No!" Enji told her. "Masaru is still alive, but he will be in this state until he heals. That will take time, at least a week." Enji added while crying. "Mitsuki, please take Masaru out of here and to safety. Save your family and protect mine if I don't make it." Mitsuki tried to protest for a moment, but Katsuki Bakugou grabbed Masaru and fled to safety. Enji walked to his brother's katana and scabbard and armed himself with Flashbang's blade. Enji spoke to himself about Masaru. "Rest now, little brother, that I will protect you." Enji spoke to everyone else. "All of you, this villain is one we cannot take alive. Smokescreen must be stopped, for good." With Masaru Bakugou, aka Flashbang, out of commission from his injuries, Enji Todoroki, aka Endeavor, must take up his brother's katana and avenge him. Smokescreen is too dangerous to be kept alive. Enji will atone for his actions. If that means dying at the hands of his father, like he should have at 13 years old, then so be it. At least Enji managed to have a family of his own and meet his brother. Enji would die happily if he can take Smokescreen down with him. Hikage wanted Enji to burn in hellfire, and Enji will. By taking Smokescreen down with him. Enji saw the Protector, Eraserhead, Nizu and the Crawler's team were the ones remaining. Enji was holding Flashbang's katana and he took off. The Protector was in front obviously, she's the only tracker. Enji realized that after she did her cathartic screaming battle cry thing she did before Smokescreen attacked. Inko Midoriya, the Protector, was using her quirk to the fullest. Whatever mental blocks she had was destroyed. The Protector would sometimes stop and crouch down on the ground and sniff it. The animal and beast comparisons, the feral energy, and the thirst for battle reminded Enji of the rabbit hero, Mirko aka Rumi Usajiyama. If by some miracle that Enji survived this, he was going to introduce the two. Mirko is the number 5 hero. Meeting her would be good for the Protector's self-esteem. Niza's robot was starting to malfunction, Smokescreen had attacked it several times and the ash and smoke was destroying it from the inside out. The badass robot on our side was breaking down. NG felt sad. The last conversation with Masaru before he got stabbed was NG lecturing him about his enthusiasm. NG said to Nizu as he was flying right beside him, "The robot might be overkill, but it's a badass robot." Nizu smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliments, Endeavor. It's much appreciated that I know that my actions in creating the Protector was wrong, but I wanted to save Katsuki Bakugou. I'm not human, never will be, but Inko Midoriya is a good person as well as Izuku Midoriya, her son. I've been tortured by humans for my quirk. My high specs. It's a gift and curse. My family died for experiments with quirks. I'm the only one left. I had saw the worst of humans and the best of humans. I saw humanity as a whole was good. That's why I became a hero. Endeavor. Good people like Inko Midoriya." NG felt like he was hearing a death speech. NG's eyes widened. NG saw the controls and the robot were in a lot worse shape than he had thought. NG managed to grab Nizu out of the machine just before it exploded into shrapnel. NG was on the ground with Nizu in his arms. NG didn't save him in time. Nizu's robot created shrapnel that pierced his chest. Nizu was dying and there's nothing anyone can do but ease his pain before the end. The Protector, Eraserhead and the Crawler's team stopped their pursuit of Smokescreen to help Nizu. Nizu coughed up blood. Nizu spoke to Inko Midoriya in tired, dying breaths. "Well, it appears that this is the end of the line for me. Inko Midoriya, the Protector, did I not do it good?" Inko Midoriya had started to cry. Inko said in a tear-jerking voice that showed just how much Inko cared about people and animals alike. "Yes, you did good, Nizu, you did good." Nizu smiled and said, "My quirk is special that I can pass it on to one person in my lifetime, Eraserhead, that I gift it to you." Eraserhead was stunned and asked Nizu, "How is that possible?" Nizu just weakly pointed to Inko and Inko nodded in response. Nizu continued, "Aizawa, I don't have that much time that I have to be alive to pass it on. Take my blood or something of my DNA and eat it, it's the only way, hurry." Eraserhead dipped his fingers into Nizu's blood and liked it. And ingested. Nizu smiled and looked up at Eraserhead and said, "Thank you, my quirk has been passed on." Nizu was dead. Smokescreen killed him. NG failed. NG screamed in agony. Agony of his failure. Agony of his brother being hurt. Agony of his shitty parenting. Agony of his father putting him and his family through this bullshit. Agony of his quirk and birth being a weapon for Smokescreen. NG didn't know how long he was screaming for. The world watched as the number 2 hero broke down. The world saw him as the failure of a man that he was. NG with shaky hands spoke to the Crawler team. "You 3 go and take Nizu's body out of here. The Protector, Eraserhead and I will fight against Smokescreen." The Crawler team honored his request. The trio left with Nizu in Knuckleduster's arms. NG was crying. Then the smoky bastard himself spoke to NG. "Well, looks like I killed your little pet, NG. Such a shame that Masaru had unlocked his power at such an old age. Masaru had always had more value than you. You're weak-bodied, weak-hearted and a demon with hell flames instead of the phoenix that you were created to be." NG started to cry and curled up in a ball, hugging himself. Smokescreen was laughing at NJI. Like always. Suddenly Inko Midoriya slapped him and shouted at him. "Snap out of it. You're a pro-hero. You're Endeavor. One who endures pain to save people. You have your issues and you must atone for them. You must atone for your sins, and if you let this evil F break you down before you fight him, then you did exactly what he wants from you." Inko Midoriya screamed at NJI. "It's your F quirk. It's your power. Not Smokescreen's. Fight." NG felt his body burning. The overheating was immense. Suddenly the overheating and fever was gone. NG felt his body ignited blue flames. NG felt his body becoming liquid-like. The overheating was psychosomatic. NG felt himself relax. NG felt himself become warm and fuzzy. NG felt himself becoming sleepy. Enji felt too tired to fight against Smokescreen. Enji threw Flashbang's blade to the protector. Enji looked down at his chest and saw his body was transforming into flames. Enji tried to fight against his instincts, but his instincts won. Enji felt himself being pulled towards his family. Enji felt an overwhelming desire to protect his family. The last thing that Enji could think was, time to go home. Inko POV. Inko could sense that Enji's quirk's instincts pulled him away from the fight. Inko had just knew that Enji was heading to UA to protect his family. Nizu was dead. Enji's paternal instincts plus his quirk awakening compelled him to leave. Honestly, Inko thought it was for the best. Now the Smokescreen takedown squad was down to 2. Eraserhead and herself. Smokescreen was waiting above them both. With his dark grin. Ready to fight. Smokescreen won't run away anymore. Smokescreen spoke to them both. Salutations, I am Smokescreen, son of Clean Slate, and the Green Monarch of Darkness. Let us do battle. Now that Inko witnessed Endeavor's quirk awakening pull him out of the fight in Nashibra, there are only 2 that remained. The Protector and Eraserhead. Nizu was dead and will be buried with a hero's honor. Eraserhead Shota Aizawa gained high specs from Nizu as his final gift to humanity. Inko and Aizawa will beat Smokescreen. Inko saw that Eraserhead's original quirk was awakening due to high specs. Eraserhead didn't seem to recognize that though as he tried to attack Smokescreen. Inko had to run from Smokescreen until Eraserhead's quirk awakening was completed. Inko made a quick apology to Eraserhead and grabbed him and started to fly as fast as she could. Eraserhead protested. What are you doing, can't you see? Dash. Eraserhead didn't finish his sentence because Eraserhead screamed in pain. Eraserhead shouted, God, what the F is wrong with me? This hurts. My eyes. Sheet and my head. Inko replied, Eraserhead, you are caught in a quirk awakening caused by high specs entering your body. I have to run from Smokescreen until your quirk awakening is complete. Eraserhead just pinched his eyes shut and screamed. Eraserhead grabbed his hair and tried to pull his hair out, but Inko stopped him from harming himself. Inko, while carrying Eraserhead, was fighting against Smokescreen, trying to kill them both. Yikes, this sucks. Eraserhead was crying and screaming about his eyes and head. Eraserhead looked awful. Inko could relate to migraines. This is... Eraserhead shouted at her. Oh God, kill me. This hurts so much. Eraserhead grabbed his knife and tried to harm himself, but Inko disarmed him and kept flying with Smokescreen close behind, trying to focus his attention on Eraserhead, the weak one at the moment. Inko could sense that Eraserhead's quirk awakening and high specs are 2 separate quirks, and Eraserhead's quirk awakening should be completed in 20 minutes. Inko shouted, 20 minutes, Eraser. 20 minutes. Eraserhead shouted back, 20 minutes of this bullshit. Just kill me. End my misery. Inko shouted some encouragement. Well, if you hold on, you'll have some new powers and high specs. My quirk awakening stretched out my body almost 4 feet taller than before the quirk awakening. It's painful, but I believe in you. Eraserhead just groaned in pain. Inko could tell that Eraserhead was falling asleep from his pain. Eraserhead was going through a physically taxing process after all. It kinda reminded her of Kaminari gaining his cloud quirk. Eraserhead was obviously trying to stay awake, but it was a losing battle. Eraserhead groaned one more time and then fell asleep. 5 hours later. 5 hours of terror. Eraserhead was dead weight and Inko was holding Flashbang's blade. While running for her life from Smokescreen, Eraserhead finally started to wake up. Eraserhead started to groan and move around. Inko had half of her weight gone. Only half power to fight against. Smokescreen. Inko had to be careful. Eraserhead finally came out of his sleep. The first thing that he said was, "Thank you for protecting me, that I must have been dead weight." Inko replied, "Don't worry about it, Eraserhead, after all I'm the protector at your service." Inko gotten the first time look at Eraserhead after his quirk awakening. The whites of his eyes were now black and his irises in his deactivated state were yellow. Inko also saw a transparent third eyelids. Holy shit. No more dry eye for Eraserhead. The third eyelids alone made Eraserhead's biggest weakness just completely nullified. Inko saw the irises and pupils. The pupils had become cat eyes slits like Kaminari's eyes, subtly adjust like camera lens. Inko had the biggest grin on her face. Obviously the grin looked a little too feral, but after all the bullshit she had went through, Inko honestly didn't give a shit. In fact, Smokescreen actually backed off. Inko spoke to Eraserhead about what his quirk awakening actually gave him. Hey Eraserhead, your quirk used to be like a on and off switch, right? Well, I'm proud to announce that you can erase and dampen the expression of quirks. It's badass. Congratulations, Eraserhead. The whole world heard her announcement about Eraserhead's quirk awakening and the power it gave. The look on Smokescreen's face was chef's kiss. Priceless. Eraserhead tried her theory out, and would you know it, that's exactly what happened. Eraserhead grinned like Chestershire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. Suddenly out of nowhere, a new figure jump kicked Smokescreen's head and caused him to go spiraling away from them both. She was obviously a pro hero. She had rabbit ears and tail and was built like a MMA fighter. The young woman said in a slightly irritated tone, like she wanted to throw hands for a while now, and she finally got her chance to do so. Finally shook those bastards. Those idiots had been holding me back ever since the battle cry, live as yourself, and only that, I wanted to throw hands and kick this ashy bastard into a pulp for ages now. The woman turned to Inko and said in a feral tone that she recognized in herself and Glucose. I've been following the Protector case since the beginning, and now I have a chance to finally get to Met. I'm the number 5 hero, Mirko the Rabbit Hero. Now that I'm here, let's kill this sick fucker and kick his ball while we're at it. After all, the bullet taunt was the best thing hands down that I've heard before. Inko had been secretly thinking that was too much for a while now, but Mirko was pumping her up too much to really protest it too much. Inko couldn't help herself. Inko shouted at Mirko and Eraserhead. Aren't you tired of playing nice? Don't you just want to go apeshit? Mirko smirked at Inko and screamed at them both. Let's GOF apeshit on this sick fucker. Then Mirko screamed, which caused Inko to scream. Smokescreen's face was chef's kiss. Priceless. Eraserhead just groaned and said, Great, now there's 2 of these women that the Protector knows. Inko charged and swung Flashbang's blade and chopped Smokescreen's left arm off. Mirko kicked his armor so hard that it shattered like glass. Eraserhead used all of his tricks to trap Smokescreen and erase his quirk. It was anticlimactic. They were about to handcuff Smokescreen when Smokescreen said, You chopped my arm off. Oh Midoriya, I'm gonna escape from prison and kill your son. Inko froze. He threatened to kill her son. Mirko's eyes widened and she grabbed Eraserhead and ran for her life. Mirko shouted toward Smokescreen. You sick F-dash. You brought your own death. Do you realize who you just threatened? With that kind of threat, Smokescreen, you are going to die. The city is going TOBF crater when she done with you. Smokescreen spoke with fear in his voice. Now Inko Midoriya, I was speaking in haste that I didn't actually mean that. Inko was seeing red. Inko marched to Smokescreen. Smokescreen said again while backing up and into a alleyway. My people's skills are rusty. You know, you wouldn't kill a old man. Inko Midoriya? Inko had a lighter, Nizu's cigar lighter. Inko kicked over a few gasoline cans. The gasoline spilled out of the alleyway ground. Inko held up Nizu's lighter and said, You said that quirk awakenings dampen your reasoning, and for a quirk like yours that's like adding gasoline to the fire, isn't that what you told me? Inko threw Flashbang's blade at the weakness of his quirk's nerves. The navel. Smokescreen tried to use his quirk but couldn't. Nor will he be able to ever again. Masaru was lucky that the strike missed this Achilles heel. Smokescreen started to plead for his life. Inko pulled Flashbang's blade, Masaru Bakugou's blade, out of his guts. Inko lit Nizu's lighter. Inko said with a bone-chilling aura. Like gasoline to the fire. Farewell Hikage Bakugou, Smokescreen. Inko dropped the lighter. Smokescreen burned in hellfire. The deed was hidden from the world. The sight of Smokescreen's departure from Earth. The screams. Hikage screaming shook the abandoned city of Nashabra. The sound of the deed. The world did hear. 20 minutes later. Inko saved Katsuki, Shudo and her son Izuku. Smokescreen's smog was cleaned up. The fire died. Charred ash remains. Inko ripped off his signature silver belt and grabbed Nizu's lighter. The sun was rising. A new day. Inko flew up to the sky with the news coppers above her. Inko raised the bloody blade. Inko raised the silver belt. Inko was silent. Izuku POV. Izuku saw his mother's face. Silence. Izuku saw Mr. Bakugou's katana. Covered in blood. Izuku saw Smokescreen's silver belt. Covered in blood. Mom hid the deed from sight. Mom didn't muffle his essence. Izuku had been having nightmares about his dad. Izuku was going to have nightmares about his im. All for one fell in love with her. Izuku looked down at his scared hands and felt he was the offspring of two horrible monsters. Izuku imagined himself wearing a green cape and a crown of blood on his head. Izuku Midoriya is the evergreen prince. Izuku, after seeing his mother kill a man on live television in the most brutal fashion as well as his father being all for one. Izuku had been having nightmares. Izuku still loved his but he felt so out of place. It was 10 days after Izuku's mother killed Smokescreen. Mr. Bakugou woke up 2 days ago and Endeavor's quirk awakening instincts compelled him to be a sentient wildfire that protected his kids from harm. Endeavor's flames didn't hurt his kids. Like his flames were warm like a blanket, but they caused no damage to his kids or their clothes. Honestly, it was really cool. Todoroki-kun told Izuku that. It was like his weighted blanket, warm and fuzzy. Kaken had a similar experience with his dad. After Kaken moved into the dorms like everyone else and after Mr. Bakugou had healed from his wounds, Mr. Bakugou would instinctually and iron his sleep travel to UA and coil around him and missile. The smoke and sparks of flashbang didn't choke anyone or ignite into flames. Kaken said about the experience with flashbang's smoke and sparks. The old man has been coiling up in my FNG dorm room sleeping as a bunch of smoke and sparks that it's not bad, just embarrassing Deku. Izuku could tell that Kaken really enjoyed his dad's subconscious protection from harm. Mr. Bakugou always felt remorseful about invading his son's privacy whenever he woke up. Principal Night Eye commissioned a vigilante rehabilitation center on U.A grounds. All the vigilantes that fought against AFO in Kamino lived there, including his mom. Actually, any vigilante that wanted to turn themselves in went to the VRC for short. Honestly, it's really cool. Izuku was geeking out about the cool quirks and vigilantes that meant well. Since most of them were graduated from high school already, they focused their day training with pro heroes to actually become pro heroes themselves. Izuku rocked back and forth in his seat thinking about it. Kaminari Denki Sharjizuma Alley Cat was a unique case. Kaminari was a vigilante and trainee pro hero at the same time. Basically, all vigilantes had to do quirk counseling and enter therapy. Kaminari Denki was no exception. Half of the day he had to go to his quirk counseling and therapy sessions. Kaken, the Todoroki kids and Endeavor also went through therapy sessions at the VRC. Izuku was supposed to as well. Izuku had been avoiding it though. Talking about his past and emotional problems on top of his mom's quirk influencing his behavior. It made Izuku nervous. Aizawa-sensei with his new eyes that turned glowing red when he activated his quirk was more menacing than before. And Aizawa-sensei was pretty intense before. Aizawa-sensei now had high specs, Nizu's quirk. Nizu's death really wrecked Izuku seeing it. Nizu made his mom into the protector and that was obviously wrong, but Nizu didn't deserve to die because of it. Izuku felt an amazing rush of excitement imagining what his mom did to Smokescreen. Izuku felt awful. Like he was a villain. Izuku's mom was later horrified by her actions. Izuku felt just sad that he couldn't kill him with his zing. Izuku felt guilty about those feelings though. Izuku had inherited his dad's temper flares and callous anger. People have been terrified of him. After all, his dad was all for one. Izuku had his curly hair and diamond formation freckles, as well as his father's smile. All Might told him to be a hero that smiles, but his smile came from his dad. Izuku also had his dad's hoarding problem. Not with actual quirks, mind you, but his notebooks that have quirk notes inside of them. Before everyone knew his father, it was creepy before. But now, Izuku's notebooks became scary. Izuku felt compelled to make his notes. Principal Night Eye told him about his mom's own theory about her ex-husband and used him as a huge red flag. Mom of all people would know that people would inherit personality and psychological traits from their parents' quirks without having the quirk itself. After all, Izuku, before he gained a duplicate of his mom's quirk, always had a massive appetite and was impulsive. Now that Izuku had inherited his mom's quirk, Izuku's appetite and impulsive behavior intensified. My God. Izuku's mother has some incredible willpower. It made Izuku admire her even more. The drawback though, Izuku found himself smelling every single thing. Good and bad. Combine the smell with his massive appetite. Izuku learned just how good and appetizing garbage was. Izuku had been caught by multiple people when he was eating garbage. Izuku had learned that his body could digest far more than most people without getting sick. It was like Izuku became a wild boar. Izuku's thoughts were jarred when he smelled some moldy meat in the dumpster around the corner. Izuku ate the meat. It's good. Izuku hated it. Why was mom's quirk like this? No wonder why his mom felt like an animal for decades. Also added the wild animal insult to the protector in hindsight in an even more awful light. Izuku felt so awful about it before, but actually living with her quirk made him feel even worse. Izuku had apologized profusely to his mom when he realized what it's like to have her quirk. Izuku also found himself masturbating a lot. Izuku had a sex drive before, but his mom's quirk made it more powerful. Izuku is a teenager. Izuku felt like a fing pervert. Worse than the grape f-. Izuku, unlike the grape f, he respected people. Why hasn't he expelled already? Like seriously? Dude. Izuku always had the impulse to punt that piece of sheet into the sun. Izuku suddenly had a great idea. 20 minutes later, Izuku had his hero costume upgraded to the gamma form. Izuku's fighting style had to be more kicking than punching because of the state of his arms. Mind you, Izuku had a huge growth spurt since he gained his mom's quirk. The growing was agony. Izuku had understood what his went through with her quirk awakening. That FNG hurt. Izuku was now 8 feet and 5 inches. A foot taller than his BGMI is a beach. Izuku was still a teenager though. Izuku could grow even more. Kinda weird how much Izuku got excited about growing. Izuku was practicing his shoot style and managed to train himself into using 10% of OFA. Mom's quirk keeps an excellent track record of stopping him from using too much power in OFA. Every time without fail, if Izuku tried to use more than what his body could handle, his mom's quirk would dial it down to a safe level and punish him by sapping his strength, making him really hungry and sleepy. Izuku felt like baby-proofed OFA. Actually, that's exactly what happened. People have teased him about his baby-proofed quirk. It embarrassed Izuku, but also love his even more. Izuku had always been a mama's boy, but after all the bullshit his mom went through to save Kaken and stop smokescreen, Izuku, mama's boy, Midoriya was now his nickname from some of his peers. Izuku couldn't help himself from his mommy's boy antics though. If you had like his, you would be a mommy's boy too. Actually, Kaken is an example of this. After Kamino, Kaken unashamedly called her Auntie Inko and treated her nice and with respect. Kaken never a soft kid, but the exception has always been Auntie Inko. It gives his mom a unique look at Kaken's character. 2 days ago, Izuku had learned that Kaken was autistic too. Kaken had just been officially diagnosed with autism. Although Principal Night Eye and Best Jeanist had their confidence in their findings about Kaken long before Kamino. It's why Kaken has Missile. Without Missile, Kaken would be in a much darker place. Luckily for Kaken though, he was healing, slowly but mending his mental wounds just the same. Izuku's training was interrupted by the grape F trying harass people. Izuku remembered his impulse to punt him to the sun. Izuku ran towards Momo, who was being harassed by the Grape F and his newest friend. Izuku and Momo's quirks were a lot in common with each other now. Both used food for fuel and she was smarter than him. So yeah, basically they're friends now. Anyway, Izuku accidentally trampled the Grape F dash to go to Momo. Kaken is the only one who can detect when Izuku was being passive-aggressive and petty to people. No one else ever seems to learn. Must be his mom's eyes. Izuku felt Kaken's eyes rolling in the background. Anyway, Izuku was still on top of the Grape of his back and it's enough to smash him flat, but his full weight would most likely kill him, so he refrained from settling down on top his body completely, leaning towards Momo and casually trying to make conversation with Momo. Izuku was surprised by how long he got away with standing on a classmate. 10 minutes of idle conversation with Momo about his new fighting style. He was just FNG standing on the Grape F dash. Finally Momo said, Midoriya, you're standing on him, as she pointed to the Grape F dash. Izuku was really good at bullshitting surprise. Izuku glanced down at his foot and saw him flattened by the bulky black iron soles of his hero costume boots. Izuku feigned shock and said, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. Izuku got his foot off of the Grape F and looked down and said in false embarrassment, I've gotten taller than before, I'm sorry for not noticing you, you're so small and everything. Izuku knew exactly what he meant by everything. The Grape F shouted towards him, For 10 minutes I have been crushed by your F garbage eating, fatus. You could have killed me, you gross F dash. Izuku was also good at fake crying. Izuku turned on the waterworks and said to the Grape F dash, I'd have been through a lot. Izuku really sold it with the fake lip quivers. Izuku got the exact results he wanted. Momo screamed at the Grape F, How dare you say something like that to a classmate who had just awakened a new aspect of his quirk? He has an excuse for his behavior. You don't. Now leave. The whole class as well as Class 1B joined in the verbal smackdown. Even the copycat quirk dude was pissed at the Grape F dash. Kaken looked at Izuku's soft, seemingly innocent face and whispered to him, You sly fucker, I wanted to slay the Grape F myself. Izuku just smiled at Kaken. 40 minutes later, Aizawa-sensei had to break up the class-wide riot that Izuku started. Once everyone got cooled off from the riot they had whipped themselves into, the lesson continued. Izuku still wanted to punt the Grape F into the sun. Luckily he had his opportunity. He was training his kicks and started to move around closer and closer to the Grape F dash. Izuku shouted towards Ida-kun and Todoroki-kun, Hey guys, watch this Lewis smash. Izuku could see people who trying to flag him down and Izuku kicked up, but his quirk was erased. The Grape F still went flying though. Izuku did the same innocent crybaby act and apologized profusely to the Grape F dash. Aizawa-sensei spoke to Izuku. Problem child, come here now. Aizawa-sensei used his upgraded quirk to intimidate him. It worked. Like always. In Principal Nightai's office, Izuku was busted. Aizawa-sensei spoke to him. Midoriya, you did your antics on purpose today. I know how you feel about him. That's why me and Principal Nightai are telling you that he will be expelled for his actions. Izuku shook his head. They're expelling the Grape F dash. The Grape F is gone. Yes. Aizawa-sensei added. However, you must be punished for your behavior. You will be taking the trash out of the dorms for 2 days. Try not to eat the garbage. Principal Nightai asked Izuku. One other thing that is more important than punishment is the fact that you have been avoiding therapy sessions. You witnessed your father and mother do terrible and horrible things to each other and to other people. Izuku started to cry and said, I'm embarrassed, scared and confused by everything that happened that I'm not ready to confront it. I've been through so many changes that I can't talk about it. Nightai spoke evenly but with a somber tone. Izuku Midoriya, you had just learned that your father was a villain and learned that your mother was a rogue vigilante and you have an adopted older brother who kidnapped your childhood friend Bully. You must feel like an animal or monster right about now. Izuku broke down. Aizawa-sensei ruffled his hair and said, Listen Midoriya, remember what Smokescreen called me? Izuku remembered the battle for Nashibara in its entirely. After all, Izuku mom killed a man in that fight. Obviously Aizawa-sensei was waiting for him to answer. Smokescreen that he called you, son of Clean Slate, right? Izuku added. Was Clean Slate a pro hero, most likely underground hero like yourself that is that why you are a underground hero too? That's so cool. Izuku saw his teacher's face. Izuku said, was Clean Slate a villain? Or a vigilante? Aizawa-sensei took a deep breath and spoke. My mother was a rogue vigilante. She believed that since villains don't play by the rules, heroes needed to be just as bad. Sounds like the protector doesn't. Anyway, she hurt a lot of people and killed others. Clean Slate used a katana to fight. Like Flashbang. Clean Slate started her vigilante career to save a kid me from danger. Quirk and her quirk are the only family in Japan that has erasure. Villains hunted us for years. One time when I was 8 years old I was attacked by villains and would have been kidnapped myself if it wasn't for my mother becoming Clean Slate that I didn't know her vigilante identity. Izuku saw Aizawa-sensei start to cry and added. When I was 22 I was assigned to the Clean Slate case since for years she had been active and hurt villains and killing people. I was told to attack to kill. Izuku felt an indescribable sense heartache. Izuku knew what he needed to know. Izuku just hugged his teacher. Izuku started to cry. Aizawa-sensei knows what it's like. The pain. The confusion. The sadness. Izuku agreed to go to therapy sessions if Aizawa-sensei was right there. Izuku was glad that the grape F was gone for good and he woken up in his dorm room and found himself. His lower body found a pillow in between his legs and Izuku couldn't contain his urge to hump the pillow. It feels good. Izuku had learned very quickly that he didn't have a cooling off PRD after he finished. Girls naturally have this ability. Girls are so lucky. Of course girls have periods which if his is to be considered. They FINGSCK. Izuku was glad that he didn't have to go through that process. Izuku needed to go to the therapy session today on his day off but Izuku couldn't like this. It made him so bashful. Izuku's AC drive was hard to stop once he got going. The only things that could kill it immediately was his mom's presence, food and a teacher's presence. Speaking of which Aizawa-sensei spoke to him through the closed door. Problem child. Whenever you're done go see the problem mother at V.C. Don't keep her waiting. Welp Izuku was done. Izuku cleaned up and took a brief shower and grabbed his clean clothes and headed to VRC. At the VRC. Izuku saw the VRC as a bigger version of Heights Alliance. Literally if you entered one you've already seen the other, just one is bigger. Apartment that's where his mom lives. Izuku greeted the tenants of 994, Flashbang and Glucose. They told him that mom was waiting for him in apt number 995. It was made for giants. Izuku's old house and dorm, before Izuku hit his growth spurt, was too small to live comfortably in. Izuku had been bonking his head on doorways and stuff and it is. The furniture was also made for giant quirk users. Otherwise it was his childhood home. With food cooking too. Izuku immediately grabbed his first bowl of many of Catston. Izuku ate a lot more than usual, since getting his mom's quirk anyway. Izuku mom was watching him eat while eating herself. Izuku felt sleepy, like he always did whenever he got full. That was something that Izuku always had. Same with his mom. Izuku could see that his mother was sleepy too. Izuku had fallen asleep on mom while she was ruffling his hair when they were on the couch watching TV. 2 hours later. Izuku's alarm went off on his phone to get ready for the therapy session. Izuku, despite the fact that he needs it, he felt lazy. Izuku saw his mother's lighter slip out of her pocket while she was still asleep. What? Mom didn't smoke? Why is this here? Izuku held the bulky black with red leather lining lighter. It's high quality and expensive. Izuku had been to rich people galas and cocktail parties before and knows that this type of lighter is a cigar lighter. Izuku had decided to set at the table but he smelled blood on the lighter. Izuku looked at it closely and the red leather wasn't red from dye. It's dried blood. Izuku dropped it on reflex. Izuku's mom's eyes shot open and saw the lighter on the ground and Izuku staring at it. Izuku's mother was looking at Izuku the entire time while she went to grab the lighter. Izuku realized that he stumbled upon something big and dark around the backstory of this lighter. The blood lighter. Izuku stammered a lame excuse and told her that he needed to go to the therapy session. His mother had seemed to be too eager to get Izuku away from the blood lighter. Izuku bid his mom goodbye and promised to visit her after the therapy session. Best Jeanist office. Best Jeanist had been employed by Principal Night Eye to oversee the VRC and resident child therapist. Hound Dog is the U.A counselor. When he was under Principal Nizu's employ, he couldn't do much to help kids because Nizu was not human and lacked what people would need. Obviously Nizu still cared about humans since he died and gave Aizawa-sensei his quirk. It made Izuku sad about Nizu's death again. Best Jeanist noticed Izuku's sadness and asked him, Izuku Midoriya, I can see that you're feeling sad about something. When you're ready, can you tell me what happened? Izuku replied, Nizu that I personally never knew him, but, despite his shady nature and gray morality, he did what he did to save Kaken. Then for the last weeks of his life he was on the run, and if he lived he would have been thrown into prison. Like it's unfair that he had to die in such a horrible way too. Best Jeanist told Izuku. Well, a lot of people have been talking about Nizu's heroic sacrifice to take down Smokescreen, and your mixed emotions towards Nizu's legacy are the norm among your peers. Adults tend to have more rigid views of morality than children. Do you want to talk about this topic more, or do you want to change the topic? Izuku felt better that his mixed feelings about Nizu was something shared by his classmates and other students. Izuku started to tap his fingers on his face and cheeks and was thinking about the blood lighter. Izuku had been disturbed by his mother's behavior towards the blood lighter. Izuku wondered if Best Jeanist knew about the blood lighter. Izuku asked Best Jeanist, Do you know about Mom's blood lighter? Best Jeanist asked Izuku a question in response. Has your mother developed a smoking habit? Izuku nodded no. He told her that she would never smoke because of her mother and Smokescreen. Best Jeanist then asked Izuku, This blood lighter, what does it look like? Izuku described the blood lighter. Best Jeanist spoke evenly. That's Nizu's lighter. Inko said that .oh.no. Izuku shouted at him. Tell me what happened with Smokescreen. How did my mother kill him? I've been imagining horrible things about how he died. The worst part is that I wanted to help her kill him. My mom was protecting me from harm of her past, her vigilante actions, and she protected me from my own quirk. My mom impaled herself with glass shards to take my dad, all for one down. If it wasn't for my dad loving her, she would be dead. Izuku felt himself starting to have a meltdown. Too much. Best Jeanist turned off the lights except for the desk lamp, used soothing methods that worked well for him. 1 hour later, Izuku's meltdown took a lot of him. Izuku felt sluggish and his mind filled with static. Izuku also felt strangely light, like he got a weight off his chest. Venting. That's what just happened. Izuku felt like he was a monster for saying that he wanted to help kill Smokescreen. Best Jeanist broke the silence. You're not a monster for having an intrusive thought. Intrusive thoughts come from a feeling of helplessness in a traumatic moment. You don't actually want to kill anyone. As for your mother impaling herself with glass shards, she had been having nightmares about it. Your mother and you, Izuku, went through a lot psychologically, emotionally, and physically. It's only natural to be feeling like everything is spinning out of control. Izuku had felt a little better than before, but Izuku still had one question. Please, Best Jeanist, how did my mom kill Smokescreen? I need to know. Best Jeanist told Izuku everything. Apt number 995. Izuku saw his mother and imagined the dark alleyway ground covered in gasoline and the blood lighter igniting a monster on fire. That Izuku's mother lit the flame. Izuku saw his mom look at him. Knowledge in her eyes. Izuku's mom knows that he knows. Izuku just hugged her. Izuku said, You're not a monster, I love you. You have done awful things. You lived through awful things. None of those things you deserve to happen. When you were a kid, when Nizu forced into becoming a vigilante, when you had to fight against your husband, when you had to kill Smokescreen. None of that is something you brought to yourself that you just survived. Izuku's mom started bawling her head off. Izuku started to bawl his head off too. The next morning, Izuku woke up next to his mom like when he was 4 years old. Izuku's mom stirred awake. Izuku's mom spoke. "Good morning, Izuku, would you like something to eat?" Izuku nodded yes. 20 minutes later, Izuku had finished his breakfast and Izuku had to ask. "Nizu's lighter, he gave it to you to kill Smokescreen with, didn't he?" The protector. His mom nodded yes. Izuku hugged his mom. Izuku's mom hugged him tightly back. Their eyes met and they had silent agreement. Never speak of Smokescreen's death again. Izuku had been pondering a dark train of thought. Did All Might choose him because of his dad? Izuku felt like if that was the case then he shouldn't have. Izuku's dad seemed absolutely convinced that this was true, otherwise he wouldn't have slipped out of hiding and kidnapped Kaken. Obviously Izuku's dad was a bad dude, but he also was a good dad and husband regardless of his awful actions. Izuku had to confront All Might about this. Izuku, after breakfast at his mother's apartment, had started to walk to All Might's office in VRC and he bumped into his mom's next-door neighbor in apartment. Izuku saw the vigilante known as Livewire. She is 34 years old and she has this badass quirk that gives her the ability to transform into lightning bolts and fly through the sky as well as shock opponents. Livewire had gained a reputation as the Nomu Slayer in Kamino. Livewire had fought against 5,000 Nomus single-handedly and won. Livewire was based in Kamino and fought side by side with Best Jeanist and had attacked All for One to protect Best Jeanist from getting stabbed by him. All for One, his dad, respected her bravery and tenacity. He spared her and Best Jeanist. Best Jeanist was her handler in Kamino. Even though she single-handedly slayed 5,000 Nomu, she assisted in the slaying of total of 2,000 Nomu. In total, Livewire had attacked 7,000 Nomu and won. Livewire has the largest Nomu death toll since Nomu manufacturing started to be villain weaponry. Livewire's true name is Renko Raiguma. Renko Raiguma. Izuku started to wiggle with excitement imagining her fight firsthand. Looks like Kaken stims were rubbing off on him. Izuku could understand why he would wiggle now. Wiggling just radiates excitement. Ms. Raiguma cleared her throat and said, "Hey kiddo, I see that you are extremely excited about something. Can I ask what's making you vibrate with excitement so early in the morning?" Izuku started mumble about her quirk and how cool it was, and the more excited about he got the more the mumbling became harder to understand. Izuku's mom could hear the conversation outside her door and she did the hand gesture. It's like she's swatting a fly. Law in the Midoriya house. Izuku obeyed her silent command. Izuku stopped his mumbling. Izuku's mom spoke with an audible smile and tinge of tiredness in her eyes. "Izuku, I'm assuming that you got excited about Ms. Raiguma's quirk, am I right?" Izuku told her. "Yeah, that's accurate. Sorry for being rude." Ms. Raiguma interrupted with a feral grin that reminded Izuku of Mrs. Bakugou. "Nonsense. I love when people get excited about their quirks and embracing their lives to the fullest. Don't apologize for who you are, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku felt warm from Ms. Raiguma's compliment. Izuku's mom hugged him and reminded him that he needed to go to All Might's office and speak with him. Izuku saw his mother's face take a shift in tone. Izuku's mom felt that All Might was an idiot and quote, "a meathead whose only thing that he's good at is punching his problems away." Izuku's mom's blunt nature has always been something that he admired her for, but she also could say some really harsh things about people. Although considering her point of view, All Might had been nothing but an idiot. Izuku made a mental list of his mom's dislike and distrust in All Might, and she had valid points. Inko's reasons for distrust. All Might gave Izuku a quirk that was very dangerous without giving him advice to use it effectively. All Might as a teacher was absolutely awful. All Might withheld vital information about he from her and Izuku that turned out to bite him in the butt. All Might trying to avoid her genuine anger and frustration with Yue by deflecting her with what she believes to be empty promises. She felt like he was being targeted by the League of Villains and didn't protect himself or the kids from this threat. Izuku moms blamed All Might for causing Hisashi Ifo to become desperate to protect Izuku's well-being from himself that he allowed Tamura Shigaraki to kidnap Kaken. Basically, Izuku's mother blamed All Might for turning her into the protector and all the baggage that came from that. List of Inko's distrust in All Might end. Izuku knew that his mother would never trust All Might or think that he was anything but an idiot. Once Izuku's mom made an assessment about someone, she was dead set in that point of view. This stubborn attitude towards people was a major flaw in his mom, as well as Izuku's dad. That's why Izuku was uncomfortable with his All Might collection now. Izuku had hoarding tendencies and couldn't part with his collection, but he did store it safely away from sight in his room in Apt number 995 and his dorm room in Height Alliance. It made Izuku sad. All Might had his issues, of course. He's human, but he felt like he became an oddball in the family. His father was All Might's arch-nemesis. His mother had a permanent distrust and dislike of All Might. And finally, Tamura Shigaraki, his adopted older brother, had a vendetta against All Might before Dad was thrown into prison, but now Tamura Shigaraki loathed him with the rage of 1,000 suns. Izuku hadn't told anyone else, but Tamura Shigaraki was giving Izuku gifts. Video games, blankets, and other knickknacks. Tamura Shigaraki also gave him food and drinks. Izuku obviously hasn't met him yet, nor did Tamura give these gifts and food directly, but he would leave those items where only Izuku could get to them. Izuku felt guilty about enjoying Tamura's gifts and snacks, but he did enjoy them. Tamura Shigaraki notices his preferences too. Tamura adapted to Izuku's tastes. Izuku felt like he was cared for. Izuku always wanted to have siblings. Now that he has one, Izuku felt awful though. This is the man who kidnapped Kaken. Tamura Shigaraki is a bad dude. Yet Izuku felt loved by him. Tamura Shigaraki was treating him as a brother. Izuku had mixed feelings about Tamura Shigaraki now, and the fact is he never met him before, at least not as his brother. Izuku had met Tamura the villain. Izuku hadn't met Tamura the brother. Izuku had go to All Might and confront him about Ifo, and if All Might just chose him to spite his dad. All Might's office in UA. Izuku saw All Might, 7-foot-tall sunflower of a man. All Might had been malnourished for so long that he had health problems since he was quirkless before. All Might, before he was restored by his father, had been unable to eat most foods that Izuku took for granted. Like sugary food and drinks, things that he likes. Izuku's mom's height was stunted by her lack of knowledge of her quirk and how it worked for decades, but once she started to eat for her quirk and her body, she had gained the full power of her quirk and longevity. Izuku's mom can live up to at least 250 years. Izuku himself, since gaining her quirk, could live up to at least 700 years old. 700 years old. Ifo is only 200 years old at the maximum. Ifo is immortal. Izuku never really thought about his lifespan until now. Assuming that he didn't die by hero work, he would outlive everyone and their great-grandchildren. Izuku had felt his mind kinda shift whenever he gained a duplicate of his mom's quirk. Like he felt like people were too fragile, too young. Izuku is 15, almost 16 years old. Midoriya. In English, Izuku's surname means Green Valley. Izuku felt like he had to slip away from humanity to stay sane so he wouldn't have to bury his loved ones. Over and over again. For centuries, Izuku felt like his mom's quirk had only one purpose: breed and grow. Izuku felt like he was a tree, so long-lived, unmoving and separated from the animals and humans that move, grow and die at his roots. Izuku had been jarred from his deep thoughts when All Might finally spoke to him. Young Midoriya, you seem upset about something. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku replied, OFA has my mom's quirk in it now, and I genuinely believe that if I gave OFA away that I would still have my mom's quirk. All Might. The doctors discovered that I could live up to 700 years old at the minimum, and I didn't want to share this with anyone else, but assuming that I survive hero work, I would have only my mom and dad in the long run. All Might hugged him tightly and said, My boy, I had believed that your mother's quirk inside you was something that you would keep if you gave OFA away. Multiple quirks are inside OFA, but they don't influence your behavior and body to such a degree that your mother's quirk did. You are her biological son, and despite your birth of being quirkless, you are half of your mother. Izuku felt something, but Izuku couldn't describe it. Izuku felt bonded to his mom when All Might said that. Some people have just one parent's quirk after all. Children don't always have a combination of both quirks from their parents. Izuku spoke to All Might about something that had been plaguing him. All Might, did you choose me because of my dad or because of me as a person? All Might responded immediately. Listen, my boy, I had no idea that you were AFO's son, and even if I did know, I would have chosen you because you are a true hero, my boy. Not to spite your father, Izuku Midoriya, you are my successor and no one can take that away from you. No matter what happens, OFA is your quirk until you choose your successor. All Might added. The duplicate of your mother's quirk. Izuku, you should call it your innate quirk now. Don't distance yourself from your family, please. Inko Midoriya loves you so much that she defied all logic to give you this gift. It comes with a great burden, but your mother gave you this gift because she loves you, and that's why you won't ever lose it. Izuku was so happy. Happy that All Might chose him for his heart rather than his father. Happy that his mom cared about him so much that he got her to know his innate quirk from her and no one could take it away from him. Happy that the future welders of OFA will have a fail-safe, self-healing and a legacy of a mother's instinct that shatters mountains. Izuku saw a quirk registry form on All Might's desk, and All Might handed it to him and said, "Tell me, my boy, what's the name of your innate quirk?" Izuku was thinking. Green, long-living, and had telepath and empath powers. It reminds Izuku of a forest spirit. Forest spirit. Izuku saw the legal name of his quirk and of OFA was superpower. Izuku changed it to Kodama. It means forest spirit. Inko Midoriya had been going to quirk counseling since Kamino along with Masaru and Katsuki Bakugou. They were known as the Feral Vigilantes. The three had to have their quirk counseling as a unit and individually. Inko was heading to a one-on-one quirk counseling session. Inko had bid her son and Renko Raiguma goodbye earlier that morning as Izuku was going to All Might's office in the VRC. Honestly, Inko didn't think All Might was responsible and attentive to his duties as a teacher to Izuku. Inko had tried to be civil about the topic of All Might around her son, but she had made her displeasure over All Might known. After all, if he did his job, Izuku's arms wouldn't be so fragile, nor would he had such self-destructive tendencies towards himself. If All Might was a fraction of the skill level Eraserhead in terms of teaching, Inko wouldn't have a quirk awakening due to stress. Inko knows that Izuku cares about All Might and Inko feels that All Might is a good person. However, All Might is many things. A teacher is not one. Inko tried to keep her distrust and dislike of All Might to herself, but people have started to see the cracks into her true feelings about the retired pro hero. All Might had noticed her displeasure with his actions, and All Might tried to make promises that he would change his methods and be better and crap like that, but Inko had heard this before from All Might, and she felt like his promises and apologizes were hollow. Inko won't mince words. All Might is AF dumbass. Inko had been stopped by the crawler on her way to the quirk counseling session, and he asked her, "Hey, mom. Wait, I mean Ms. Midoriya. Are you okay? You look a little mad. I'm not trying to pry or anything, but are you going okay?" Inko replied, Well, someone in my son's life in a teaching role is terrible at their duties, and just because they were the best in one thing doesn't mean that they are good at everything." The crawler scratched the back of his neck and asked, "Is this about All Might? I've noticed that you don't seem to like him very much. Like it's okay, not like someone you know. I'm not good at the encouragement thing." Inko asked the crawler, "Is it obvious?" The crawler nodded yes. Well, Inko had thought that she had been keeping her dislike of All Might more subtle than what she was actually showing. Then that means that Izuku had noticed her true feelings about All Might. Explains why Izuku took all of his All Might merchandise out of sight in his room. It made Inko feel awful, as well as awkward. Inko knows how much Izuku looks up to All Might, and she felt like she was driving him away. After all, having your parents dislike your hobbies and interests is the worst feeling. Inko decided to listen to All Might when he talks to her and try to give him a second chance at proving himself. After her quirk counseling session, of course. Quirk counseling office. Inko was surprised by encountering Gang Orca as the quirk counselor assigned to the Protector, Glucose and Flashbang at first, but she had been attending these meetings since Kamino and gotten used to it. Gang Orca was a figure that intimidated most people, but she wasn't intimidated by him. Then again, he had a terrifying reputation as the Protector after all. This quirk counseling session was to be her last one before she could take the Vigilante Remedial License exam, the equivalent of a Provisional Hero License exam. Inko was extremely excited about it. Gang Orca sensed her excitement and asked her, "Well, Ms. Midoriya, I'm assuming that you are excited about the Vigilante Remedial License exam, correct?" Inko nodded in response. Gang Orca asked her, "Ms. Midoriya, before you get cleared from my end, I have to know. When you burned Smokescreen alive, how did it make you feel? On that note, in general you have always been motivated to save kids, or more specifically, mothering them. What would happen if you had to fight against a kid who, for whatever reason, decided to turn into a villain?" Inko was extremely nervous about fighting against a kid. Inko was also extremely terrified of herself with how awful she killed Smokescreen. Inko had always been a terrible liar, so she had to tell the truth. "When Smokescreen threatened my son that I saw our EDMY mind just shut down everything except for kill the one who threatened Izuku's life that I couldn't control it. Like a she-bear protecting her cub, pure instinct." Inko added, "As for fighting against a kid villain, I don't know what I would do. I haven't encountered that yet. I don't know honestly, Gang Orca. If I did, I would tell you." Gang Orca sensed that Inko was telling the truth. Gang Orca said in a calm manner, "Well, it seems to be like your maternal instincts are too strong for you to fight against a kid villain or against a villain that you see as a kid. Tamura Shigaraki, you haven't met him yet, but Tamura Shigaraki has been cited by sources claiming that he's your son as well. Seems like despite you never meeting him, he genuinely believes that you would love him as your son. Tamura Shigaraki is childlike, and his mental maturity has been hampered that I believe that when not if because he will try to talk to you and Izuku, and if he appeals to your mother's instincts, you would protect him." Inko was not liking where this conversation was going, so she asked Gang Orca, "Be honest, you think that I would help him after trying to get Katsuki back to safety? Who do you take me for?" Gang Orca said, "Tamura Shigaraki is mentally like a teenager at most. Eraserhead calls him a man-child, and Tamura acts like one your ex-husband groomed him to be a villain. Hisashi Shigaraki adopted a mentally ill and most likely traumatized child and kept him in a childlike state, probably isolated Tamura Shigaraki away from the world to control him, until he was ready to become a villain." Inko felt like she was so gullible. Hisashi is a monster. Did Hisashi have a kid with her so Inko would stay with him? Inko had remembered how when her energy enhanced due to her quirk awakening, and even just as a married couple, he would always talk about having lots of kids. Inko had thought that Hisashi had a PRGNCYK. But if Gang Orca is right, every time Hisashi came back from overseas he would get her frisky and they would mingle. At the time Inko had thought that he had just missed her. Inko had sensed genuine love from him in Kamino. Does this mean that he was so morally warped that he actually does love her, Izuku and Tamura, and displayed it in a way that would make it where he would have his family forever? Hisashi is a hoarder. Hisashi hoards quirks, kids, and his wife. Hisashi acted like All Might stolen Izuku away from him and turned his wife into a brute. Hisashi had never gotten over his quirk's instincts. Ichiro Shigaraki had to be wrong. No, wait, Ichiro said that Hisashi had gotten over his instincts masti, meaning that he never gotten over them completely. Gang Orca sensed that she was thinking about Tamura and Hisashi and told her, "You told me the truth about your feelings and for that you have completed your quirk counseling course and are ready to go to the Vigilante Remedial License exam. Congratulations, Inko Midoriya." Inko ran over and hugged Gang Orca and thanked him for his faith in her. Apt number 995. Inko was home. Inko saw a present wrapped in green paper. It had a card that said, "To Mom." Inko thought that Izuku was so sweet. Inko opened the gift. It made a green silk cape with a golden trim and white fur on the cape's neck and shoulders. It was extremely expensive and a labor of love. Inko was hugged from behind. something that Izuku started to do ever since Kamino. Inko felt that Izuku's arms were too small. Inko looked down and saw two gloved hands, gloves that covered the thumbs, index finger and middle finger. Inko saw a black misty body with glowing yellow eyes. Inko saw a high school girl with messy hair buns, a man who looked like a top hat-wearing phantom thief, a 20-something horribly burned black hair man, a lizard man who was wearing Stain's clothes, a man wearing a black and white jumpsuit, and an imposing lady with a giant magnet. She was obviously transgender but was unable to transition, still going to respect her pronouns and her identity. She might be a villain but her identity is veiled. That means. Inko slowly turned around. Inko saw a snow-white-haired young man who wore a black, tattered hoodie. The tatters were intentional because the hoodie was clean and new, wearing dark green sweatpants and red shoes, and the young man wore a crimson-red cape that was identical to the green cape that she was gifted. The young man. He had a mask like Katsuki's hero costume, but it was green instead of black. His skin was absolutely awful in terms of most people. Flaky, cracked and bleeding from his neck. His neck was scratched up. Unhealthy stims. The young man looked nervous and started to scratch his neck, and Inko immediately grabbed his wrists gently and setting his hands down while not turning her back on anyone, and grabbed a first aid kit and a black compression neck sleeve to stop the young man from scratching himself, and she slowly tended his self-inflicted neck scratches, and in silence, after she tended his wounds, Inko undid his hood and slowly slipped the compression neck sleeve on his neck. The young man was so genuinely happy by that gesture. The young man said, "I won't scratch my neck anymore, Mum, thank you." The young man added, "I'm Tamura Shigaraki, your adopted older son. You divorced Dad, but it's okay though. Dad went behind your back and you didn't like it. Lots of parents get divorced. It's common. I'm sorry for taking Katsuki Bakugou. You were very mad. Dad was scared when you started your rampage. It was my idea. I believed that Katsuki Bakugou had no friends, that he was only seen as a villain. Obviously that was wrong. I'm sorry, Mom." Inko was in muted terror. Tamura Shigaraki. He came to me. Inko Midoriya had just come home from her last court counseling session, and she was greeted by Tamura Shigaraki and the League of Villains. Tamura Shigaraki. He had come to her. Inko had to survive for Izuku. Gang Orca's warning about her maternal instincts was starting to ring true. Inko had started to baby Tamura Shigaraki. This is very bad. However, Inko was extremely angry with Tamura Shigaraki. After all, he kidnapped Katsuki. Inko looked down at Tamura Shigaraki while she started to float, and she felt the green veiny light crawl up her body, and the entire VRC started to creak and groan under her quirk's power. The windows of the VRC cracked. It spooked the League of Villains, and Tamura curled up into a ball, and Tamura started to cry and said to her, "I'm so sorry for taking Katsuki Bakugou. I will never kidnap anyone ever again. I swear to you. In fact, I will stop kidnappings and save kids from harm. I vow to protect kids from harm. If other villains attack children, I will stop them and save the children. Just please forgive me. Forgive me." Inko could sense that Tamura Shigaraki was being genuine in his vow. Inko took vows seriously. Inko calmed down. The green light faded and she had stopped floating. Inko took a deep breath and composed herself and told Tamura, "I believe you, Tamura. I take vows seriously. I will hold you accountable and responsible for this W and the League of Villains, or whatever you choose to become in the future." Tamura settled down and stopped crying. Tamura looked at her with genuine love and affection. Tamura really wanted her approval. Inko had unwittingly gave him it. Inko needs to get a grip. This villain has hurt and killed people, and yet, when Inko saw Tamura Shigaraki, all she could think was that he looked dirty, hungry and sleepy. Oh no. The maternal instincts of her quirk. Inko always had a strong mother's instinct since Izuku was born, but since her quirk awakening, those instincts intensified. Inko felt herself unable to stop her affectionate sniffling and her hugs and soft kisses to his forehead and wiping his tears from his eyes. Tamura melted into the motherly affection. Tamura Shigaraki had become her son. In that moment, Gang Orca sensed that she would see Tamura Shigaraki as a kid. Inko felt like she was a monster for collapsing into her maternal instincts towards Tamura. Tamura's stomach growled and Inko got him some Katsuden on reflex. It was warm just like how she made it for Izuku. Tamura digged in. Tamura ate the Katsuden. Tamura asked her for seconds and Inko gave him some more Katsuden. The high school girl piped up. Tamura, your mom is pretty cool, scary, and she not afraid of blood and she cares about you. You're so lucky, Tamura. Inko was kinda disturbed by the blood comment, but Inko knew that she had emotionally compromised herself in relation to the League of Villains. Something that she shares with All Might now. Tamura Shigaraki is the grandson of Nana Shimura, her hero, and All Might's mentor and mother figure. Tamura Shigaraki, after he gotten full, he walked over to her and mimicked her sniffling affection in her hair like she had done. Inko had Tio steer him to the right direction and she told him, Tamura, you must turn yourself into the police. If you do, they'll be lenient with you and the League of Villains. You have to atone for your actions, but if you willingly give yourself up, they might release you from prison not far later in your life. Inko's heart sank when Tamura Shigaraki said, remember what Dad said? He said that it's the eldest son's duty and responsibility to take up his mantle, his throne. Dad wanted to retire. Dad wanted to rest. He gave me a great burden and great honor. Dad wanted to retire with you and little brother Izuku and be free to live comfortably for the rest of his life, but All Might robbed him of this. Didn't you see how much he was crying? Obviously Dad respects your wishes and he had a no-contest divorce with you. Obviously Dad did something that you would never marry him again, and no doubt Dad was heartbroken when you got a divorce from him. Well, Tamura was right about one thing. Hisashi was heartbroken when she filed for divorce. Inko had heard that he was sobbing horribly about it for weeks straight. The burned man spoke with a gravel in his voice. Let's go, Tamura, but your mom is nice. All the League of Villains filed in the warpy bastard, as Katsuki would say, and Tamura was the last one, and he said, I will become the new king of dread. Goodbye, Mom. Tamura Shigaraki walked into the portal and left. Inko immediately called the police. For hours later, apartment number 995 was a crime scene. Forensic evidence was taken from her home, including the green cape that Tamura gave her. Inko had told them everything and left no details out. Katsuki was having the worst meltdown next door. And Izuku was horrified. That night, Inko stayed with the Bakugous along with her son. Katsuki refused to let her sleep by herself. Inko couldn't get any sleep with Katsuki. Bakugou sobbing horribly in his sleep while hugging her the entire night. Izuku was also crying in his sleep, hugging her. Inko had felt helpless and powerless to protect them both from harm. Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugou couldn't get any sleep like her. The feral vigilantes were awake for the entire night. Inko had a terrible night last night. Inko had been encountered in her own home by Tamura Shigaraki. The worst thing is, Inko had mothered him, cared deeply about him, and adopted him. Inko hadn't felt so awful and powerless against her quirk. This is why vigilantes needed quirk counseling sessions. Inko just got consumed by her quirk's nature and maternal instincts. Inko had failed. Chiro Shigaraki said, don't be consumed by her quirk's instincts and nature. Inko had failed Ichiro Shigaraki. Inko had to go to Recovery Girl because she had been doing research into her quirk because of her quirk's power to make a duplicate of itself and give the duplicate to a person. Recovery Girl had been doing her research since Kamino, always putting Inko under. Like a lab rat. Like Nizu. Inko had started to sympathize with Nizu. However, Inko needed to know how her quirk was able to do that. If cooperating with this research means that she'll get answers, then so be it. Inko saw the bed. Inko got ready. Inko had all the medical equipment hooked up to her and the anesthesiologist counted her off. Inko fell asleep. All Might POV. Tashinori had been following Recovery Girl's research immensely. Inko Midoriya's quirk was the only quirk in existence that could create duplicates of itself and give the duplicates to someone else. Inko Midoriya had also gained power from without being a welder herself. Principal Night Eye, Eraserhead, Recovery Girl and himself are the only ones that know about OFA, with the exception of Izuku and Inko. Recovery Girl had been successful in her research. Recovery Girl was ready to tell us her findings. Tashinori saw Recovery Girl walk in the room and she looked awful. It's bad news. Recovery Girl spoke to Principal Night Eye, Eraserhead and himself. I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I know the exact process of how Inko's quirk awakening changed her quirk factor. The Inko's quirk gained the ability to make a duplicate of itself and give it to a select person. The duplicate is custom designed to the DNA of a recipient. The duplicates of Inko's quirk don't have the power to duplicate themselves. When Inko's quirk has finished creating a new duplicate of her quirk, Inko's body goes into a shutdown that only operates her body. For one thing, giving the duplicate away. In return, Inko's quirk gains some of the recipient's quirk factor. This means that Inko's quirk accumulates quirk's power without taking the quirk itself from the recipient. The duplicates are just the baseline of Inko's quirk, meaning that the duplicate won't have OFA. Eraserhead spoke up. Inko's nightmare quirk slipped 6 weeks ago. Izuku was hugged by his mother and attacked her husband at the time to protect Izuku. That's when the problem child gained the duplicate. Tashinori had a bad feeling about the bad news that Recovery Girl mentioned. Principal Night Eye asked Recovery Girl, "You said that there's bad news as well." Tashinori had ominous feeling of dread. Recovery Girl looked so defeated and said, "Well, Night Eye, the bad news is that the duplication process is completely out of Inko's control. Inko cannot consciously make a duplicate of her quirk. Inko's quirk is creating a new duplicate. Custom made for Tamura Shigaraki." Tashinori had his worst feelings confirmed. Tashinori asked Recovery Girl with a shaky voice, "Can you stop the duplication process?" Recovery Girl spoke with a quiver in her voice. Inko's quirk has a lot of defensive mechanics in place. Inko's quirk, it's going to continue its work. There's no surgery or medical thing that I can do to destroying Inko's quirk factor is impossible. Everyone in the room felt an indescribable horror. Recovery Girl added, "There is some good news. The duplicate takes time to make. A week. Inko Midoriya would be able to track down Tamura Shigaraki when she is in her shutdown state. The duplicate themselves, when given, take time for the recipient to manifest physical abilities from the duplicate. At about 4 to 5 weeks, if Izuku is to be considered, we have to tell Inko Midoriya about her quirk, now that we know." Tashinori knew that Inko wouldn't listen to him. Inko Midoriya believes that he's an idiot. Tashinori knows that Inko won't give him the chance to talk. Eraserhead spoke with a deep sorrow that told Tashinori that Eraserhead had seen the effects of someone's quirk taking over their lives. "Please, tell that the shutdown state is temporary and the duplicate would be reabsorbed into Inko's quirk if she fails to give Tamura the duplicate. Izuku needs his mother and Katsuki needs his auntie." Eraserhead started to sob and added, "Please, tell me that it's temporary and that Inko Midoriya can get better. Recovery Girl, please, I beg you. There has to be a way to save a..." Recovery Girl just looked at Eraserhead, and Tashinori just knew that the shutdown state was going to be permanent until Inko gives Tamura the duplicate or when she dies. Eraserhead screamed in agony when he realized what that look meant from Recovery Girl. Tashinori had failed. Inko's quirk awakening wouldn't have happened in the first place if he had been a better teacher to Izuku. This was the price for his reckless actions. Inko Midoriya had every single right to call him a dumbass. Eraserhead broke down completely. Tashinori had never seen Eraserhead get this emotional before. Principal Night Eye told Eraserhead, "Eraserhead, I have seen her future. Inko will recover. Tamura Shigaraki will gain the duplicate. The only thing that we can do is tell Inko Midoriya what will happen. Delaying the future will only end in tragedy. Trust me that I know." Eraserhead was overcome by happiness when he realized that Inko would return to her sapient self. Tashinori knew that Night Eye, his ex-sidekick, had seen his death. Did Night Eye see Ao's future all the way to her death? Tashinori asked Night Eye, "How much of her future did you see?" Night Eye spoke, "All of it." All Tashinori could think was that Night Eye had a terrible power. Tashinori has always known that Night Eye had a huge burden on his shoulders, but if Tashinori had Night Eye's quirk, he would have gone insane. Principal Night Eye told Recovery Girl, Time to wake Ms. Midoriya up. I have a plan. Inko POV. Inko was coming to from the anesthesia and she was a little loopy. Whenever Inko was loopy from anesthesia, she was a bizarre person to say the least. Inko saw Eraserhead and straight up tried to kiss him. My god, what is wrong with her? He's married to a man. Inko tried to apologize for her actions, but it came out as bizarre ramblings about medical facts and drama shows that she had been watching. Inko saw All Might and in her loopy state started to ramble about his dumbass behavior and how he was a meathead that's only good for punching his problems away. Loopy Ao was a blunt, bizarre and dramatic creature. 2 hours later, Inko had fully recovered from the anesthesia and the first thought that she had was, what did I do to embarrass myself this time? Inko saw Eraserhead and felt awkward about something for some reason. Probably something Loopy Inko did. Inko knows that anesthesia will have those effects after all. Inko is a doctor, graduated from medical school and is in college studying. Well, she's studying for doctorate and college sucks, but sometimes, luckily she had managed to catch up with her studies despite all the bullshit she went through. Inko needs AF vacation. Still made Inko really embarrassed by Loopy Eye. Principal Night Eye spoke while adjusting his glasses. Well, Ms. Midoriya, are you with us? Do you need more time? Inko told Night Eye that she was good now. Inko asked Night Eye, what did I do to embarrass myself? Eraserhead spoke. Well, you rambled about medicine and drama shows, started to cry talking about how you felt guilty about Izuku putting his All Might collection in storage and you wanted to apologize for making him feel that way, then you went off on All Might and just tearing him a new one with scathing criticisms, and finally, you tried to kiss me but, Loopy Ino tried to apologize for her actions though but, it led to more medical ramblings and drama shows. All Inko could think was why is Loopy Ino like this? Inko apologized profusely for her behavior towards Eraserhead especially and in general. Night Eye spoke to Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, you must tell Ms. Midoriya your findings about her quirk. Recovery Girl took a deep breath and started to tell Inko everything. 1 hour later, Inko had just learned about the results of Recovery Girl's research on her quirk. My god. Inko was a ticking time bomb. Recovery Girl told her that there's nothing anyone could do for her. Inko will turn into a mindless animal in a week. An animal that will hunt down Tamura to give him a duplicate of her quirk, while gaining some of Tamura's quirk's abilities. Decay. That's Tamura's quirk. It made Inko sick. Literally, she started to vomit. Luckily, Recovery Girl was ready for this reaction. Just as Inko had started to embrace her quirk, this happens. Inko's own quirk seems like it wants to make her into an animal. Why? Although it makes Inko wonder. Technically speaking, Inko's quirk awakening transformed her quirk into a weaker and uncontrollable version of All for One. Like Inko couldn't control the duplication process or who the duplicate is for. Night Eye had also told her that Inko will give Tamura this duplicate. Is that why Inko had Hisashi fall in love with her? Quirks do influence sexuality after all, as well as romantic preferences. That's scientifically proven to be the case. Inko was at the lowest point in her entire life. Inko felt like she was a SLV to her quirk. Like her quirk was pulling the strings rather than Inko herself controlling her quirk. Night Eye saw her despair and spoke. Ms. Midoriya, I have a plan to give Tamura the duplicate without hurting you, the public and Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura has been watching you and Izuku and someone like this will confront you and Izuku very soon that I want you to talk to Hisashi, your ex-husband, that he's the only one who would know about Tamura's whereabouts. Inko, you have to go to Tartarus and speak with FO. Inko was dreading it. She hadn't seen her ex-husband in person since Kamino. But now she didn't have a choice. 1 week. That's all Inko has left to control over herself. Inko hopes that Hisashi will cooperate. Otherwise, Inko will lose herself to her quirk and become an animal. Forever if she's unlucky. Inko was running out of time. She had to speak with Hisashi Shigaraki aka All for One. In Tartarus, Inko knew that her quirk was cooking up a duplicate to give Tamura. Kinda made her feel like she was P-Arginin T with a quirk. Actually, that's a perfect comparison. Inko had started to rub her belly like she was PR'd in tea when she had made the connection between the duplication process and PR'd in Suai. Inko steeled herself. The cell door opened, revealing Hisashi in the flesh. Inko was startled by the fact Hisashi had his face back. Inko had avoided rewatching the Kamino battle and the battle for Nashibara because she felt like she should have done something better. Inko had been taken out commission after the glass shards. Inko shivered with the memories. Inko had been having nightmares about Kamino and Smokescreen. Inko was also startled by the fact that Hisashi was. Inko's quirk was similar to his after all. Hisashi had his snowy white hair that was curly and fluffy, that made Inko really want to slide it and sniff it. Get a grip, God.y. Hisashi had his lovely, passionate sharp red eyes. Get a grip. Hisashi had his cute and kissable freckles again. Inko smitten with Hisashi Shigaraki all over again. Inko smacked herself on the cheeks and snapped out of how amazing Hisashi looked. Damn it, this man is a monster. Stop thinking about this crap. Hisashi had kidnapped Katsuki and he hurt Kaminari. Hisashi spoke with tenderness in his voice. Hello, I can see that you like my makeover. Inko, my queen, there's such things as romantic visits with prisoners, you know. You want to be fulfilled, don't you? My queen, you don't deserve to be so neglected that I can rekindle the old magic. Inko was extremely flustered. Horny. Stop. You can't let Hisashi get away with this bullshit. You need information about Tamura. Not to rekindle the old magic, with Hisashi. Inko snapped herself out of the charms of her ex-husband and said, Hisashi Shigaraki, my ex-husband, I don't have much time left. I need to see Tamura. Tell me where he is. That's not a optional thing, but a order, Hisashi. Hisashi was in the straitjacket and he shuffled around in his seat in an enticing way that she felt herself getting turned on by. Inko felt the urge to smell him up close and rekindle the old magic. Inko, you can't lose to Hisashi's charm. You will turn into a mindless feral woman to get Tamura a duplicate of your quirk. The thought of the shutdown state looming over the horizon jarred Ao from the charms of her ex-husband. Inko took a deep breath and said, Hisashi Shigaraki, I asked you where is Tamura? Hisashi looked disappointed at himself and finally took a deep breath and spoke. Because of the quirk that you are incubating for Tamura, correct? Inko suddenly was furious. Inko shouted towards Hisashi. You knew. What my quirk awakening did to me. You didn't tell me. Hisashi spoke with a mirthful voice. Inko, that your quirk is a beautiful thing, just as beautiful as the welder. Growing quirks, it's such a beautiful process. Sometimes when we would mingle over the years, you incubated beautiful quirks. True treasures. I keep them all. Inko Midoriya, we have only one child, but we have so many quirks that we made. Quirk generation. Your quirk is special. You are a mother of quirks. Inko's jaw dropped. What? Inko could tell that Hisashi was telling the truth. This has been going on for years. Inko felt like she had been secretly supplying all for one with weapons of terror. Inko also felt strange. Izuku was her only child. Hisashi regarded these quirks as children that they had together. Inko knew that All Might, Principal Night Eye and Eraserhead were outside and watching and listening to them speak. They must be horrified by her. Inko had thought about her last quirk counseling session and thought about how she had thought that Hisashi had a PR'K. But if Hisashi regarded the quirks that they made together, then Inko and Hisashi had a lot of kids in Hisashi's point of view. Inko felt bashful and strangely pleased. That she was so fertile. Mother of quirks. That title made her feel powerful and confident. It also made Inko really lustful towards Hisashi. No wonder why Hisashi could stay in hiding. Hisashi needs her to fuel his appetite for quirks. Obviously Inko had no idea what her quirk actually is. Inko had to ask Hisashi. How many quirks did they generate together? Do I generate quirks on my own, or do I need help with that process? Hisashi spoke with glee about this topic, like he was telling her a secret that he wanted to know for years. You couldn't make quirks on your own before your quirk awakening, but now you can. Granted, they're all duplicates of your quirk, and this process can't give the duplicate the ability to make their own quirks and just have a baseline of your quirk without the abilities that you gained from the recipients. As for how many quirks that we have made 29, all so pretty and treasures to my soul. 29 quirks that Inko had unintentionally created. Hisashi also added. Your quirk awakening also gave you access to the power that you absorb from the recipient, as before you could only access your innate quirk's abilities, and of course this obviously parallels with my innate quirk. Oh Inko, my green-haired queen, you're so beautiful. As for the realization that your quirk was fueled by food, that completely blindsided me, as well as the longevity factor in your quirk. When you told me that your quirk gave you a hearty lifespan and Izuku as well, I was overwhelmed with joy. All Inko could think was, this is a lot to unpack here. Inko, however, was on a mission. She needed to know where Tamura is. Inko asked Hisashi. That was a lot to unpack all at once, but you have been dodging the question that I asked you. Where's Tamura? Hisashi just bluntly stated. I telepathically communicated with Tamura that he knows that you have a gift for him. Also, your quirk creates duplicates for your children only. That means that you adopted Tamura Shigaraki as your own. Inko Midoriya, mother of Izuku Midoriya and Tamura Shigaraki, the Green Monarch. Inko knew that she won't get anything else from Hisashi. Inko thanked him for his cooperation and started to leave when Hisashi spoke. I know that we could never be able to be together in this generation of people, but the Midoriya Shigaraki family will outlive multiple generations. That I can be patient and you can have fun with momentary flings and have children with your lovers. I'm not jealous. This divorce is a more like a cooling off PRD, and can tell that you still love me. So, yes, this marriage is definitely dead in this generation of people, but give you a century of space and you return. Inko asked Hisashi one last question. How long can Izuku and I live? Hisashi spoke with a chipper smile. You can live for 3,000 years and Izuku could live up to 7,000 years, however you and Izuku can be killed. Hisashi added. I am immortal. Inko was having an information overload. Inko rarely had meltdowns, but she was having one at the moment. Inko felt too much all at once. Too bright. Too cold. Too much. Eraserhead shouted for help in the background. Inko started to cry and Hisashi was trying to soothe her meltdown. It wasn't working. Eraserhead POV. Inko Midoriya was having a meltdown. Aizawa had remembered that Inko was autistic as well. Sometimes she hides it so well. Aizawa managed to erase Inko's quirk before she accidentally activated it. Inko was a sobbing mess. Eraserhead looked at all for one and said, If you are lying about anything Hisashi Shigaraki, I will see that you never get out of your prison forever. The evil man who tortured kids for fun replied. Aizawa, you know that my doctor has been hunting for your quirk for decades now. My doctor has the quirk called Life Force and he has lived beside me for 200 years. Obviously he's old now, but he's still just as sharp as his youth. My doctor loves to tinker with quirks. Katsuki Bakugou is a perfect example for this. Aizawa was consumed by rage. What did you do to Bakugou? What kind of sick shit did you do to Bakugou? All for one laughed at Aizawa's rage and agony and said, I erased the memories from Katsuki Bakugou permanently, so no harm done. Aizawa was going to kill this sick F-. Night Eye grabbed him and said, Hisashi Shigaraki is baiting you. He wants you to charge in there and steal your quirk erasure and high specs. Don't give him what he wants. Besides, Inko Midoriya needs our help. Aizawa shot a dirty look at all for one and said, Inko Midoriya will never love you again. Inko had seen you as the monster that you are. So has your son, Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa and Principal Night Eye grabbed Inko's arms and dragged her out of the monster all for one's presence. Inko was back in the VRC. Tamura Shigaraki will come to her again. Inko was a monster, physically. Inko was a walking quirk generator. Inko's quirk is a bizarre one. At least she knows that only her children would cause her quirk to make a duplicate. Tamura Shigaraki became her adopted kid. Like Hisashi. Inko hates the parallels between her and Hisashi. Inko's shutdown state was a terrifying process. She would lose all sense of self. Inko had gotten home at her apartment in the VRC and the Bakugous, Eraserhead, All Might and Principal Night Eye were her guests. Inko had a meltdown during the tail end of her conversation with Hisashi Shigaraki, and Eraserhead had filled her and the Bakugous in with the entire conversation with Hisashi Shigaraki. When Inko heard that Katsuki had been experimented on by Hisashi's doctor and Hisashi had permanently removed Katsuki's memories from his ordeal, like that would make it better. Inko had her first meltdown in front of Mitsuki and Masaru since they were kids. Inko felt like an animal again. The shutdown state would turn her into a mindless feral woman. Inko had 6 days left. Inko had her quirk erased before she could activate it by accident. Inko's second meltdown in less than 12 hours. Izuku POV. Izuku visited his mother and saw his mother having a meltdown. Izuku had never seen her having a meltdown before. What happened? Izuku saw All Might, the Bakugous, Aizawa-sensei, and Principal Night Eye all trying to calm her down. Izuku had been told by his mother that she was also autistic after Kamino, and Izuku didn't see it. Until now. Mom looked awful. Izuku felt like she finally broke down with all the bullshit she had went through. Izuku walked to her and held her head and whispered to her, "Mom, that it's okay, I will always love you. You wanted to help Tamura Shigaraki because you're a good person. I don't know what caused this meltdown, but when you recover you can tell me. I know whatever happened was very bad, but you must rest right now, Mom." Izuku saw his mom still crying while he was holding her head. Izuku decided to try to ruffle her hair like she did when he was having a meltdown. It was working. Izuku's mom started to calm down a little. Izuku told her, "Mom, you're so strong. Mom, you're so brave. You have been fighting for so long. You must be sleepy right now. That I get sleepy whenever I have meltdowns, and Kaken also gets sleepy whenever he gets a meltdown. Mom, do you want to sleep right now? I think that you should." Izuku saw his mom sniffling the air, and suddenly she jerked her head up and she started to howl in unbearable sadness like she was grieving. Izuku started to cry and hugged her and tried to comfort her. Kaken started cursing at the noise and ran into apartment number 995 and saw the heartbreaking scene of Izuku's mom during her meltdown. Izuku saw Kaken go silent and he slowly inched down to the floor where Izuku and his mom were sitting, and Missile started to lick Izuku's mom's hands, and Kaken said in an uncharacteristically quiet voice, "Auntie Inko, meltdowns essie, I'm not surprised that you are having one. That after all you've been through some bullshit. Howling, I sometimes howl when I'm having a meltdown. Not something to be ashamed of. Auntie Inko, you're not a freak or an animal, you're Auntie Inko." Kaken's words seemed to work far better than Izuku's words. Izuku realized that Kaken's brand of autism is far more similar to his mom's brand of autism than Izuku's brand of autism. Probably why Kaken is so soft for her. Because they're very similar. Katsuki POV. Katsuki saw Auntie Inko having a meltdown, and Deku, who meant well, was making it worse by holding her head like that and trying minimize her actions towards Tamura. Katsuki told Deku, "Oi, Deku, I know that you mean well, but stop holding her face and head. The only reason why she hasn't started to screaming bloody murder is because of you." Deku looked horrified by his actions and unintentionally made Auntie Inko's meltdown worse. Deku let go of Auntie Inko's head. Auntie Inko stopped her howling and Missile started to lick her face, getting rid of her tears. Katsuki looked at Auntie Inko and said, "Auntie Inko, your quirk is fueled by mother's instincts and stuff like that, and Tamura fed into your quirk's core reason why you had your quirk awakening in the first place. To protect your dumbass kid from killing himself." Deku looked away from Auntie Inko in shame and guilt. Maybe Deku won't be such a dumbass. Auntie Inko was listening to Katsuki's words. Auntie Inko was starting to calm down. Katsuki heard that Auntie Inko had started to grind her teeth, a very bad thing to do, and Katsuki pulled out the chewy pendant that Katsuki was going to give Auntie Inko anyway. Might as well give it now. Katsuki showed Auntie Inko the green star-shaped chewy pendant and said, "Hey Auntie Inko, I was going to give you this anyway, but you need it now because you're grinding your teeth off." Katsuki gently put chewy pendant into her hand and she slowly curled her fingers around it and put it in her mouth and started to gnaw on it. Auntie Inko slowly sat up and got up from her hands and knees, and she kept her head down while chewing her new pendant. Missile telepathically spoke to Katsuki asking, Hey Kat, she's starting to calm down a little. Do you think that I should stay here and help her? Katsuki told Missile with his voice. Let me ask Auntie Inko about it. Katsuki then turned to Auntie Inko and said, Hey, Missile thinks that you need his help for tonight more than me. Do you want Missile's help? Auntie Inko tried to minimize her pain and tried to fight against her meltdown on her own. Auntie Inko is stubborn. Like him. Obviously Auntie Inko needs some help with her shitty meltdown. But, true to Auntie Inko, she's trying to be the protector. She refuses to break down her walls. It's why she chose that name. Katsuki was having none of Auntie Inko's stubborn bullshit and grabbed a weighted blanket and draped it over her back. Auntie Inko tried to shake the blanket off, but Katsuki grabbed the corners of the blanket and held it down so she couldn't remove it. Auntie Inko was still trying to fight against meltdown on her own, and Katsuki decided. Fine, you want to play hardest with Katsuki Bakugou. Katsuki Bakugou will be a hardest too. For 10 minutes Auntie Inko was being a stubborn hardest, but Katsuki was even more stubborn than Auntie Inko. Eventually Auntie Inko finally stopped being stubborn and Katsuki felt her walls drop. Auntie Inko started to make a grumbling noise in the back of her throat. Verbal stim. Katsuki had just gotten diagnosed with autism himself and knew very little about the terms and shit like that, as well as his parents, although all of them were learning. Katsuki mimicked her verbal stim and Auntie Inko started to mimic him. Katsuki broke the code. Mimicry. That's what works for Auntie Inko. For about 30 minutes Katsuki started his verbal stims, which he was quickly learning that making chirping, howling and grumbling noises in the back of his throat was really satisfying to make, and Auntie Inko mimicked his verbal stims and it was a feedback loop of stims. Katsuki didn't recognize how stressed he was seeing Auntie Inko having her meltdown until Katsuki felt himself relax into this stim fest along with his Auntie Inko. Mitsuki POV. All Mitsuki could think was how much fun Inko and Katsuki were having with their stims. They'd started to copy each other. Katsuki had always been soft around Inko. Sometimes Mitsuki felt like he was Inko's son more than her son sometimes. Mitsuki saw Katsuki mimic Inko's sniffling of his hair. Mitsuki felt so out of place with her own son. Inko and Katsuki were more like mother and son than Mitsuki was to Katsuki. Mitsuki had tried to learn how Katsuki truly communicated with people, but Katsuki seemed to be unpredictable in his communication style and skills. Like Inko. Sometimes Inko was an impressive public speaker and figure. Other times Inko was so rude and naive about people. When Mitsuki had learned that Katsuki had been experimented by Hisashi's doctor, she punched a wall. Hisashi took Katsuki's memories away from his ordeal. Like that, will it better? It doesn't. Arguably it makes it worse. What kind of awful things did that doctor do to cause Hisashi to erase Katsuki's memories? Hisashi had wanted to punish Katsuki, not break Katsuki. That much was obvious. Hisashi sure did his job. Punished Katsuki with trauma. Hisashi is a sociopath. No guilt and no remorse, unless it's a selective few. If Inko wasn't the protector, Hisashi would not give a shit about Katsuki's mental state. In a horrible up way. Hisashi loves Izuku and Tamura. That's the only people in the world that Hisashi cares about. Unfortunately for Hisashi though, Inko will never love him again. Inko was extremely unforgiving with people who betrayed her. Hisashi performed the ultimate betrayal. Inko had loved him dearly. Inko also loves Katsuki dearly. Inko had always seen Masaru as her brother and Katsuki as her family. Inko sees Mitsuki herself as a sister. That's why Inko went ham on the Japanese underworld to make them talk. Inko scared the collective PSS out of the criminal underbelly of Japan. Inko was raw ASF at Kamino. But then she killed Smokescreen. The criminal underground started to worship her. The criminal underground respected only 3 things: intelligence, ambition, power. The same things that Hisashi respected. Hisashi is scary because of his power and his charm and his ability to play the game. Inko is scary to the Japanese underworld because she's unpredictable, uncontrollable, and is Hisashi's wife of many years. Hisashi could be reasoned, with if a thug played their cards right. Inko can't. Plus, the organized crime element puts an emphasis on families and honor. Hisashi was obviously the strongest player in the Japanese underworld. The criminal underground respect their matriarchs. After all, if Ino could control her husband, which it's obvious how whipped Hisashi is towards her, then it stands to reason that they'd see her as villain. Royalty. Like how Hisashi views her. Obviously Inko's quirk is a top priority secret for the heroes and Japanese government, but the criminal underground will find out eventually that Inko can create quirks. Obviously they know that she can make a duplicate of her quirk and pass it down. Sooner or later they'll find out that Inko can absorb the power of the recipient and use those abilities without taking their actual quirks. Inko's quirk is basically a unpredictable version of All for One, the quirk not the man. Quirk creation. That power is OP as F-. Mitsuki wonders if the quirk creation can only be used when Inko has section. If that's the case, then it would explain why Hisashi said the quirks that the two of us made. It would also explain Inko's SE drive. Quirks do compel people on the subconscious level. Obviously, since Inko used protection for the most part, the quirk creation doesn't have to require Inko getting PRGNT to activate the creation of a new quirk. Mitsuki was jarred from her thoughts when Inko just fell asleep on the floor. That meltdown took a lot out of Inko. Missile carried her to her bed and Katsuki looked so exhausted and he walked to Mitsuki and said, "Mom, that I'm so effing tired." Auntie Inko was extremely stubborn. "Can you hug me until I fall asleep?" Mitsuki told Katsuki that she would hold him for as long as he needs. Mitsuki, Masaru and Katsuki all fell asleep on Inko's couch. Mitsuki's last thought before she fell asleep was, "Damn, I'm so lucky." Izuku saw the Bakugou family fall asleep on the couch and All Might, Principal Night Eye and Aizawa Sensei pulled him aside and told him everything about Mom's quirk. The shutdown state. My god. No wonder why you had a meltdown. Izuku felt like All Might was holding back something bad. About Kaken. Principal Night Eye and Aizawa Sensei also knew that something bad too. They weren't telling Izuku. Based upon their faces. Never will. Izuku knew that knowledge was sometimes a curse. Knowing too much. Izuku learned about that hard lesson when he met Principal Night Eye. Night Eye spoke of his quirk as a curse. Izuku honestly didn't want to know. All that matters is Kaken is safe. The shutdown state looms. Izuku saw the clock. When Izuku's mom wakes up. 5 days left. Inko Midoriya had just awakened from her meltdown-induced sleep. Inko realized that she had only 5 days left with her loved ones. Inko decided to give Izuku and Katsuki the time of their lives. Inko was just going to ignore her impending doom. Inko decided that they should be camping. That's fun. Katsuki loves camping and Izuku enjoys it. The two boys haven't been on a camping trip with each other since first year of middle school. This will be fun. Inko broke out her camping gear and bought some new camping clothes, because obviously she wouldn't fit in those clothes anymore. She got Izuku and Katsuki some new camping gear and clothes and headed to UA. Class 1.8 was at the doorway to Izuku's and Katsuki's class. Honestly, Inko hadn't seen the classroom in person or all of Izuku's classmates. This could be an impromptu meet and greet. So fun. This is a fun day. Inko is having fun and not horrified by her quirk's shutdown state. Inko saw the green star-shaped chewy pendant on her neck. She displayed it with pride. After all, it's a gift from Katsuki. Inko knows that she will eventually come out of the shutdown state, but Night Eye didn't say when she would. Could only last an hour or decades. Inko didn't want to dwell on sad stuff right now. After all, this is a fun day. Inko had swung open the large door to 1A and she greeted the kiddos. Hi there. Nice to meet all of you guys. I've gotten to know a few of you kids before, but this is the first time I met all of you as a whole class. I'm Inko Midoriya, also known as the Protector. Nice to meet you. Izuku POV. Izuku was having a shitty day. Izuku's mom was going to become a vessel to give Tamura a duplicate of her quirk. Suddenly Izuku smelled his mom's scent. Izuku sniffed his uniform and it wasn't that. Izuku must have imagined it. Izuku was working on his assignment with the new transfer student, Hitoshi Shinsuo. He had worked his butt off to get in class one day and he's a much better person than the previous kid. Izuku shivered thinking about the grape F-. Izuku and Kaken learned about Izuku's mom's shutdown state and how exactly mom's quirk worked. Izuku had also learned that his mother had the ability to create quirks. No wonder why Izuku's dad fell in love with her. Izuku's mom was Quirk Factory. Izuku's thoughts were jarred when he heard a sudden bang. Izuku jumped. Everyone else did too. Suddenly Izuku saw his in camping gear. What? Izuku's mom shouted at the class with heavy bags under her eyes, worse than Aizawa-sensei's, and her hair was down. Usually she put her hair up whenever she not the protector, so seeing her hair down as Inko Midoriya was not a good sign. It screamed, red flag. And she looked a little OFF and Kaken saw her appearance as well and was kind of freaking out. Hi there. Nice to meet all of you guys. I've gotten to know a few of you kids before, but this is the first time I met all of you as a whole class. I'm Inko Midoriya, also known as the Protector. Nice to meet you. Okay, something is wrong with him. Kaken agreed with Izuku on that point. Kaminari asked her. You am nice. Midoriya, you seem a little sick today and you should rest. Izuku and Kaken started to nod vigorously at Kaminari's statement and suggestion. The entire class saw that Izuku's mom was a little OFF that morning and everyone was trying to get Aizawa-sensei to wake up from his yellow sleeping bag. Damn FNG Aizawa-sensei's insomnia. Midnight had heard the sound of a class out of control and saw Izuku's mom obviously lacking sleep, and she had used her quirk to put Izuku's mom asleep. Midnight woke up Aizawa-sensei and apologized for waking him up and showed Izuku's mom asleep in the doorway. Aizawa-sensei spoke to the class. Alright, obviously Ms. Midoriya was, I'm assuming, trying to escape from her issues by camping, I believe, and she probably wanted to take the problem child and Bakugou along with her. Ms. Midoriya had just received terrible news about her quirk, and that's all I can say about that. Ms. Midoriya is obviously not feeling herself, so this meeting with her is not how she usually acts. Momo spoke up. I agree with you, Aizawa-sensei. I have met her before and this was not her typical behavior. Please make sure that she will be all right. Kirishima added. I've trained with her before and I agree with Kaminari and Momo that Ms. Midoriya wasn't like this, trust me. Ida turned to Kirishima and asked. You trained with her before? Todoroki interrupted and said. She's nice and is very cool. Also Katsuki is my cousin. Izuku knew that that was true, but hearing that from Todoroki-kun's mouth was very jarring. Kaken shouted towards Todoroki. The F. Do you think you're doing icy hot? Remember that we were going to be low-key about this bullshit. Not screaming it to the F rooftops. Tsuyu piped up and spoke to Kaken. You do realize that the world already knows the family connection between you and Todoroki-kun, and that's okay, Karo. Kaken screamed at Tsuyu. Listen, I know that I just find ITF awkward and weird. Kaken added. Besides, what the hell are we going to do about Auntie? A can't just sleep there on the F floor. Kaken had a point. Izuku, Ida, Todoroki and Kaken helped to carry Izuku's mom's sleeping body along with Aizawa-sensei and Midnight. Izuku's mom is heavy. Izuku hates saying that about his but it's true. Izuku had to use a little of OFA to lift her. Izuku hadn't been able to telepathically lift things with his mom's quirk yet. Izuku felt like he was ready to try it. Izuku felt his mind reaching out and Izuku imagined that his mom was flying. Suddenly a red aura enveloped Izuku's mother and Izuku could feel the weight of his mom on his mind but no strain on him. The entire class saw Izuku do this. They rioted. Izuku saw the stretcher for his mom and Izuku imagined his mom slowly set down on the stretcher. The red aura lowered Izuku's mother onto the stretcher and when she was on the stretcher Izuku imagined letting go. The red aura disappeared and Izuku's mom settled down on the stretcher. Izuku suddenly felt a headache and was a little dizzy. Izuku tried to stand up straight but his legs crumpled under him. Aizawa-sensei caught Izuku before he fell. Izuku tried to apologize for his weakness, but Aizawa-sensei cut him off and said, "Midoriya, you gained your mother's quirk and its drawbacks. You shouldn't be ashamed of yourself. Your mother had her quirk her entire life and you got it less than 2 months ago. This just needs training. The class and your teachers will help you train your quirk properly." Someone who was well-meaning but didn't know the truth about Izuku's mom's impending doom said, "Don't worry. Midoriya, your imam will help you with your quirk. After all, you got it from her." Izuku felt awful. Izuku's mom won't be able to teach him. Izuku took all of his willpower to not cry. Inko POV. Inko woke up in the UA infirmary. Inko's camping clothes and gear was taken off and folded up and set down on a chair, and Inko was now wearing a hospital gown. Inko was still wearing the green star-shaped chewy pendant that Katsuki gave her. Now that Inko had gotten more sleep and gotten something to eat, Inko mind cleared. Inko had been AF dumbass. Inko can't just run away from her issues. Inko saw the entire one waiting outside of her room. Inko felt awful for scaring them. Eraserhead asked her if she was ready for visitors, and she nodded yes. Eraserhead ushered his class into the room. Eraserhead spoke to his class. "All right, Ms. Midoriya is more rational about herself and feels bad for freaking all of you out. You may ask her questions, but one at a time." Inko saw a bird-headed young man speak first. "Greetings, Ms. Midoriya, I am Tokoyami, and this isn't a question, but I wish to inform you that your son used the quirk that you gave him. Izuku Midoriya telepathically lifted you up." Inko screamed in delight when she heard about this news. Can you blame her though? It's amazing news. Izuku walked up to her and Inko hugged her son tightly and said, "I'm so happy that you did it." "Oh Izuku, I'm sorry for worrying you. How's your head? Are you still dizzy? Did you develop a slight fever?" Izuku told her that he had gotten a headache and dizzy and almost fell before Eraserhead caught him. Inko reassured her son that what happened to her when she first used her quirk. Inko wanted to teach Izuku everything about his quirk. However, Inko glanced up at the clock. It's evening. 4 days left. Before Inko becomes a mindless feral woman. The shutdown state. Inko won't be able to teach her son anything. Inko answered the questions about her quirk, health, and other miscellaneous facts about her from Class 1A. Inko was honestly thinking about the shutdown state looming over her head. After she was cleared from Recovery Girl, Inko was back in her apartment in VRC. Inko started to rock back and forth on her bed looking at the clock. 4 days left. Tamura Shigaraki was in his new hideout with the rest of the League of Villains. 3 days ago, all of them received a telepathic message from Tamura's dad, Hisashi Shigaraki, who had told them that Tamura was going to receive a gift from Inko Midoriya. The quirk. Her quirk. Tamura felt that she officially adopted him. Actually, that's exactly what happened. Tamura learned from his dad, Hisashi Shigaraki, that his MOM, Inko Midoriya, was cooking up his new quirk and would take a week to make. That was 3 days ago. After today, it will be 3 days when his quirk is complete. Tamura had been told that his adoptive would enter an instinctual state that she would sense where he was and give him the quirk. Tamura's dad said that it's a H. Tamura was extremely excited. Can you blame him? Despite his adoptive mom's initial anger towards him, she gave him conditions and scolded him for kidnapping Katsuki Bakugou, and after her conditions were told to Tamura, she showered him with affection. His biological mom was also a good mom, but weak. Tamura's biological mom didn't stop his biological father from hurting him and his sister. Inko Midoriya, Tamura's adoptive mother, was strong, intelligent, and ambitious. Also, Tamura's adoptive dad loves her. Tamura also has a little brother in Izuku Midoriya. Izuku had been accepting Tamura's gifts. Izuku was enjoying Tamura's gifts. It made Tamura feel joy in the first time in a long time. Tamura always wanted a little brother, and now he does. The quirk that Tamura's mom was cooking up for him when he gets it would take about a month to manifest itself. Longevity, telepathic and empathetic powers, enhanced senses, self-healing, and enhanced physical abilities. Tamura's adoptive mother's quirk is really cool. Tamura's adoptive dad, Hisashi Shigaraki, also said that his adoptive mom's innate quirk would gain some of his quirk's power. Tamura's adoptive mother will gain decay. It made Tamura feel excitement that he would give Inko Midoriya something in return. Tamura almost scratched his neck, but he remembered his mom's compression neck sleeve that was on his neck and remembered his mom's genuine concern about his scratching himself. Tamura had promised to not scratch his neck. Tamura had been keeping his VW to her as well. Tamura and the League of Villains attacked creeps trying to harm kids and stop other villains from hurting kids. Tamura kind of felt like a vigilante like his mom. A terrifying, unpredictable and powerful figure. This must have been what Tamura's mom wanted him to feel. It feels amazing. It gave Tamura confidence in himself. Something that Tamura's dad had tried to teach him. Ever since Tamura visited his adoptive mom, Tamura felt more comfortable, confident, and powerful than what he felt before. Tamura hated the fact that the heroes wanted to tame her incredible power, and Tamura hated the fact that she had Tio fight against him in order to live comfortably. Tamura crumbled a rock in frustration with his mom's and little brother's situation. When Tamura becomes strong enough, he will save his family from the heroes. Tamura had been brooding about his family's situation and his powerlessness currently. Tamura can't be angry with his mom and little brother Izuku because they have no choice but to do what the heroes say. Tamura can only imagine the agony if his mom and little brother tried to resist the heroes. It made Tamura want to kill a creep. Like how his mom killed Smokescreen. Tamura had heard about her burning him alive. Tamura had seen his fellow villains revere and regard his imam as the Green Monarch, Queen of Darkness, the Feral Enforcer, the Forest Spirit, Kodama, the green-haired giantess. Among the few of her many titles given to her, Tamura aspires for his parents' fame and reputation. So far, Tamura's claims of his legacy and heritage have been seen as smoke and mirrors and not any weight behind his claims. But when Tamura gains his mom's quirk, Tamura would gain his weight in his words and claims. Tamura would also become a giant. The big size would make Tamura a more intimidating figure in the villain world. Tamura also would become more lustful, hungry, and sleepy than what he is currently. Tamura also knew that the growing into the beast that his mother's quirk would turn him into would be painful. Tamura will endure this temporary pain from his body manifesting his mom's quirk that would occur. After all power comes with pain at first. Tamura glanced at the clock. Midnight. 3 days left until Tamura's quirk was ready. Inko Midoriya had only 3 days left before she was going to enter the shutdown state. Principal Night Eye granted her special permission to teach Class 1A for 1 day. Inko had just finished her doctorate program in quirk studies and quirk analysis. Inko was now Dr. Midoriya. Shame that she was going to become a mindless feral woman. Inko had Tio pass on something to Izuku and his classmates. Inko was going to teach them how to protect their quirks. Inko will teach them about their Achilles heels. Inko saw Class 1A. The next generation of heroes. So young. So eager. Eraserhead shouted to his class. All right, listen up. You have a guest teacher for today who will be teaching you how to protect your quirks. She had just finished her doctorate degree in quirk studies and analysis. You have already met her. Eraserhead then shouted towards her. Come on out, Dr. Midoriya. Inko walked out with a bashful smile on her face. Izuku was the first to talk. You got your doctor's degree. You didn't tell me. Inko replied with, well, I had just finished it last week and I went through a lot of stuff that IT slipped my mind. I'm sorry, Izuku. The whole class was clamoring in excitement. Only Katsuki and Izuku know that she had so little time left. Inko spoke to the class. I know that I acted a little off yesterday and I apologize for that again. Principal Night Eye gave me permission to teach you guys for 1 day. Inko set up a whiteboard in the middle of the training grounds and she drew a picture of a human figure, both male and female. Inko then put dots on the pressure points that most quirks rest. Inko then told the class, what I just drawn here is a really bad human figures that demonstrate the pressure points of the human body that quirk factors rest. This means that if a solid hit tagged you in your quirk's factor's resting place, then you can have your quirk itself damaged. Your teacher, Eraserhead, is an example of this. When you were in the USJ and the League of Villains attacked, Eraserhead had his face slammed into the concrete. For ocular-based quirks, the bridge of the nose is where Eraserhead's quirk factor rests. A very enthusiastic Izuku shot his hand up and asked, "Wait, does that mean that you are going to show us to do those quirk disabling techniques that you do?" Inko replied to her son's question. "Well, no, I might make it look easy, but if you do it wrong you can permanently remove someone's ability to activate their quirks. I'm teaching you how to protect your quirk factors from harm." The whole class was nervous about what Inko had said about doing the quirk disabling techniques wrong and its consequences. Let's start with HERC quirks, also known as mutation quirks. Inko saw a boy who had a strong tail and she pointed him out, beckoned him over. The boy looked down at the ground, nervous about being called first. Inko asked him his hero name. "I'm Tailman, the marital arts hero." Inko spoke in a chipper voice saying, "That's a awesome hero name, Tailman. Since you're already familiar with marital arts, you probably already know where your quirk factor rests." Tailman pointed to the base of his back where the tail meets the spine. Inko beamed at Tailman and said, "Yes. That's absolutely right. That's something I like in a kid, someone who knows what their weaknesses are and protects them. That since you already know this, how about you train your tail up or just observe the lesson, okay?" Tailman blushed at the compliment, but he walked back to join the rest of his class, and Inko saw that Tailman was being cheered on and complimented by his peers. Inko cleared her throat and continued. Heteromorphic quirks are physically the easiest to pinpoint where the quirk factor rests. It's where the mutation meets the spinal cord. A girl named Tsuyu spoke while raising her hand. "Dr. Midoriya, what about mutation quirks that are more subtle than Oijiro's, like mine, Karo?" Inko continued and answered her question. "Well, you see, for those kinds of quirk factors in your quirk, you don't have a specific pressure point that would completely nullify your quirk properly. You're very powerful in this regard, Froppy." Tsuyu was looking at her hands and was amazed by her lack of this kind of weakness. Inko continued her lesson. "All right, now let's focus on transformation quirks, since they're a quirk that alters their own bodies, with a few exceptions of course." Inko pointed to Kirishima aka Red Riot, the sturdy hero, and beckoned him over, and Katsuki smacked him in the lower back with a minor explosion, and it was obvious to Inko that was his way of flirting with him without straight up smacking his, but like Katsuki probably wanted Tio. Inko ignored the blatant flirtation and Kirishima walked to her. Inko cleared her throat and spoke to Kirishima. "All right, transformation quirks have 3 places for their quirk factor rests. This is a constant rule. This rule is called the 3 transformation nodes rule. Let's list them." Inko added, "The nape of the neck, underneath the jaw, and finally the temples." Inko also added, "For you, Red Riot, your quirk factor rests underneath your jaw. A solid uppercut will be very effective to take you down. Protect your jawbone." Inko watched as Kirishima Red Riot grab his jaw and say to her, "So, this means that I got a glass jaw?" Inko told Kirishima, "Yes, that's exactly right." Kirishima then hardened his arms and fists and clanked them together and said, "All right, since I know this weakness of mine, I need to upgrade my hero costume to protect it." Eraserhead shouted towards the class saying, "Kirishima's idea is excellent, and all of you must protect your weaknesses that Dr. Midoriya has been teaching you about. I expect that all of you upgrade your hero costumes to protect your quirk properly." Inko took a deep breath and spoke. "The last group of quirks that we will talk about is emitter quirks. There is 4 categories of emitter quirks. Let's list them off, shall we?" Inko added, "Mind-based, substance, elemental, and finally augmentation of self or the environment." Inko pointed to Sharjizuma Ali Cat Kaminari Denki and beckoned him over. Kaminari ran to her and tackled her and hugged her, and Inko had caught him in her arms and said, "Well, aren't you excited about learning, Kaminari? Now, since you know how to actually use quirk disabling techniques, why don't you tell the class where the elemental quirk factors rests?" Kaminari vibrated with excitement and said, "Elemental quirks have their weakness in their navel or belly button. Mental quirks have their weakness in the throat. Substance quirks have their weakness in between the shoulders. Augmentation quirks have their weakness in the armpits." Inko had only asked for elemental quirk weaknesses, but Kaminari was absolutely right. Kaminari suddenly looked down at his feet and looked distraught that his enthusiasm told the class more than he was asked of him. Kaminari tried to apologize for his excitement, but Inko cut him off and said, "You did nothing wrong. Your excitement reminds me of me when I was your age. Plus, you're absolutely right about all your answers. Good job, Sharjizuma, alley cat." Kaminari looked at her and he started to cry, like he had never been told that before. It made Inko sad. Hyperfixations are a common link between autism and ADHD. Granted, Inko herself didn't have ADHD, but she could relate to hyperfixations. Inko hyperfixates herself. Inko hugged Kaminari and said, "Kaminari Denki, don't let anyone tell you that you are lesser because your mind processes things differently than others. That I'm autistic myself, and even though I can't relate to all of your experiences, I can relate to hyperfixations. Kaminari, you're not a bad kid for getting excited about something that you understand and love." Inko had only told a select group of people about her autism before, but Inko had just told an entire class of kids about it. Inko remembered when she had told one about it. Inko had grown up a lot lately, and not just body weight and height. Inko could feel that Kaminari was sobbing into her belly, and she had felt like a pillow in that moment. Inko started to pat his back in response to his muffled tears. Inko was soothing Kaminari, trying to make him feel better about it. Inko suddenly felt like an illusion shattered. Inko suddenly had become a kind, gentle, and comforting figure, rather than the terrible, unpredictable, and feral-looking vigilante. Inko had become a hero in that moment. It's a bittersweet victory. Inko could see the sun set. Inko had become a hero, but she only had 2 days left. In apartment number 995. Inko was watching the clock. Midnight. 2 days left before the shutdown state. Inko had her friends, Mitsuki and Masaru, beside her, along with Izuku and Katsuki, all watching the clock. And knowing that Inko's time was running out. Inko had become a hero. But in 2 days, Inko will become a mindless feral woman. Izuku knew that his mom only had 2 days left before she entered the shutdown state, transforming into the feral women that he had already met 6 weeks ago. Izuku remembered the protective Hugi, and she ran on pure instinct. Izuku had remembered the snarling, the sniffling, and the attacking anything that came close to her and Izuku. That moment was when he started having nightmares about his Izuku remembered sitting on the floor of his childhood home, feeling warm and full, like he had eaten a big meal. Izuku also remembered the terror of watching her attack his dad. Izuku remembered the tears he had shed. This time, though, Izuku was going to be attacked by his if he tried to stop Tamura Shigaraki from receiving his mom's quirk. Izuku was in his dorm room, locking himself away from his problems. Izuku had his first and last lesson from his mom before she entered the shutdown state. Izuku didn't want to forget about his mom's scent or her lesson to the class. Izuku was clutching his mom's favorite sweater and sniffling it, trying to burn his mom's scent in his brain. Izuku was sobbing horribly. It was like Izuku's mom was dying. Izuku had wrote down everything that his had taught the class. Izuku had made a notebook just for her quirk and her teachings. Izuku called this notebook The Protector, True Identity Inko Midoriya, Kodama Analysis Number 1. Izuku was holding the notebook of everything about his mom. Izuku had his concerned classmates try to get him to join the world, completely obvious to his mom's condition. Aizawa-sensei knew though, as well as Kaken. Aizawa-sensei gave him an excused absence. Aizawa-sensei said the excuse was that Izuku was grieving. Aizawa-sensei wasn't wrong about that. People had thought that Izuku had received news that a loved one died. Kinda trued up, but worse. Izuku spent all day eating his sorrow away and crying like a baby. A crybaby. Izuku had always been a crybaby. Izuku understood why his mom was a stress eater now. Food eased his pain. Doubt that Izuku had gained this trait for the rest of his life. Like Izuku's mom, it made Izuku cry even more. Izuku had glanced up at the clock. It's 11 p.m. 25 hours before Izuku would lose his mom to the shutdown state. As Izuku was about to turn into bed to wake tomorrow to wallow in sorrow again tomorrow. Suddenly a black mist opened a portal revealing Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura had looked exactly what Izuku's mom had described to the police when she was visited by Tamura. Minus the red cape. Izuku could see that the tattered black hoodie had the kanji for dread on the back. Like his mom's protector hoodie. Izuku was too sluggish from overreading and sadness to stop Tamura from walking over and sitting down on his bed and starting to sniff Izuku's hair like his mom did. Izuku saw that Tamura was wearing a black neck compression sleeve on his neck and his gloves that covered his thumbs, index fingers and middle fingers, obviously not to decay everything that Tamura held unless he willingly wanted to crumble something. Izuku felt like he was being comforted by Tamura. Izuku felt guilty about being soothed by Tamura of all people. Izuku was hugged by Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku felt himself relax into the hug completely against his will. Izuku had started to sniff Tamura's hair as well. Tamura smelled like a bar. Tamura himself didn't drink alcohol that much, Izuku knew, but Izuku could smell the traces of alcohol on his skin. Izuku also smelled a scent that was just Tamura. Tamura's scent was comforting to Izuku. Tamura finally spoke with some emotion behind his voice. "Hey bud, why are you so sad? Are you worried about mom?" Izuku screamed with the rage of 1,000 suns. "You are not a Midoriya. You are not my older brother. You're the reason why I'm is like this in the first place." Tamura Shigaraki got panicked by the yelling and everyone woke up due to the noise. Tamura spoke with haste. "Look, I get your anger and frustration with me and dad. But, adopted me and our dad that I still love you and I vow to you that I will return and get mom's quirk as quickly as I can so she will return back to you. Whether you like or not, we are brothers, okay?" Tamura had Kurogiri open a portal out of the room and at the same time pro-heroes were breaking Izuku's door down. Tamura finally said, "I will always love you and take care of you and Tamura Shigaraki fled just as Aizawa-sensei broke down the door. 2 hours later. Izuku glanced at the clock. It read 1:35 a.m. Izuku's dorm room became a crime scene. Izuku's classmates were awake and terrified that Tamura Shigaraki was able to get in. Everything that Tamura touched was taken by the police and they tried to take Izuku's mom's sweater and Izuku's notebook about her. Izuku flew into a mindless rage when they started bag those items as evidence. Izuku quickly learned that 8 feet 5 inches of pure rage was horrifying for most people. Aizawa-sensei shouted while using his quirk and capture gear to bind. "Izuku, the sweater and notebook will return to you as soon as possible. Izuku Midoriya, I know that you are angry, but you must calm yourself." Izuku screamed at his teacher. "Tamura didn't touch those. Give it back. Now." Izuku started to break the capture gear and almost ripped the cop apart, taking those 2 things out of room. Izuku suddenly felt Midnight's quirk activate. Izuku fell asleep. 3 hours later. Izuku was in the shackles and muzzle that was used on Kaken during the sports festival but bigger. Izuku immediately started to break free from his restraints. Izuku's muffled screams filled the room. Izuku had started to crack the concrete that he was bolted to. Kaken screamed in horror and shouted, "Let Deku go! Let him go! Stop it! You're hurting him! Let Izuku go!" Kaken started to cry and added in a soft voice, "Please stop muzzling him. It's hard to breathe. Let him go. Please, I beg you to stop. It's scary to be in there. I know." Izuku's mom suddenly broke down the door and shattered Izuku's restraints, and Aizawa-sensei and Principal Night-Eye were furious, and Principal Night-Eye shouted towards everyone, "Who authorized the use of those restraints? Answer me now." It was the police. Principal Night-Eye shouted to the cops in question, "How dare you use those restraints to traumatize a kid who had just been attacked by a villain and re-traumatize a boy who has tramua about being forcibly imprisoned? How dare you? That's it. Those god-awful things are to be melted into scrap metal now. It's now illegal to use those restraints on UA grounds. If I see one more of those torture devices in my school, I will bury you." Izuku was stunned by Principal Night-Eye's cursing. Kaken had a look of relief when he realized that those restraints will never hurt anybody else on U.A grounds. Kaken just hugged Principal Night Eye and Principal Night Eye hugged him tightly back. Izuku felt his mom also hug him. Aizawa-sensei spoke with glee about his duty. Finally this god-awful things will be in the scrap heaps. Aizawa-sensei dragged the broken shackles and muzzle out of the room, and all the teachers were delighted by Principal Night Eye's decree. Izuku and Kaken got to watch as the restraints be melted down in the incinerator. Kaken started howling in delight when he watched the restraints melt down. Izuku saw his mom wince in pain. Izuku glanced at the clock in the room. 4:35 a.m. Izuku saw his mom holding her belly. The shutdown state. Izuku's mom will enter it. Today. Inko Midoriya around 4 o'clock in the morning started to feel the headache. Inko had started to eat everything in sight, far more than usual. Inko's belly was burning. After breaking Izuku out those awful restraints, she started to become consumed by the desire to find Tamura and give him a big hug. Inko had started to miss her baby boy, Tamura. Inko had prepared for the Bakugous to take care of Izuku and her company. Saw the clock. 6 a.m. Inko was fighting against the shutdown state. Inko saw the Class 1A and staggered over to Kaminari Denki. Everyone was freaking out because it was obvious that Inko was in pain. Inko told Class 1A about the shutdown state and how her quirk worked. Inko was running out of time and control. Hard to think anything except for Tamura. Inko got on her knees and cradled Kaminari's head and said, "Kaminari, Denki, that you're a orphan, right?" Kaminari nodded yes. Inko told Kaminari Denki, "Kaminari, I don't have that much time, but you must know that I have adopted you. You need family, that I can't control the shutdown state forever, that I can't control the duplication process either, but the duplication process only creates a duplicate for .my children. Whenever I leave the shutdown state, no doubt that my quirk would make you a duplicate. Tamura Shigaraki appealed to my instincts, causing my quirk to make a duplicate for him, that there's nothing I can do." Kaminari screamed, "How long have you known about this? You can't just tell me that you adopted me and then leave. Please. Fight against it, I believe in you. Don't give up now." Inko cried out as her brain felt like molten lead was being poured into her skull. Inko screamed in agony. Inko finally spoke again to Kaminari. "I'm not going to abandon you, that I want you to know that I will not harm you or Izuku. I just know this, that Tamura that will not allow me to be in pain for long, that he's a villain, but he still has humanity, unlike Hisashi. Hisashi tried to destroy Tamura's humanity, but Hisashi failed. Tamura is lost and confused, but he must atone for his actions. Kaminari, you have the heart of a true hero. Izuku is your brother now, stay with the Bakugous until I return. Promise me. Denki." Kaminari was sobbing horribly and hugged Inko, saying, "Okay, I promise to be good. Mom." Inko smiled at Denki and Izuku. Inko told Izuku, "You must be good. Don't hurt yourself. Be good to Denki and Katsuki, okay? Promise me, Izuku." Izuku hugged Inko and said, "Okay, Mom, I'll be good. I promise." Inko turned to All Might and said, "You wanted a second chance to get at these kids out now, All Might." All Might understood immediately what Inko had meant. Without a word, All Might heeded her command. The whole building went on lockdown to trap her in and keep people from going in. Unless they can warp. Inko saw Tamura Shigaraki, her son, coming out of the portal. Inko felt her brain melt from the heat of her shutdown state. Inko saw that she was alone with Tamura, her son. Inko let go. Tamura POV. Tamura saw his mom start to have green veiny light creep up her body from the feet first. Tamura saw Inko Midoriya, his adoptive mother, ready to give him his birthright from her. Tamura closed the gap between them, and Tamura's mom immediately grabbed him in a protective hug. Kurogiri was wisely kept his distance. Tamura knew that the transfer would take an hour. Tamura felt warm and full, like he had just finished a big meal. Kinda sleepy too. Tamura was crying tears of joy. Tamura Shigaraki was becoming family. Tamura also had just heard his mom adopt Kaminari Denki, the alley cat, the same boy who gained a quirk from dad. Tamura Shigaraki now has 2 baby brothers that his parents adopted. Tamura felt an intense familial connection between him, Izuku, and Denki. Denki will receive mom's quirk too. Tamura also has his friends in the League of Villains. At least while Tamura gained strength, Izuku would have someone else besides mom. Tamura Shigaraki will save his growing family from the heroes. That's Tamura's value to himself. Tamura was the happiest person on earth. Tamura also could feel his quirk being copied in her hands. Tamura grabbed special gloves, green, and were for his mom's hands that were identical to his special gloves. Tamura carefully put those gloves on Inko Midoriya's hands. These gloves allow her to control her decay. Tamura looked at the clock. The shutdown state was ending. Tamura could feel his mom's quirk settle in his body. Tamura saw his mom slump over and Tamura set her down gently. Tamura held his belly and Kurogiri warped him away before the heroes could catch them. Tamura's hideout. Tamura and Kurogiri were home. Tamura got his new quirk. Tamura obviously felt her quirk start to manifest itself in his behavior immediately after it was transferred. Tamura saw all the good food and drinks in front of him. Tamura ate like he never seen food before in his FANG life. After Tamura finally got full, Tamura went to his bed. Tamura had fallen asleep as soon as he laid on the bed.